All right, ladies and germs, I'm starting a live watch party. Y'all give me a second. I just want to post a link for the people on Twitter. Started a little early. I didn't mean to start it this early, not originally, but I thought we could chop it up about a couple of things beforehand before the fight actually starts. Live watch along, because we're gonna watch along. Give me a second. My old ass should have situated all of this beforehand. Give me a second. And tomorrow I will be going live with the reigning WBC Super Featherweight champion, Alicia Baumgartner, who wanted to address some of the comments that Michaela Mayer made in reference to her career, her contribution, or the lack thereof. She's very fired up over the comments, and I'm going to give her the chance to respond to those comments here on the channel. Eparoqua, que lo que, Alejandro, que lo que, manín. Some rando, que lo que, manín. El pinche, Neil, Century, Drew, what it do? You know what I mean? And yeah, we out here, so I'm going to do the live Q&A tomorrow. It'll be 5:30 p.m. on the East Coast, 10:30 p.m. if you're in the United Kingdom. I don't know about Central or U.S. Mountain Time or West Coast Time. I think they're 2 hours behind or something. But, when you see the little YouTube thing say, Ring IQ is live, you'll know. And, I'm going to give her the chance to address some of these inflammatory comments that Michaela Mayer has made. Michaela shooting off at the mouth a lot really sells the fight. And you wonder if it's not her intention to try to get under Alicia's skin, or is she genuinely speaking from, her heart or her view of it? Very interesting. Yeah, me. And we out here, man, for the Ryan Garcia Javier Fortuna fight. Couple of things that are going on in the sport of boxing right now. It seems that there's a joint effort from both Bernard Hopkins, Oscar De La Hoya, and Leonard Ellerbe to belittle and berate the value of the belts in the lightweight division. They hope to minimize their prestige and take away from their luster, as if to say that belts don't matter. In so many words, that's what all of them are saying, and it's not for no reason. There's a reason that they're saying this, and it's because they don't want to put their fighters in there with Devin Haney. That's the gist of it. Leonard Ellerbe said, love it or hate it, all roads at 135 to make the biggest fight possible come through the boss of the division, and he goes by the name Tank Davis. But how could all roads lead to Tank when you guys don't want to pay Devin Haney to come over? You didn't want to pay George Kambosos to come over. How could all roads lead to a guy who you said is only going to fight in-house fighters? That doesn't make sense. If he's only fighting in-house fighters, the only roads that lead to him are in-house roads. Guys like Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, George Kambosos, Vasyl Lomachenko, they're not in your house. So what you're essentially saying is you're not going to fight those guys. It's a very haphazard way to promote something. Shout out to my man JD. Saludos, Jules. Creo que tenemos una buena noche de boxeo. Estoy muy feliz que uno de mis peleadores favoritos, Ricardo Sandoval, está peleando hoy. La maldita vaina, man. Yeah, man. It's weird. You know what I mean? Because they've got Zurdo Ramirez on the ones and twos when it really should be Sinicia Estrada, but she's actually pretty good at the analyst role. She can call a fight pretty good, but they got Zurdo doing it. I'm not sure why. In any event, you see what Leonard Ellerbe is saying, you see what Bernard Hopkins is saying, and Oscar De La Hoya, and it's kind of obvious why they're saying what they're saying. They're saying what they're saying to dissuade boxing fans from asking either Ryan Garcia or Gervonta Davis to take on Devin Haney. That's what it's all about. They don't want boxing fans saying, yo, Tank need to fight Devin or Ryan need to fight Devin. They don't want me and you to say that, so they trying to make it seem like the belts that Devin have don't matter. That, all the money is with Davis, when in reality, motherfucking George just made 10 mil. Devin made 2.8 mil in front of 41,000 Australians here in America. 1.3 million people watched the fight. So y'all trying to create this bubble that only a dumb motherfucker would believe, y'all. Anybody can see what they trying to do. You trying to, the belts don't matter. The belts this, the belts that. And who got all the belts? Devin Haney. That's why y'all saying that, because y'all don't want to put none of them boys in there with Devin Haney. Y'all can say what y'all want about his style. Y'all can say what y'all want about him not having a lot of power. At the end of the day, it's a reason they don't want to have to put their guys in there with him. At the end of the day, that's reality. And that been a song and dance for Ryan Garcia. When he was on your side of the street, you didn't want to know. So I know you don't want to know now. That's why you talking all that belts don't matter bullshit. Get out of here, fam. Come on, Ryan. I can't lie. I watched the Porter podcast interview of Ryan, kick and talk. I want him to win. I don't. If it was up to me, Javier Fortuna would hit him with the plátano punch. Just knock his ass right out and put an end to all of this. That would effectively take him away as an alternative option for Gervonta Davis, and that would silence all of his bullshit. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying if it did happen, I wouldn't be mad about the shit. Because it's like, fam, like, you ducking that dude. Cut the bullshit. How you saying belts don't matter, but you out here fighting in WBC eliminators? When you fought Luke Campbell, that was a WBC eliminator. Why you even fighting in eliminators if you don't want a belt? Just to turn around, just to haul ass. Come on, B, like that shit. It's too much goofy shit going on, and people let it happen. You know what I mean? That's why if you got a Twitter account, tell Leonard something about himself. Tell him how you really feel. Like, fam, you trying to make it seem like because he could draw a little bit with these no names that he really the king shit of the weight class. No, you not, because you don't want to pay Devin to come over. You don't want to pay him right. That's what it's really all about. You know that for Devin, you got to pay him better than you pay Issac Cruz because he an undisputed champion. You got to pay him better than you pay Issac Cruz and Rolly Romero and all of these nobodies that your boy be fighting. You got to pay him right because he an undisputed champion. And that's the problem. You don't want to pay him right. And two, you don't know if Gervonta going to win that fight. I don't give a shit about nobody little anecdotal. I don't care what y'all talking about, fam, because if they was confident, they would do the fight. If you believed in your guy, you do the fight. You don't believe in that guy. That's why you don't want to let him fight Tevin Farmer, because you don't believe in that dude. You could dress that shit up however you want. You don't believe in that dude. Shout out to my man Liam Rockwell in Australia. Regarding Davis, where are the Crawford wrong side of the street crowd calling for Davis to leave PBC? Bunch of hypocrites, exactly. Do they want to see the fights or do they not want to see the fights? And I've been saying this throughout. There's a subsect of boxing fans that they don't want to see the fights. They didn't want to see Crawford versus Spence. That's why they kept making excuses for 4 years. And they didn't want to see Wilder versus Joshua. That's why they kept making excuses for Wilder for 4 years. I didn't want Fury versus Wilder. I wanted AJ versus Wilder for the undisputed. That's what I wanted. And they watched him turned down $100 million and made excuses for it just for Wilder himself to admit that the $100 million was for Anthony Joshua. You got content creators that are lying to their subscribers saying, oh, Joshua wasn't part of the contract. That's not what Wilder said. That's some shit you made up so you could keep your subscribers happy. That's not what he said. He said Joshua wasn't a contract. He said they offered me more money for Joshua than I was getting for Fury. That's what he said. So that ends it all right there. And for years, this has been going on. For years. You see Oscar Oz, pure Bolivian. Ya tú sabes, manín, ese tipo está oliendo. Está oliendo el Oscar de la Coca. Ay. Yeah, man. It's too much just stupid sucker shit. Just too much silly shit. Like, fuck is wrong with these cats? Like, do you want to see the fights or do you not want to see the fights? And the shit is, because they spent so much time propping him up, because they spent so much time acting like he's better than what he is, they're actually afraid of him being in there with somebody that could fight back. So they'll settle for fights with guys like Rolly Romero and act like that's really a big win or it's something dope about that. Like, come on, B. Joe Tessitore said it best last night on the Top Rank show. Is that a great fighter? Was that a great fighter he was fighting? When Mark Kriegel was like, well, he got the eye test, you know, he passed the eye test. Yeah, eye test. But you going to look good when you fighting people like that, though. Who you fight matters. Hell, who you fight matters more. Who you fight matters more than how you look, because yeah, you might look bad, but if you could win against good fighters, that's what's important, that you fighting good fighters and you winning, not that you out here looking good against scrubs and nobodies and no hopers. It's a clown show. It's a clown show. That's why Leonard got to periodically jump on Twitter, run interference, but he about to be in a tough spot because Shakur Stevenson not going to stay at 30. He not going to stay there. He been letting people know that he going to move up to 35, and it's only a matter of time. It's not going to be Shakur himself, because Shakur ain't say nothing bad about Gervonta, but it ain't going to come from him. It's going to come from the people. The people going to be like, yo, when is Davis going to fight Stevenson? When is Davis going to fight Haney? He never fought Loma. Like, is he going to fight anybody that's good? Because it's like, they not going to say it now. But when Shakur get up there, they going to really start scratching their head like, yo, is this dude ever going to fight like a Stevenson or a Loma? Is he ever going to fight them people? Because it's like, damn, like, you never even fought Loma, and he done already lost to Lopez. Can you at least fight Stevenson? After a while, like, that gimmick they got going on, you can't reheat and repackage a Rolly fight, reheat and repackage a Cruz fight, and think he going to be a star off that bullshit. That shit ain't going to work. Talking about he a star, fam. You paying your opponents like day laborers. That's why you have a profit margin, because you fighting opponents in small fights where the break-even point is easy to hit. So of course. But you can't pay Haney, who's an undisputed champion. You can't pay him like he fucking Rolly Romero. You can't pay him like he a challenger. He a goddamn champion, the champion. And that's why all of a sudden you see this game where, oh, the belts don't matter anyway. The belts don't matter. No, motherfucker, you just don't want to fight for him. Bet if a Luke Campbell had all the belts, they'd matter then. Bet if it was a Rolly Romero with all the belts, or if he had a fucking belt, if he could win one, but we all know that he can't. Bet if it was him with a belt, y'all would want his shit. Bunch of corny ass motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Not enough punching power to be assassins. Keyshawn Davis is an assassin. See, this is the thing, Alejandro. You don't need punching power for somebody like Davis, because he's not a prolific puncher. He's not the guy that walks through the shots and throws punches in bunches. That's not what he does. He looks for an opening to get off a counter shot. And with a Haney, he's not going to give you an opening, fam. He's not. He going to jab and move and give you different looks and stay off center, bend at the waist, but he not going to make a mistake. Gervonta Davis is not a pressure fighter. If he was a pressure fighter, then I could understand that, look, this guy's going to come forward and he's going to throw punches in bunches. You need power to keep somebody like that off. That's not Gervonta. Gervonta is not the guy that, I'm going to just walk through the shit, catch and shoot, and just come. That's not what he do. That's why you could give Devin good odds to make him look funny. You could give Shakur good odds to make him look funny, because he's a dude that waits for opening. He don't go out there and create the opening. He waits for the guy to make a mistake. And you dealing with guys that normally make mistakes, like a Gamboa and his old ass and his old torn Achilles tendon, like a Mario Barrios. That man ain't beat nobody at 140, fam. No one. Same with Issac Cruz. Same with Rolly Romero, who we all know lost to Marinas. We all know that. Like, you could score the shit. The judge, they could say whatever they want, fam. I seen the fight. You lost that shit. Motherfuckers don't understand that. Motherfuckers don't understand that not all punchers deliver their power the same way. Like Issac Cruz, that's a pressure fighter. That's saying regardless of what you doing, regardless of what you got, he gonna come forward, regardless. Davis is not a pressure fighter. Styles make fights. Davis is the guy that he don't throw a lot. And what he do throw, he trying to take you out with it because he a counter puncher. And you got to make a mistake for any of that to even happen. Like Rolly, he threw the same shit 2 times, chin in the air, the same shit. 1-2, 1-2, his chin was in the air. Second time he let it go, mop, it's a wrap. With Leo Santa Cruz, I think he threw the right hand 3 times. By the third time that he threw it, Davis shoot the uppercut. Why? You throwing the same punch 3 times back to back. You ain't hot it, you ain't disguise it, you ain't faint, you just threw the same shit 3 times. You got to make a mistake for all the guys that he fight and all the guys they put him in there with is guys that are going to make mistakes. These are not boxers. If belts did not matter, then Joshua Usyk would get $50 million each without the belts from Saudi. Belts mattered to Caleb Plant. Listen, belts matter, fam. Don't let nobody tell you different. Belts matter. At the end of the day, it's 2 heavyweights that are about to fight in a foreign country that was willing to pay them to fight on their soil more money than Davis makes. So who the fuck told you that belts don't matter? Leonard Ellaby is like a nickel and dime cat. Like, you ain't the dude that move weight. You ain't the dude that sell work. You the nickel and dimer. And you got a nickel and dime ass audience. You got a $5 ass audience that they actually believe the shit you be saying. Fam, you not operating on that level. You not operating on a level where anybody gonna give you $80 million for a fight you promoting. And we all motherfucking know it. Because you not Floyd's promoter. Floyd is Floyd's promoter. You work for Floyd. You are an employee. And before that, you was carrying spit buckets to the ring. Cut the bullshit. You don't want to put Davis in there with Devin because Devin, I'm telling you, and y'all want to, and I said it in the Camboso, like, see, Cambosos got Teofimo because of the same principle. You going out there and throwing bullshit that's going to get counted. That's what happened to you. And that's not going to happen with Devin because Devin don't throw no bullshit. So you ain't going to have an opportunity to hit him with a loop and nothing. It's not, the punch is not there. The opportunity to land it is not there. It's the same principle with Davis. You waiting to get off a counter shot. You waiting for an opportunity to capitalize off a mistake that he make, and that's not going to happen. Simple shit. If it was the way that Leonard Ellaby says it is, Gervonta Davis would be making more money than Canelo, but he's not. If it was the way Leonard says it is, Gervonta would be making more money than AJ and Usyk, but he's not. And motherfuckers hate to hear that shit. At the age that Tank is now, Canelo had already fought Floyd in a massively successful pay-per-view. By the time that Canelo was the same age that Davis is now, he was already in bigger pay-per-views than Davis. The people that believe shit Leonard's saying, like, I'm sorry, something got to be wrong with you to believe that, dude. Like, don't you watch boxing? You don't remember when Canelo was, what, 26? No, not even. I think he was 25. He fought Cotto, 900,000 pay-per-views sold. What are you talking about, fam? What the fuck are you? You really trying to hoodwink everybody to believe that he like for real, for real? No, you not a star, fam. 200 and change pay. That's not a star. Canelo do that on his worst day. He did that shit with Lara. He did that shit with Liam Smith. He do better numbers than that on his worst day. Fuck is you talking about? George says Lion Ryan Garcia and Javier Fresh Tuna. It's about to be that time. I'm gonna open up the chat to the panel in a second. Click off this joint. Let everybody get down with the get down. Yeah, man, it's too much silly shit in boxing right now, B. Like, it's just too much stupid ass shit. And it's all that shit is about not making fights. That's what all that shit is about. They don't want to have to make a Devin Haney fight. They don't want to have to make a Shakur Stevenson fight. Why you think Floyd's saying, oh, Devin and Shakur should fight each other? No, they want to fight your man. If your man is the cash cow, like you say, and he's the biggest name at the weight, like you say, then they supposed to be trying to fight him because he's the biggest name. Like you say, you got Floyd saying that Devin and Shakur should fight each other, but then you got Leonard's goofy ass saying all roads lead to Tank. So which fucking one is it then? Should they fight each other or do all roads lead to Tank? Bunch of fucking bozos, man. Got the motherfucking screenshots right here. Here's Floyd saying they should fight each other, right? That's what Floyd's saying. Floyd's saying, don't worry about Tank. They should fight each other. But here's Leonard saying, all roads lead to Tank. Which one is it, you confusing motherfuckers? Which one is it? Shit don't make no goddamn sense. And it never has. The only thing that makes sense is y'all want Devin and Shakur to fight each other because they're both a threat to Gervonta. And don't try to use this as a parallel for Canelo because Canelo went undisputed, fam, in under a year. Is that what Gervonta Davis is doing? No. Canelo had to fight 3 champions to get all the belts at 168. All Davis got to do is fight one. Just one. Devin Haney, and y'all don't want to let him do it. Not that he wants to, because I don't even think he wants to anyway. Motherfuckers stay having excuses for this, like, because he from... I don't give a shit if he from Baltimore. I don't care about none of that shit, fam. Hard luck stories are a dime a dozen in the sport of boxing. What the fuck that shit mean to me? Nothing. He come from a poor neighbor. Well, so the fuck do I. What the fuck does that have to do with fighting scrubs? Shit don't make no goddamn sense. Stop opening and closing the door. ODHL, Floyd, and Ellaby are all just regurgitating the same talking points. You can tell who the stars are by how their names get used in headlines, titles that don't even involve them. Anthony Joshua, former sparring partner, then the name of a person the story's about. Exactly, like, fam, like, y'all really trying to like brainwash everybody. And it's like, fam, if your dude is doing numbers like that, right, you wouldn't need to do none of that brainwashing. You would be able to afford a Devin Haney or a Shakur Stevenson. Your problem is, one, you don't want to make them fights because your boy might lose. And two, even if you did want to make them fights, you can't pay them peanuts that y'all be paying them guys. What the hell Gamboa got for fighting Davis? What did Cruz and Romero get for fighting Davis? They ain't get life-altering money, acting like he a star. Fucking Caleb Plant got 10 mil for Canelo. What does fighting Gervonta Davis get you? What does that get you? If you a star, you could offer people life-altering money. Fucking Anthony Joshua got Charles Martin $7 million. Charles Martin wasn't no $7 million fighter, but because Joshua could sell a whole lot of tickets and a whole lot of pay-per-views, he was able to pay that man $7 million to come over and let me fight you for your belt. Because that's what a cash cow do. Fucking Canelo just got Caleb 10 mil. Caleb could have fought 10 guys 10 times, wouldn't have got $10 million. One Canelo fight got him 10 mil. One. Because that's how the cash cow move. That's how it is. Fuck you get fighting Davis. Corny ass shit. And that's why Leonard's so quick to block everybody. He don't want people telling him about himself. He don't want people telling him the reality of the shit. He want to live in a bubble, like his fighter is in a bubble. That's what that bullshit is. Never seen an era of boxing. It's one thing for promoters to protect their fighter and protect their investment. That's always been in the sport, more or less, to a certain degree. I don't think it was as widespread and full-blown as it is now. It wasn't as common, but it happened. Where now, it's not just the promoter trying to protect the goddamn fighter. It's the goddamn boxer. What he ain't got to do. Man, why don't you just hurry up and suck his fucking dick? Because that's what the fuck you want to do. Bunch of jackasses. Open up the chat to the panel. And listen. Y'all, one thing I'm going to say right now. Let me go live. Let me turn the camera on for this shit. Y'all mic situ. I don't want to hear no crackling and crunching and dishwashing in the background. You know, if you in a hallway or some shit, or if your audio ain't right, motherfuckers don't want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? So get y'all shit together before y'all jump on. Yeah, man, this motherfucking dumbass shit. Never in my life I seen an era quite like this one where you really got fans, they so scared of him fighting somebody that could fight back. They fucking terrified of that shit. Like, bro, you ain't getting no money off him, fam. Why are you so invested? Like, what type of shit? What's goody, yo? It's me. What's goody, Sawab? What's goody, country?
What's goody, fellas? What's goody,
Yo.
Jules?
You know what I'm saying? Me was goody, Sawab. See, there we go with the fucked up audio. Who audio is that?
I killed it. I just had to close the other window. Sorry.
All right. Leo was good. Jay was good. Drew was good. Virtuoso was good.
What's happening, Jules?
Yo.
I see the Pendleton, Jules. I see it. You know, I see it.
Nah, man. It's just, you know, it's so I'm gonna have Alicia on tomorrow. She was actually, you know, I talked to her earlier. She said Michaela been running her jibs and bumping her gums, so we're gonna have a nice Q&A to address all the shit that Michaela said yesterday. We're gonna have a Q&A tomorrow, 5:30 East Coast time, 10:30 UK time, and we're gonna clear the air. We're gonna get some good sound bites. We're going to get it popping. We got Alejandro all the way from Mexico. ¡Hamburguesa en el building! ¡Recoñazo, coño! Wait. Put it back on camera, bro. La hamburguesa.
Hey!
Hamburguesa, recoñazo, coño! Ya tú sabes, Malín.
¿Qué pasa, Alejandro?
What's up, Alejandro?
And yeah, man, you know, like I'm just, this has been going on for so long that I almost try to ignore it because it's been going on for roughly 4 to 5 years, right? That Gervonta Davis, he literally doesn't want to fight nobody. And it just moves from excuse to excuse. You know, before it was Tevin Farmer and Vasyl Lomachenko. Now we got to hear excuses about Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson. In between that, Lopez versus Davis never even really became a conversation because, well, motherfuckers was like, well, you ain't fight Loma, so not gonna fight Lopez. And then when Kambosos won the shit, most people felt that Gervonta could probably beat George. He probably can, but we ain't ever gonna see the motherfucking shit because y'all want to pay George like he Rolly Romero, and Rolly is not a champion. George is. You can't treat him like that. So that shit never became a fucking conversation. Fast forward, Devin got all the hardware, all the belts, all the shit, all the brass rings, and now y'all gonna try to talk that shit down too. It's the same fucking exercise for 4 years. Same shit.
And Jules, the difference now is that because Devin has the belts, all like the urban blogs that they've been using against the other fighters, they all turned on Tank. Devin was with Gilly and like, yeah, Tank, who knows who's Tank? And they're all clowning him now.
Listen, Devin told Gilly if he wanted to be my mandatory because of the belt that he got, if he wanted to fight me, he could. He just don't. And that's like, that ain't even spin. That's actually truth. If you wanted Devin, if it was your goal to get him in the ring and put him in a situation where he has to fight you, bro, you could do that. You just don't fucking want to.
I think the problem is Tank is taking shortcuts for money instead of going the real path like Canelo did. And
Bro, it's not even about the money. It's about Tank Davis and their handlers. They don't have money. Floyd is broke. PBC is broke.
And if it was about, if he was taking shortcuts for the money, he would have
one at a time, fellas. I get complaints about this. One at a time. Go ahead, Suwab.
I was just saying, just the way like Andrew Tate says it, the brokies don't have money. I'm saying that has nothing to do with it. They don't have the money to pay Tank Davis. Not Tank Davis. They don't have the money to pay Haney. They don't have the money to pay Shakur Stevenson. Just the way you said it, Jules. These two are champions. They're champions, bro.
Exactly.
They're not going to take 500K, 600K. They want millies, bro. They want 3, 4, 5 milli. You can't pay that because you're brokies.
Well, hey, wait. Now, also, too, though, remember, Tank doesn't exactly think for himself. He listens to whatever Ellerby and Floyd and the rest say. And
Of course.
they're keeping him away from the other fighters because they know that he's not going to do good if he has to face the upper echelon.
Now, let me say this. Drew brought up a very valid point that the landscape at lightweight is changing because now Devin Haney is in possession of all the belts, and you don't have the Johnny Foreigner angle to play up. You know what I mean? The angle that you played up with Vasyl Lomachenko, that, you know what? It don't feel the same. But when it's a young American fighter, it feel different. They're like, yo, why you not fighting him now? We already know you ain't fucking fight Loma. You ain't fucking fight Farmer. You ain't fucking fight Lopez. Like, who are you going to fight, fam? And then when they announce the next bullshit, I'm telling you, people going to start scratching their heads, just like Drew said. The urban blogs is going to be like, yo, fam, like, nobody want to see this shit, bro. Nobody want to see this shit.
Jules, they can't run none of those narratives. They can't say Shakur is boring. They can't say Devin's boring because then it goes into what they're saying, like, our fighters don't get no love from the media. They can't devalue Devin and Shakur the way they tried to do Bud.
Exactly.
So there's no avenues to run.
You know what? When you don't have standards and you don't actually have like a moral compass, you could pretty much say any old shit because what they did to Terrence Crawford for the last 4 years is a travesty. Now I want to talk to Alejandro. Alejandro, how do you view Zurdo Ramirez versus Dimitri Bivol? Because that's a potential fight that can happen. Zurdo is a fighter that a lot of people got mixed feelings about. What are your feelings on this fighter? No te oigo, manín.
I agree.
Beautiful point.
El volumen no.
Myself.
Your volume, it's not coming through, Alejandro.
Hello.
Okay, ahora te oigo.
My first opinion about Zurdo Ramirez is he's a light heavyweight, Gervonta Davis. Like, he's 30 years old. He only has like one good name on his record. He's calling out everybody, but he never fights nobody. But I think, in my opinion, I think Bivol is going to beat Zurdo Ramirez way worse than he beat Canelo, because Zurdo Ramirez has the size but doesn't have enough top-notch experience. He has only fought like two good names. He only has two good names on his records. That is Jesse Hart and Arthur Abraham.
Pero también Maxim Vlasov. Él peleó con ese tipo hace mucho tiempo. Peleó con Vlasov hace muchos años.
True, but I think Ramirez doesn't have the enough experience to make Bivol have trouble. So I think Bivol, I don't think he stops Ramirez, but he will beat Ramirez from pillar to post.
I'm gonna go to Jay. Jay, do you think that Ramirez has what it takes to make, because he does have the size that Canelo didn't have? You know what I mean? He is a bigger guy than Canelo. Do you feel that he has what it takes to make Bivol work for it and perhaps even beat him?
I don't. From what I've seen from Zurdo so far, it doesn't really impress me, so to speak. I mean, he had a pretty tough fight with Yuneski Gonzalez, who Vosdick took out in 3 rounds, a few years back. I don't know if you guys knew that, but yeah. Based on that, it's like I don't really see Dimitri struggling too much with him. I'm with Alejandro. I think that he'll pretty much beat him and outpoint him, but he probably won't stop him because his size is just a factor. I mean, I think the size difference that's the only difference I see that'll pretty much stop him from that'll prevent him from getting stopped by Bivol. But I pretty much see Bivol winning that fight pretty easily, if I'm being honest.
Alejandro, what does Hamburguesa think about Zurdo?
Hamburguesa thinks Zurdo is the light heavyweight Gervonta Davis.
She's right. Drew, do you feel like maybe Zurdo, because this is an opportunity for Golden Boy after all. We know that Golden Boy is short of a real star. They're trying to mold Ryan into that, but Ryan doesn't have the stability, and not at this time at least. You know, he has some traction, but he's not there yet. They know that Zurdo beating Bivol would be a major victory for them. Do you think that he can pull it off?
First of all, Zerto's a horrible announcer, so where's Sinicio Estrada? I don't know why Zerto's working on his English on a live fight card. Second,
Oh God. Oh God.
second of all, he has the personality of watching paint dry.
I thought
He
it was
does,
like a
though.
coffee mug.
He does though. Like that's not even like for comedic value. That's actually true. Like when you watch his interviews, he's not the most charismatic guy, you know.
And he's not going to win. They're banking on if he's not going to beat Bivol. If he wanted to be a star, he would have stood at top rank and ran through the guys at 175 there. But he didn't want no better BF work. They're just it's going to be embarrassing how Bivol makes him look, because look at his style, Drew. I mean, he has volume, but his whole basic boxing acumen is rudimentary at best.
Yeah, I mean, Jules, about that, I got a quick question. It's like, didn't Eddie Hearn offer Zerto that fight a while back, and he didn't take it?
2020, he offered him that fight.
Yeah,
he
see,
had it right. The situation would have been less complicated because there wouldn't have been two promotional outfits involved. It would have just been Matchroom, which leads me to the next thing. I want to go to South London for this. South London, long time no speak. Who's going to get that show? Is that going to be a Matchroom show, or is Eddie Hearns willing to send Dimitri over to Golden Boy? Because somebody's got to do the show, and I'm going to assume that Golden Boy wants to do that show, you know, for it to be a Golden Boy promotion. I agree.
Never said any better myself.
It almost makes
long time no speak.
Real quick, Jules, can Golden Boy even afford Bivol's purse guarantee?
All right, there's South London. South London. Go ahead. All right, back to Drew. That's a very honestly, that's a valid question.
So for me,
go ahead.
Somebody got a cheap ass phone.
This is
there was a big delay on that one. I don't know why.
All right, go ahead, South London. Go ahead.
This is high level YouTube entertainment right here.
I mean,
it
honestly,
it is.
I've
comedic values in the house.
I'm going to say this. Drew's point is a valid point because the asking price after beating Canelo Alvarez has to have gone up. Maybe you could have got Dimitri over there for 1.2 or 1.5 before. What does Golden Boy have to pay this fighter? You know, can they afford the show? Is there going to be a bidding war from two promotional outfits that are essentially on the same platform? Virtuoso, what say you?
I think Eddie Hearn has the capital. I think he has more of a financial backing than Golden Boy, based on his demands for what he wants in the show. Because like, whenever I see like a Golden Boy, it's kind of a little bit low budget, but like I just feel like Eddie just spends more on production value. So I just feel like Eddie Hearn might be might make him like the A side, I guess, since he's the champion.
I'm gonna go to Leo, my man in Chile, my countryman, because for those that don't know, I'm Dominican and Chilean, so I'm on the northern and southern hemisphere. Leo, what does your crystal ball say? Who's gonna get that show? I agree.
What's happening today?
Okay.
All right, Leo.
I think Eddie Hearn will be a fool if he let that Bivol versus Zurdo Ramirez slide from his grasp, because Bivol just beat the number one pound for pound boxer in the world. So if he's gonna defeat another Mexican, Zurdo is not a star, but he has some profile. So if he's gonna beat him, it has to be a Matchroom. So I think Eddie Hearn is gonna fight for that fight to be on Matchroom.
I'm gonna go to our VP of Communications, Drew. Drew, is Dimitri Bivol versus Zurdo Ramirez, pay-per-view worthy in the American domestic market?
It's absolutely not. That's if I got to keep it consistent. That's like Andy Ruiz Ortiz. Nobody wants that. That's not no.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Nobody knows Zurdo. More people know Andy than they do Zurdo. And look at Andy's pay-per-views. And I had a question to add to this, Jules. Bob Arum's playing rolling the dice. Because let's say Bivol easily beats Zurdo. He beats Canelo in a rematch, and he's free to make the undisputed. What does Bob think Bivol's price is going to be then?
Well, that's a very valid question, but I get the sense that the reason that Bob isn't hitting the gas on the undisputed fight is because he wants Bivol to lose. He wants him to lose to Zurdo Ramirez. He views Zurdo versus Better Beef as a fight that has more value than Bivol. It's two Russians, bro. It's two Russians. Yeah, we think it's a great fucking fight, but we're a bunch of degenerate boxing fans. What's the value of two Russians in America fighting for undisputed?
Not much.
So he's rolling the
All
dice.
right, Drew, how about this? Sorry, Drew. You told me this. Which fight, even for the casuals, you think is a better fight? The Zurdo Ramirez fight or the Patebia fight?
Better
Well,
be
this
a
is
fight.
the thing. The casuals don't come into it until it's already a big name, and therein lies a dilemma. If you wanted a fight that is more geared towards a casual audience that will please them, that would be the Better Beef fight. But they don't know Better Beef. That's the problem. They don't know him. Now, I'm not going to say the casuals know Zurdo Ramirez, but I do think a good number of Chicano fight fans might know him. Not as much as they know Ryan, of course not. And not as much as they even know Munguia. I think Munguia has more of a following than Zurdo, to be honest with you, because people show up for his fucking fights, man. They really
What
do.
about Virgil? What about Virgil Ortiz?
Virgil's not active enough, bro.
No. The hierarchy is the hierarchy.
I mean,
is
it's a
this.
shame that they didn't put their energies into promoting him, man, because he's.
No.
Well, a part of it was that he pulled, because really the delay that we've seen in Virgil's schedule is directly related to the rhabdomyolysis. That if it feels like it's been a long time since he had a fight, that would be the why, because he was fighting regularly somewhat before that. But I would say in the hierarchy of followings at Golden Boy Promotions, I would say it's Ryan, Munguia, Zurdo, then Virgil.
Look how inactive Ryan's been, though.
but look, they made
and
1.5 million. 1.5 million at the gate for Emmanuel to go, bro.
Yeah, he was on the go the whole time. So, you know.
You know what I mean? Let me read the super chat. Hit and Don't Get Hit Boxing Talk says, had a debate with someone about why Tank ain't fighting any names. He told me Tank is going to turn up in the second half of his career. Tank is almost exactly, bro. Almost 30, bro. It's like they've literally been doing this for 4 years, and it's like, look, if you like Tank, awesome, but stop pestering other people with that shit.
And in the hierarchy, like you were saying, there's the hierarchy of the Chicano fans. It's Canelo.
Yep.
Then it's Ryan Garcia.
Yep.
Then it's Jaime Munguia.
Yep.
Then it's Bam Rodriguez and whoever else is fighting for fifth.
What about Andy Ruiz? I think Andy Ruiz is second after Canelo.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Stop.
He's not.
Stop it, Sawab.
He's not. He's not.
No, Andy
falls.
He beat Anthony Joshua.
No, I'm telling you, Andy falls between Jaime Munguia and Zurdo Ramirez. He is not that dude, bro. Because his problem is, all right, you beat Anthony Joshua and you lost after that. It's not because you lost. It's because you didn't fight all of 2020. You only fought once in 2021 in a fight nobody gave a shit about. You know, that's really what the problem is. In the last 2 years, you fought once. What the fuck are they going to be a fan of? You not fighting? You rejecting offers from Dillian White? It took you 2 years to finally take on Luis Ortiz because Luis Ortiz wanted to fight in 2020. You know what I mean? That's really, it's the schedule that hurts him.
And Jules, how many Chicano fans, casual fans are gonna be introduced to Bam Rodriguez on the biggest fight of the fucking year?
Exactly. And don't forget that characteristically, the demographic that, at least in this part of the world, the demographic that actually consumes boxing at the lighter weights is the Mexican audience. That's who watches that.
Yeah,
That's
and
literally that's who from the days of Finito Lopez till now. If anybody in this country watches the little guys, it's the Chicano fans more than your average American boxing fan.
And
The
they'll
Michael
love
Carbajal,
Bam
the Michael
Rodriguez.
Carbajal fights at the Forum, like they had a whole series in the late 80s, early 90s at the Forum of just lightweight dudes in those weights selling $10,000, $15,000 tickets.
So him being of Mexico, well, he has the trifecta. He does. He has the skills to pay the bills. Got that fan-friendly style. He's of Mexican descent, and he's with the right promoter. If you're going to fight on the undercard of Canelo versus Golovkin, that's great exposure right then and there. And that's on top of all the waves you've already been making, just being you, fighting Quadras on short notice and whooping his ass. You stopped Saur Rungvisai. I don't know when the last time Saur got knocked out is. I think it's been over 10 years since he got.
I think it was when he was a Muay Thai fighter. I think it was when he was kickboxing.
You know what I mean? So him being a dude to where, and I really wondered about that fight when they were bouncing the idea around, like, does Bam really have what it takes to punch with somebody like Saur Rungvisai? Because in a lot of ways, he's the biggest puncher at this weight, or at least he's one of them. And, you know, I went with Bam to win the fight. I went with him to win on points. I didn't think he was going to fucking stop the guy. He goes a step further. Not only does he put on a riveting performance, he put the cherry on top of the shit.
Yep.
It's perfect.
I believe there was only one person. I would believe there was only one person on the panel that called him to be stopped. Wonder who that was.
It wasn't me.
Not me.
No, it wasn't me.
Not but like I mean, but that's all you.
But
need
also,
for
like you
the
said,
fan base to
like you said, Jules.
I mean, but that's all you need. But I was saying, but that's all you need for your fan base like that to grow, because like Bam he dominated dude, then closed the show in epic fashion like that. You know.
Yeah. You got to be able to entertain them.
He has a personality too.
You got to be able to entertain people. You got to be able to entertain people, not just with the knockout, because it could be a shit show leading up to the knockout. Look at Glavatsky versus Okoli. You know, that was kind of a shit show up until the knockout. Bam is entertaining leading up to the knockout. You're like, wow, man, look how that kid moves, man. Look how he puts that uppercut in there, splits the guard. You know what I mean? Beautiful shit.
And the Chicano fans will just absolutely love Bam. There's no question about that. And then, like Carlos A in the comments says, we Ecuadorians watch the smaller weight classes as well. Had the pleasure to see Chocolatito fight, like, you know. So yeah, you got a lot of the Latino, a lot of you know, different.
Yeah, the Latinos, because traditionally that's the way it's always been, because those are divisions that are primarily dominated by Latinos and Oriental people, Japanese people, some Thai fighters, but characteristically, you don't see a lot of Americans at those weights. So the primary demographic that consumes that content are either Latino fans,
Filipino,
or Oriental fans, Asian fans.
Yeah.
And also, like, and to further add to that point, it's just a shame, I think, that Ryan Garcia and Isaac Cruz didn't happen, because that's one fight that the Chicano fans could have really got behind, and that could have been a big fight if it had happened, I believe.
Yo, did he just stop? Yo,
and it's a fight that we did.
Bro, you're breaking up.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Sounding jovial over here.
LRB put the hit out.
LRB did that shit. Michael, you know, a lot of people. Let me go to Michael. Michael, a lot of people, they think Zurdo's a piece of shit. He's got a good head of hair, tall guy, strong guy, throws a lot of punches. He's a southpaw. That's why his name's Zurdo. For those that don't know, zurdo means southpaw in Espanol. Does this guy stand a chance against today's Dimitri Bivol?
No.
No?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think he gets stopped by him. I think he outpoints him because of Bivol's work rate. But yeah, no.
We'll go to Julio. Julio, Zurdo looks more like he belongs in a telenovela than a boxing ring. Do you think he has the ingredients to bake Dimitri Bivol's noodle?
Man, fuck no.
Pause.
The only light heavyweight and I know you'll disagree with me on this, but the only light heavyweight who beats Bivol and who will beat Bivol is Better Beef.
I mean, look, it's fair to say. I mean, Bivol Better Beef is a 50-50
fight. That's a 50-50.
That's a 50-50 because yeah, I mean, this guy don't need to hit you but so many times before it has an effect. Whereas Zurdo, he's not necessarily heavy-handed. He has to hit you a lot, and because he throws a lot, well, it'll catch up. You know, he'll wear you down. But he's not the biggest puncher. You know, he's not.
He's not.
No.
Julius, you know, Zurdo Ramirez to me is like Deontay Wilder. He had 46 fights and fought fucking literally maybe one or two people that's a little bit valuable on the resume.
Yeah.
So I
Same thing
don't know
with
where's the
Munguia.
experience. So they tell me the experience. Same with Munguia. There are 40 fights
Well,
already.
I would say comparatively, and this is not me being nice. This is just me being honest. Comparatively, if I compare Zurdo's resume to Wilder's, Zurdo's is still better because he beat Rogelio Medina when he was an unbeaten fighter. He beat him before everybody. He beat him way before Benavidez, right?
Oh, I forgot about that. He did.
Yeah, he beat Porky Medina way before everybody. He beat Maxim Vlasov, who a lot of people think beat Joe Smith Jr. He beat him years ago. And, you know, he beat Jesse Hart. Now, I'm not telling you that these are great wins so much as these are better wins than most of what you find in Deontay Wilder's resume. It's not that it's great. It's just that this shit is a little better than that shit. That shit smells worse.
So what you're saying is his resume is like dog shit, and Wilder's it smells like cat shit.
Exactly. And cat shit smells pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, it does.
Leo, you got Ryan Garcia. He's about to have this fight. What do you see in this fight?
First of all, I have to say I'm so excited about this fight. You can see by the tone of my voice.
Yep, I agree.
I've been looking for this fight for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Ryan is gonna. I think he's gonna stop Fortuna.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna stop him.
Left hook.
Left hook or overhand right.
Probably left hook. I bet on left hook.
But I say this a lot, but I think he's probably gonna have a hard time with Fortuna and the beginnings of the fight.
Julio, is Ryan Garcia the most annoying boxer in boxing?
Yeah, he's the picture, that famous picture of Oscar De La Hoya winning fishnets, but that guy didn't win a gold medal. That's basically him. That guy also doesn't fight anyone. This is his version of Gervonta versus Leo Santa Cruz. He's fighting a fucking featherweight who's coming up, and he's gonna knock him out.
Yeah.
Okay. No. I think we have to be fair. That title belongs to the one and only Chris Eubank Jr.
Yo, I find that shit so pussy, bro. You can't call out somebody who's 2 weights below you, bro. I hate that, bro.
Bro, Chris Eubank, like I don't know who irritates me more. I think it just happens in waves, but it's between Ryan and Chris. And you know, Gervonta gets on my nerves, but really Leonard gets on my nerves more than Gervonta.
Oh, you see that tweet that you tweeted today?
Oh yeah,
the man at 135. How?
I don't understand. That's like saying that Jake Paul is the man at cruiserweight. That's like saying that.
That's the logic.
I think it's such a wallflower. I don't buy it.
That shit doesn't make no fuck. How the fuck? And I'm going to show the shit again. How the fuck you got Floyd saying that Devin and Shakur should fight each other, but Leonard saying that all the roads lead to Tank? That doesn't make sense, fam. If you keeping it in the house, then the road don't lead to shit, bro. The road
fucking is a dead end. It's a fucking dead end. That's why it's not
like
going anywhere.
the side of a mountain was painted like a road.
Bro,
like in a Looney Tunes
facility.
Yeah, like the Roadrunner cartoon, man. He painted it just so he could fake people out.
That's basically what the shit is. Y'all painted a tunnel on the side of a mountain. That shit ain't going nowhere. Like it doesn't. the real reason that it doesn't make sense is because you already said, well, I gotta pay you what you weigh. I gotta pay you what you weigh. He said that shit. And that's before Devin won the belts. You made it crystal clear. Y'all not trying to do that. Y'all not trying to pay him the way he been getting paid. So how the fuck do all roads lead to Tank? What road, fam? You know you on the brink of either announcing a Rolly rematch or a Cruz rematch. That's what you about to do. We all know it. Or Rivera.
It was telling when he talked about what's his name, the dude who looked like Avatar when he fought Tank, and he's all, you already know about who he is and this and that. It was like, man, how could you say that on live TV about your own fighter's opponent and you're supposed to be helping promote him? I mean, come on. It's like, no. That was just sad.
There were so many Freudian slips with Leonard Ellerby. He said, out his own mouth, nobody probably even know Mario Barrios. They're not coming for him. How the fuck you gonna say that and then try to sell me to fight? See, you probably got a good 170,000 bozos that for some other reason other than boxing, they'll buy that bullshit. But you're never gonna get him to cross over to that mainstream audience that Floyd tapped into, that Oscar and Manny tapped into, that audience that Canelo. You're not going to get to them because they not buying that bullshit. You keep putting it up and they not going to buy it. You always going to be where you at. And what makes them ridiculous is that's where they want to be. Long as he can sell a little 200,000 pay-per-view, they really think they conquered the world with 200,000 pay-per-view buys.
When Tank fought Issac Cruz, and Cruz was giving him problems and landing on him. They panned the camera to Floyd, and Floyd was looking and turning away when he would get hit and acting like, shit, this fool's gonna get knocked out. You know,
Floyd knows, and I've said this on so many lives, but I have to say it again. Floyd knows what Gervonta Davis is. Floyd is about. Floyd fucking knows. He knows that this is not the guy. Like he's not the way that I was. He's not like me. You feel me? If anything, not to say that Shakur and Devin are the spitting image of Floyd because they're actually not as boxers. Floyd, I do think Floyd was a cut above a lot of people as a young fighter. That's why at 17-0 he became a champion against a very experienced champion in Gennaro Hernandez, right? Yep. But the shit is, these other guys are more like Floyd than Tank. Tank is just a puncher. That's all. You just a puncher, bro. You're not all that. You just a puncher.
You're right. When was the last time Tank fought?
Floyd wouldn't lose rounds to Issac Cruz or Rolly Romero or a one-footed Gamboa.
Right, the kid who rode the short bus.
That's what I'm saying. Are you really out here losing rounds to a dude? He the only dude in Vegas with a Jerry curl. Like, fam, you could get all kinds of different haircuts. You the only dude in the whole of Las Vegas with a fucking Jerry curl. He got like a Jerry curl mixed with like a Jersey Shore kind of haircut. Like, bro, you could get any kind of haircut, bro. Why would you get that shit?
Rolly's jab was giving Tank problems during that fight before he knocked him out. It was amazing.
Just think about what you said, country. Rolly's jab.
I know.
Tank had 27 tune-up fights.
Bro, his whole career is a keep busy fight, bro. His whole career is a keep busy fight.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Oh, Lord. No.
Oh, Lord. His mic bugging out.
Yeah, his mic bugging, man.
Yeah, his mic.
Jay, you're cutting in and out, brother.
Yeah, I can't hear shit.
Hey, dude, everyone on the panel, I just want to ask, how long is it going to take for people to realize that Tank ain't shit? How long?
I'm going to tell you. Let me tell you. So, once Shakur Stevenson leave 130, right, and he go up to 35, it's going to be full blown because you already got them saying that about Devin. Meanwhile, they've been saying that about Loma and everybody else. Then they're going to start saying it about Shakur. And that's going to be the straw that break the camel back. They're like, hold up. So you never fucking fought Loma. You never fought Farmer. You never fought Lopez. You never fought Cambosos. You didn't even try to fight him, even though his promoter, he said, yeah, biggest fight is Tank. You know what I'm saying? Trying to sell that bullshit. And I said, man, Tank ain't worried about your fucking belts. He don't care about them shits. Bang. You ain't fight shit, fam. And when they see that, okay, now you're not even fighting the Americans. Like, you know, you could do the Johnny Foreigner thing because Loma from the Ukraine. You could do that, but you can't do that when both guys speak English and they could talk back. Like, fam, don't talk shit about me. Don't talk shit about me. Devin already started on Gilly the Kid podcast. He's like, fam, if he wanted to fight me, he got the shit to be my mandatory. And when that shit picks up steam, that's when people gonna get tired of that shit.
I mean, I guess he's like Canelo, doesn't want to face Black American fighters.
Let me just point this out.
Yeah, but
the only belt organization that is given consideration is the WBA. Now the WBA, they're being sleazy about this shit, and they're not going to order that. They're just going to keep protecting him, and so are these other PBC fighters.
Well, it's not even about them ordering it because that much we know that they're not going to order that fight.
Even if they do order, they're not going to make it, right?
The real shit is that it's what Devin said. If you wanted that, you could get that because you have the trinket that you need for that. That if your goal was, all right, well, I'm trying to get Devin in the ring, you actually have the shit to get him in the ring. You just don't want to. And the more times Devin and Bill get out there and let people know that remind them, like, fam, if he wanted us, what they need to do is ignore him. And if an interviewer asks them about the shit, they got to do what Shakur did on the Boxing Voice. Fam, don't ask me about him. Ask him about me. Feel me? Because y'all keep asking me about him. It's not up to me. He got to want it. So ask him about me. Don't just attach my name to him because then it's going to look like I'm calling him out. No. I got all the shit. I'm the undisputed. You ain't nothing but a secondary. Like, you're not really a champion. And whenever they bring your name up, I'm gonna tell people that, like, yo, you don't have a real belt, fam. You got the Rocky Fielding belt. You got the Rocky Fielding belt.
What year was it that he actually held the title? I don't remember. How long ago?
Bro, that shit was so many years ago.
It was 2017.
The real one that he held was the IBF at 130, and then he fought that No Hope of Cuellar for the full WBA. By all rights, he shouldn't have got it because Machado had already beat Corrales for the real WBA. But 9 months after that, they came up with a super for Davis and demoted Machado, which was some slime bullshit. Like, that was some true slime bullshit. But that's how you know they're gonna do anything to protect that kid, B.
I think another thing that can happen is something like with Wilder and Fury, where they get one of the top guys coming off a long layoff and it blows up in their face.
Bro, why you think they brought Abner Mares out the retirement home? They wheeled him out one eye. Who you think that's for, bro?
Well, PBC has no product because, like we can like rag on Tank, but maybe 200,000 buys is like what they think is a success is because they're wheeling Abner Mares out of a fucking freezer to put in on an undercard. Like, wow. They got nothing.
Look at how they treat their fighters, but you can't have a fighter fight one time a year. Like, I'm so mad about Jermell fighting in 2023 when he fought one time.
That's disappointing, man. When I heard that was so disappointing.
They're broke. They can't admit that they're broke.
They not. Thank you, because that's the same shit I was about to say. Like, fam, they cannot afford to have all these guys fighting 2 times a year. It's like if they don't get them out there, it's because they can't fucking afford to get them out there.
They can't. Here's a kicker: they can't afford it. And these guys ain't selling shit for them to afford it.
That's the other thing, that you put out pay-per-views like Ruiz versus Ortiz. Where's the fucking profit margin, fam? You put out a pay-per-view earlier this year. Was that this year? Martin versus Ortiz. Who the fuck you think? Who want to buy that?
Who did buy that, actually?
Hey, Jules, Al Heyman's just basically taking that Kathy Duba blueprint and, okay, we'll put these pay-per-views on. You got 0 guaranteed purse, though.
Really? Who, like, you putting shit on TV? The only guy that you could put on pay-per-view and he'll bring you something back is Davis, but he not bringing you back a lot. Like, you keep acting like 200,000 or a little under 300,000. Oh, that's a killing, fam. 30 to 40% of that got to go to the fucking cable and satellite company, the operational costs. Y'all not killing it with that bullshit. Then want to lie about what Canelo did. It's like, yo, y'all so petty. It's it's unprecedented mediocrity. Like it's really unprecedented. Like it's like, fam, y'all motherfuckers ready to say any old bullshit out here. That's why Floyd's saying this and Leonard's saying that. On one end, right? This is the funny shit. In one end, Floyd don't want them kids bothering Tank. But on the other end, Leonard, well, they all got to fight Tank because all roads lead to Tank. Floyd just said that, leave him alone. Didn't you see what Floyd said? Your boss said, leave Tank alone. So let them leave Tank alone.
Jules, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, cool.
Jules, did you make a little relay on the smirking you were doing that Matchroom and DAZN won all those ESPN mid season awards?
Oh yeah, I mean I didn't do one on it yet. I did a tweet about it that a lot of people you know, some Brits, they like to shit on DAZN as a product, and they like to pretend that nobody watches those fights and nobody watches those cards. But this is an ESPN award, you know what I mean? Like, you have to vote for the categories. You have to vote what's the fight of the year, the women's fight of the year. When all you got to vote for all that. And when people voted, it was a clean sweep for DAZN. And those was Matchroom shows. That's the
on
other
ESPN.
Matchroom shows.
On ESPN, Jules. You just said
On the
ESPN.
ESPYs. On the motherfucking ESPYs. All right? But let these weird internet people and whatever issues they have in their lives, they'll tell you that a Frank Warren show is better than the Matchroom show at the fucking Copper Box. Like, fam, won't you, man? Fuck out of here, my guy. Katie and Amanda fought at Madison Square Garden, and you over here talking about the Copper Box. Sounding fucking stupid.
Bro, Batelbiev and Smith, they fought in the Hulu Theater, and the other one, they fought on the main ground. So that makes sense.
Katie and Amanda fought in the big room. Artur fought in the Hulu, and I'm not knocking Artur, but it's a perspective. Like, are you trying to really convince the world that Matchroom ain't doing it big? Why they won all these awards? Why Katie and Amanda in the big room and Artur in the little room?
I tweeted Alexis, and I still ain't never got an answer about that ESPN award show with DAZN.
I'm not sure how many of you guys have been able to go to a Matchroom show, but my friend went to Haney versus Jojo Diaz, and he says, like, yeah, they really do treat it like a night out, like Cyril's like special
They
event.
do what they do is as Eddie Hearn took the Dana White, like when you go to a UFC card, it's an all day event. There's fucking let's party, let's have a good time. There's titties around.
Exactly.
I mean, who doesn't like Jules? Who doesn't like to see titties at fights?
Exactly. The
And
fuck?
they go hand in hand, man.
It's like ketchup and mustard on a hot dog. Titties and fights.
Could you imagine if every fighter went to Matchroom? Oh, how beautiful would that be?
Well, that's
how beautiful would
unfortunately.
it be?
Let me read these two super chats. Haney gets undisputed at 140 pounds. Will it happen? I don't believe
power,
it.
Yeah. No,
No, it won't.
absolutely
It
not.
won't. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons why it won't. Not exclusive to the boxing. Deed says Premier broke champions. Ain't that the most
Premier, bro? There's nothing premier about them, bro. Like, I hate them, bro.
Bro, what's Premier about Danny Garcia? Somebody need to tell me.
$80
I don't
for
know.
Charles Martin.
The Caesar.
There will be first of all,
you knocked out Amir Khan.
First of all, I don't know.
You know
who
what
said
it should be called
I
is
don't know
premier professional bag pumpers, PBF. That's it.
All I gotta say is there will be no "I walk the earth as a god" Charles Martin slander while I'm here, please.
I walk this earth like a god. Nobody can.
Why didn't all the Wilder fans who said that Luis Ortiz is the scariest guy around? Why didn't they buy the fight?
Exactly.
Ooh,
I mean, the main thing is that, and I've
He's
said
famous
this.
for losing. He's famous for losing. I don't get it.
Yes, he is. That the main thing is Luis Ortiz's best win is getting knocked out 2 times. So how many fans is that going to get you? How many paying customers? Your claim to fame is getting knocked out.
And one other thing, don't we not know his actual age?
He's so old. His birth certificate is in hieroglyphs, man.
That's what I was about to say. Like, isn't it like? Doesn't he lie about his age?
Bro, they wrote his shit on papyrus paper, fam. That's how it is.
Him, and if you think Frankie Sanchez is 28 years old, get the fuck out of here. Good
luck turning Frankie Sanchez into a draw. Motherfuckers can hate on me all they want. They could think, oh, you want some. fam, I'm just telling you, people don't want to watch that shit. Whatever. People don't want to watch that shit. That pity pat, nah, fam. Least of all from the big men. They don't want to watch that shit. Boxing fans have always been the hardest critics. It takes a unique set of ingredients to win them over. And I'm not knocking Frankie. I hope that training under Joe Goosen makes him more offensively minded. I actually hope it works. But I'm just telling you, people don't want to see that shit. Especially not at the big weights.
That's why I want to see Fulton get knocked out so badly, bro. I can't
Anybody
stand it.
that
What you like? You don't like Fulton? What you got against Fulton?
I just don't like watching him, bro.
Hey, Jules. Dara Ryan says the way Jack Johnson avoided Luis Ortiz was shameful.
It wasn't right. It wasn't right.
Do you guys really think Frank Sanchez is that old?
I would put Frankie Sanchez at 35. He has a 35, 36-year-old face.
He got the Fred Sanford
hairline, bro. The hairline.
Yeah, he got the Fred Sanford.
If he's
I need
28
to ask
years
this.
old, I got beachfront property.
Go ahead, Leo. Go ahead, Leo.
Go Leo.
Go ahead, Leo.
Okay, are you serious? That's the official age of Frankie Sanchez?
Oh, yeah.
28? Nah.
No, it's not.
Julius, I'm 26. I'm 26, bro. And I'm flipping out. He can't be 28. He's about 40. He's about 35, 36, 40 plus, man. He can't be 28.
He's at least.
He 38 if he ain't fucking 40, bro. But he damn sure ain't 27. And the main thing is, and we've talked about this, that the next generation, Top Rank has a couple of Puerto Rican kids that's pretty good. And no, I'm not talking about Edgar Berlanga. That Armani kid is pretty good. That Armani kid is pretty good. Bowser's pretty good. Zayas is pretty good. Then you look over at the other up-and-comers. Torres is a fun little fucking heavyweight. I don't know if he ever going to win a title, but he a fun little fucking heavyweight to watch. He looks like a Jonas brother. He looks like Ron Jeremy meets Nick Jonas. You know what I'm saying? Knock him out and then go shoot porn. I seen him yesterday. He had the porn stash.
How did Barboza look yesterday? I missed it.
Anybody that trains under Joe Goosen should get a little bit more entertaining and dress better after being around Joe.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm gonna say they got Bruce Carrington, they got Keyshawn Davis, Kelvin Davis, Jared Anderson is about to come back. Like, they good. Top Rank has their next wave of guys. We know Matchroom got their wave of guys. They got Pacheco, they got Castro, they got Bam. They got guys. You know what I mean? They got girls too.
True. Sky Sports getting a couple of, up and coming, so they're gonna build them up.
Everybody has, even Frank has Nick Ball. You feel me? And Hamza Shiraz. Even Frank got guys that's gonna carry the shit for the next, let's say, 2 to 3 years. But when you think about PBC, it's not that you don't have no one beating up and comers. It's look at who they are. Michelle Rivera. His claim to fame is his haircut kind of makes him look like Ali if he wears the white trunks. That's his claim to fame. That he really looked like Julian Jackson when you really look at him. But that's his claim. And Rayo.
You're talking about Gervonta's next fight? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, that kid.
It's gonna be him, Abner Mars. No. It's gonna be him, Cruz 2, and then Abner, and then I don't know who else after that. Oh no, Frank Martin. It's gonna be Frank Martin after that. That's what it's gonna be.
I don't think it's gonna be Frank Martin.
Well, this fight is so long when it's putting me to sleep. For fuck's sake.
The Cruz rematch.
I don't doubt Frank Martin. I don't know.
You know why I don't think it's gonna be? Because he's trying to get Rolly for Martin right now. Errol is his promoter, Frank Martin's promoter, and he's trying to get Rolly Romero. But I think that would be a 140-pound contest, though.
Martin gonna whip his ass.
Yeah, one likely.
I really.
What about Rayo? Maybe they give him to him early.
The shit with Rayo is actually a good, talented little fighter. But are you really gonna build him? Because see, if it's me, right? Look, Rolly ain't shit. All right. So Rayo, I need you to go in there and just beat the fuck out of this guy because that'll get you on the map. Or it's like Gervonta Davis is your reference point for any fight. If you're on the PBC and we're talking about PBC fighters, Gervonta is your yardstick from 135 to 140. So if you're building Rayo, you have to get him the guys that Javante fought so that you can show that Rayo is on the level. So you get Rayo, Cruz, and Romero. Nobody wants to see Gamboa get the shit beat out of him again, but that's how you would play it. And I don't see them doing that. So I do wonder, like, yeah, Rayo's talented. I don't even think he's bad, but who are you going to put him in there that's going to build him? Because that's the blueprint. That's how you do it. You got to put them in there with guys that people know that they seen them before against somebody. And who y'all got?
PBC fighter development is terrible. I mean, like, Wilder was never that like talented coming out of the Olympics,
Wait,
but
what do you mean
that
terrible?
dude
It's
didn't fight
non-existent.
nobody.
That's what I said.
fights.
I was like, what talent development?
Yeah, it's non-existent, brother. There is no talent development.
Listen, there's no. I'm gonna tell you what their talent development is like. They had an unbeaten prospect and took Nyambiar, a Mongolian, who they shelved for a year, and a year later they give him a title shot. Why would a guy with under 15 fights be sitting on the shelf for a fucking year? What the fuck do y'all got going on over any other outfit? You see how you see how Matchroom, for example, every other fucking fight you see Mark Castro in his big ass mouth. Every other fight. Every other fight you see Mark Castro or Pacheco or Jock Barvis. You always see they unbeaten Nikita Abibi or Ababi or Alibaba or whatever.
He's not good.
Yeah,
he's not good, but they get him fights. Now, talent development at the PBC is to shelf the guy for a year and then, okay, go fight Gary Russell for a title. Bro, you've been sitting on the shelf for a year. How is that getting him ready for a title fight?
Look what happened to, what's his name? Terrell Gausha.
Yup.
That was horrible.
Hey, Jules, how come we've never seen that Nikita Bobby dude like get it like rise any higher than whatever he was?
Because he sucks.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you, country. I think Eddie picked him up because remember when Eddie picked him up? Nikita Ababi was one of the first fighters that Matchroom signed when DAZN debuted in America. And I don't think they realized that, like, just because he's in the New York circuit, that don't really mean he good. You should have focused all your energy on the West Coast circuit because you over here still thinking that New York is a fight town. The best fighter to come out of New York in recent memory to me is Bruce motherfucking Shushu Carrington. All right. You see how Berlanga looking, right? He from New York. You see how he looking, right?
He was looking so good.
All the real fighters, a lot of the real fighters, and you just got to call a spade a spade. The proliferation of young, great fighters is really on the West. Bruce is one of the few fighters out of the East Coast that it's like, yeah, this kid is really good, man. Like, he's really fucking good. But the rest of these guys, nah, man. Edgar Berlanga, Nikita Abibo,
White Chocolate, Bobby.
Bro, you shouldn't have signed him just because of White Chocolate, fam. Like, you really want people to call you that?
He has a nice little Naruto tattoo on his chest.
You got the Logan Paul haircut.
He even does a fake little hula dance at the end of his fight, like knockouts and stuff.
He's not good. He's not good whatsoever.
He really ain't. He really, and I don't know what the fuck. I feel like he's in a very similar place to Nico Ali Walsh, to where at some point, motherfuckers just gonna have to decide what the fuck they gonna do with you, bro, because you ain't winning the title.
And it's crazy shit. And he beat Austin Williams in the amateurs, but he'd get washed by him now. It's crazy.
Maybe he was and that's what I mean, that when they picked him up, it must have been because of the amateur circuit of the New York, the New York circuit, because that's where they found him. He was in Brooklyn. Yeah. And it must have been because of the amateur success, because obviously he didn't have, I think he debuted with them as a professional, I think. And it's like, yo, what the fuck y'all gonna do with him, fam? Like, who he gonna beat? Who?
Nobody.
He said Nico. Is that Ali's grandson?
No,
I heard that. I heard that somewhere.
That's not.
I heard that somewhere.
How did you find that out? I never knew that.
Me neither. I found out today.
You would think they would promote him more if that was his grandson.
They honestly should promote him better.
I don't think they mention it enough that Ali is his grandfather. That's just me. They don't say that shit enough during the broadcast. They should tell people, this is Ali's grandson, right?
The jacket, the Ali shuffle.
I have a question for you guys.
Yeah, Leo.
We're talking about Gervonta Davis, and this question pops up on my mind. Can you point out a musician, an artist, like a rapper, that the music is all right, it's all right, but the amount of clout that he gets because what he do, what he says, the people that associate is so large that doesn't compare with the quality of his art.
Mystical when I was young. Or for that, shake your ass. Watch, like I wasn't. I'm just being honest that a lot of people they really liked that shit right when it came out, but I'm like this some old whatever. Like you really get in the studio, like, and I worked in the studio.
His New York is showing.
And I'm like, yo, you really be in the studio, what, 125 an hour, 500 an hour? You got to do multiple tracks. You got to lay the tracks in the ad lib. And this the bullshit. You go in there and say, hey, what's tell me what you like, fam, you sound like somebody old drunk uncle. Tell me what you're working with. and people
at a barbecue, no doubt.
At a barbecue. And I'm like, people like when that shit came out, people really like that shit, but it's like, yo, y'all really like this is good. This is good, like for a party. Yeah, don't get it twisted. Like, yeah, but like I'd rather hear Sean Paul at a party than some fucking Mystical. You know what I mean? Like, just give me the light and pass the door. The bitch is gonna start whining. It's gonna get crazy. Bitch is gonna start sweating. He's gonna start sweating. It's gonna get crazy. But when Mystical came out with that song, that is the most adequate parallel that I have. That I'm like, yeah, Mystical got a lot of I guess attention for that song. But I personally, given the quality of the lyrics or the lack thereof, I was like, yo, what the fuck is this? What is this shit? That's Davis.
It's unfortunate
because
that Brian's probably
to me he reminds me of like Memphis Bleak.
Out, man. I really am. I'm
so chill. Memphis Bleak is money. Money hold a shot, call a blunt, smoke a high roller. That's not chill. Bleak, I wouldn't say, because Bleak never had a lot of clout, right? Nobody heralded, if we're looking for a parallel, well, nobody heralded Memphis Bleak as the next guy, the way they're like heralding Gervonta as some kind of a guy. So I wouldn't say that. And Memphis Bleak's first album was I ain't going front. I ain't going front. It was I bought the shit. It was
I see the whole Jay-Z thing with like, Floyd is Jay-Z and then Gervonta is Bleak, but yeah.
So that's not a bad parallel when I think about it. They're like, yeah, I could see that. Floyd being Jay and but you know what, man? Look, all that shit aside, Gervonta has yet to get my money. And it's not because I never spent money on a PBC pay-per-view. I have. I say it all the time. But you, motherfucker, you little butterball, you ain't never going to get my money. Till you fight somebody, you're never going to get my money.
I'm going to always stream that shit.
See, I think that Ellaby and Floyd are forever going to hold him back from those fights, no matter what.
Well, it's only, the other thing is that they want to turn the situation into something that is very perverse, to where that your fighter can only regress fighting these kinds of people. He will not get better over time. He'll get hit more. He'll become more complacent and capitulate more. He won't get better fighting the fighters that he's fighting because they're all cut from the same cookie cutter. You're just repeating the same thing over and over. You put him in there with guys that don't stand a chance, that often make mistakes in a fight, and that's how he wins. Because, yo, dog, you lost at least at where you shouldn't lose no rounds to a Rolly. You lost at least 3 of them shits, and that's 3 too many. Hell, 1 is 1 too many to a Rolly. Yeah, and your guy, he did lose a couple of rounds. So to me, it's just a question of when, because he is on borrowed time. You can't do this forever.
I think they can. I really do. Bro, I argued with somebody yesterday, said that Leo was a good fucking good fight for him. Because Leo was coming away, he's a good name. I don't even know how that made sense. You see, they fool people into thinking that that's like a good fight. So I don't know. I think they can.
But I promise you, the dude that said that didn't buy that fucking fight. I promise.
No, he did not. No, he's my friend actually.
Yeah.
He's my friend.
Tank's next opponent is gonna be on the undercard of the fucking Mares versus Gamboa pay-per-view.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And if they put him in there, if they have the fucking audacity to put him in there with an old ass Abner Mares, they have no shame, because by all rights, Abner Mares shouldn't even be fucking fighting. He shouldn't be fighting.
Jules, you know they're gonna do it. You know to do it.
That's why he came back for. As soon as I saw his name, oh, he's coming back. It's for Tank. It's obvious. I see it.
It has to be, because what other money fight is out there for a one-eyed fighter that campaigns at or around these weights? That's the only money fight there for him.
Is that a money fight though?
I mean, because he's of Mexican descent, yeah.
I mean, Jules, if they put Tank in there with Gamboa, you know they'll do it with Mares. You know they will.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. They fucking put him in there with Leo, right? And Leo got a bigger guarantee than Javante did.
Hello.
And then Mexican fans pay for fights. Like if there's no soccer on TV, they'll pay for it.
And no wonder Leo's living fat over there in Chile off that payday.
Leo, he is. That motherfucker hasn't had to make featherweight in 3 years, bro. So you know he got You seen the cheeks? Nice cheeks on there.
Man, I'm telling you, if Tank was smart, he would have left those guys and he would reach it. He would have started hitting his potential possibly.
Tank does not want to work for his money, and it's just a common sense argument. Why go over there and had to fight these guys, right? When I could just stay over here and they'll roll out the fake red carpet, which is really the red beach towel, but is red carpet, right? I said it. He not gonna go to Top Rank, fam. Why the fuck would he do that? Bob gonna make him fight people. He don't want to fight people. Not gonna go to Matchroom,
right?
And when you have to do sucker shit like say, "Oh, I don't like Mayweather Promotions, did not pay me enough," and then as soon as the fight's over, talk about, "Oh, I'm still Mayweather Promotions. That's my dog." All that,
all that shit was a cooked up beat.
I said
it was a work. It was a giant work.
Exactly.
I said it was fake. I said from the get-go. Because they did it before, didn't they?
That it's a fabricated drama. Every so often, periodically, there's a Mayweather versus Davis fallout. It's been going on for 4 to 5 years. Like when he was on his hashtag free Tank. Remember that shit? Yeah, he had a falling out then. Like, oh, you got people watching me to see how I spend my money. He said some shit. It's like this literally happens every other year. That's why I was like, bro, this beef, for all we know, is just a lame-ass way to try to sell his bum-ass fight. That's all it really is, because they need an angle. So what's the angle? Oh, this Tank final fight under Mayweather Promotion.
Well, Ronan7 in the comments said Tank proved his ambition by saying he didn't call for the big names. It was a stupid thing to admit, but at least we know. I agree. I mean, why would you, as a fighter, even admit that on live TV when you know your whole career is about fighting the best, or supposed to be? But that's very tongue in cheek in his case, man. But
have you noticed nobody's called him out on that? I swear, I haven't seen anybody say anything about that. All that.
The other thing is though that because Tank is not holding nothing up, right? Think about it. Devin had the undisputed fight, right? And we still stand to get good fights that don't even involve Javante Davis. Think about it. We might get Devin versus Loma or Shakur versus Loma after, assuming they do their Cambosos rematch, which I hope they don't. I hope they just go straight for Devin versus Loma. The shit is that the people that want to see certain fights at lightweight, they still gonna get those fights. And what you're going to see is clout chasing. That's why Leonard is taken to social media now. Everybody knows Shakur on the brink of leaving 130. They know he's going to go up there and mix it up with either Loma or whoever the fuck up there. And Leonard is going to have to try to make it seem like, oh, Davis is still the man. Even if Devin undisputed. Even if Davis is the man of what, fam? But fighting Gamboa? What is he the man of?
Yeah, and cheeseburger belts.
Fucking Junior Whopper belt. He the man of the Junior Whopper belt.
Junior Whopper belt. That's funny.
I mean, come on, guys. He beat Rolly Romero, one of the biggest punchers ever at lightweight.
He had it his way.
He a top
Oh,
10.
because of that fight, he's pound for pound. He's pound for pound. People put him number 1 and number 2.
Yeah,
Sake.
he runs the shit. He runs his boxing shit.
Runs this boxing shit, yo. What's boxing without Rolly Romero, bro? I don't even know.
It's nothing. It doesn't
Fucking
exist.
nothing, bro. But on some real shit, that's why Leonard has decided now, because Leonard kind of took a hiatus from social media to where he wasn't saying a whole lot. He wasn't really saying much.
Well, hasn't
And now,
he said enough already? I mean, geez, we went
no,
from
but you saw that
to
like
not
for a while
about
he
Eddie
got a little
Hearn.
bit quiet. He got a little bit quiet, right? And then now that you hearing that Shakur, because Shakur very recently said, unless my next fight is a unification match, I'm not going back to 30. He just said that. Everybody know he's on the verge of going to 35. He's a stallion. Devin Haney is undisputed. Need I say more? And what Leonard is trying to do now is, well, Tank's still the man, yo. Bro, your boy is going to fight in fights that are behind a paywall that nobody give a fuck about. And you trying to deviate the attention from Shakur and Devin over to your boy. But they going to fight in fights that people want to see, and you ain't going to have to pay to see them. Whereas your boy, his shitty ass fights is going to be behind a paywall. Y'all never going to really tell people what the cruise numbers were. You know what I mean? It's a reason for that. Y'all going to try to read that. And what you going to do with Rivera? Well, if you put that shit on pay-per-view, what it's going to do? Who know Rivera, aside from us, that ain't buying the fight?
And it goes back to that larger point, like I was saying, Jules. They can't age out Shakur or Devin.
Nope.
And it goes against their racial narrative where like everybody is avoiding the black fighters like Canelo. And Ellerby's trying to get ahead of all that shit. Like, what are you doing to these other black fighters that you say everybody else was ducking your guys?
That's what I wanted to say, but I don't like to go in that direction. But that's what I mean. That like you can't do with Loma. I mean, you can't do with them what you did with Loma. You can't spin it that way because these are young, homegrown American fighters that you talking about. So you can't do with them what you did with Loma. Now it's gonna to the people that are supposed to be your key demographic. It's gonna look more obvious that fam, you've been ducking all this time. Don't y'all realize this kid never gonna fight in a fight that you ask him to be in? It's never gonna happen. Shakur, and I'm gonna say this: if Shakur fights Loma and he beats him, that's gonna be the nail in the coffin for Gervonta Davis. You telling me that young Shakur Stevenson, 23, whatever fucking years old he is, if he go up there and he give us the Loma fight that your bitch ass never gave us, he the man. He gonna be the man to a lot of people. He gonna be the man to a lot of people. I don't think it's gonna come down to Devin and Shakur because Devin is on his way to 40. Outside of Kambosos rematch or Lomachenko, I don't see him staying there because if you stay there for what, bro? For what? What's there outside of that? So he on his way to 40. Young Shakur moves up. Hypothetically speaking, when he faces Loma, let's say it's not this year. Let's say it's next year towards the end. If he beat that man, you telling me he not going to cross over? Remember, it's not just us that like Vasyl Lomachenko, right? It's the audience that criticize Loma, that don't like Loma. He will be in high regards with both the people that like Loma and the
Jules,
people
can I just say, look at these young fighters now. Look, Devin Haney's what, 22, 21, 22? Same thing with the Shakur. How long are these lot going to be fighting for? And look, they're already champions. That's what I'm trying to say. They're young, under 25, and they're world champions, two-weight world champion, and plus, unified, and one is undisputed. Well, Tank is 27. I think Tank is going to be fighting for his whole fucking life, just the way Mayweather's doing.
Look, he's 27, right? But in their mind, and I'm gonna say this, and I don't really care who it offends. In some of these guys' minds, at 27, you could still be a baby. That's like in some of these guys' mind, look, to me, after 21, 22, you a man, fam. You might be dumb, but you still a man. And Tank is a grown ass man.
Yeah. And once you hit 25, you're a grown ass man.
Yeah, and they view Tank as still being like a they view him as like a young guy. You know what I mean? Like how Devin is young and Shakur is young and Ryan is young and Teofimo. Those is young guys, fam. You not a young guy. You coming up on 30 damn near. You 2-3 years away from 30.
He's closer to 30 than fucking 25.
That's what I'm saying. You closer to 30 than you are to 20. So you are not a child. But they view him as that. And it's like, well, it's a reason for that shit. It's a reason, like, fam, if you coming up on 30, you not a child. You supposed to be able to talk for yourself. Why Leonard got to do all your talking for you? You a grown-ass man.
Javante gets burped by Ellerby.
When he was on Gilly podcast, right, he had the demeanor of a child. To be honest, I never, like, fam, like, why you sitting, like, hey, fam. But what I liked about Shakur, I saw an interview with him on the Boxing Voice. Chest out, not sitting like a little bird. Like, listen, fam, stop talking to me about Tank, fam. Ask Tank about me. I'm not trying to be sitting here every interview talking about Tank. Like, he checked the shit, and he wasn't trying to take shots at Tank. He was more like, yo, I'm not trying to look like I'm riding nobody wave. Like, if y'all really want that shit, ask him about it. That's how you and how old is Shakur? He younger than Tank.
He was very forthright and very mature in his answer about that, and he looked it and sounded it and everything, you know.
That's how.
And I like, and being with Jay Prince ain't gonna let Ellerby run that fuck shit, and Ellerby knows that.
Gonna put him in a closet again.
That's the other thing, Leonard. Which is why I'm really gonna get on my pro New Jersey shit, even though the New Yorker in me's like, man, fuck out of here. But I'm gonna get on my pro New Jersey shit. I'm really gonna promote a lot of Shakur Stevenson shit. I'm gonna sell Shakur Stevenson socks and t-shirts for the next 12 minutes. Because the game changer.
Jules, he's Puerto Rican. He's Latino.
He Puerto Rican like me, except I'm not Puerto Rican, but it is what it is. I'm actually Dominican, but
Ukrainian.
And Ukrainian and Scottish.
And
I'm Duncan McCockiner.
And Kryptonian.
I'm Duncan McCockiner of the clan McCockiner. But the reason that Shakur going up there is a game changer is because between Shakur and Devin, boxing fans are going to get the fights that they want. Separately, of course, because I don't see them fighting each other. But they are going to get the fights that they want from both. And it's going to create an environment where people going to eventually look over at Tank like, who is this that you're fighting, bro? And who did they beat? If that's going to be the game changer, because Drew said it better than I could. The demographic that fuck with you, they also fuck with them. And what they going to want is for you to fight them, because there ain't no other fighter. You can't dump it on this guy or dump it on that guy. You know how, like, oh, we don't want Maul to fight Andre. We want them both to fight Canelo. You don't have an option like that at 35. They are the guys to fight at 35. Or they will be Shakur, Devin, Davis.
And then Jules, don't forget, don't let Keyshawn get active and just work his shit out too.
Beat the shit out everything, bro. He is.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
everything.
There's nowhere for Tank to run. There's like all these young Black American fighters that are.
And
there.
that's the beauty. That's the beauty of the situation.
Black fighters. He ducks black fighters.
He does though. All he want to do is try to ride the Chicano wave, and it's fucking tactless and tacky. It's a disservice. A lot of the shit that he do is justified by the culture. Let me tell you something. You're doing a disservice to the culture because you're not representing excellence the way that Devin is. Devin said, fuck dad, fuck the teddy bear, fuck the blankie, let's go to Australia.
Yep. He did what he had to do.
But explain Crawford, though, because they treat him like that, too. But he's like a generational talent. Like, he's literally everything they fucking talk about, and they still do that to him.
But I'll say this. The dynamic is different. Because for the longest time, a lot of people have had Vasyl Lomachenko to hate. Now, let's not kid ourselves. He's not a young man anymore.
Right.
It's the beginning of the end for him. I view this as it could be the beginning of the end. What I mean by that is you don't have him to deflect. Not in a little while, it's going to be about Devin, Davis, Stevenson. You don't have a deflection. There is no one else at 35, or there won't be. When Devin moves up, Shakur's coming. And what you gonna say? Who you gonna use as a distraction or a deflection? Who you gonna use? The demographic that normally makes excuses for Davis, they're gonna want that Stevenson fight, bro. They're gonna be the ones that ask for it.
And the difference between Crawford is there was only one Crawford. There's Davis, there's Haney, there's Shakur, there's Keyshawn.
I mean, Andre Ward, they didn't like him either.
Well, that depends. They liked him when it came to Kovalev. Here's the problem. There won't be a Kovalev at 35.
Yeah. They liked him when it came to that Triple G nonsense. That's the only time.
Like, what basically it's like, as long as Vasil Lomachenko is there, they can always deflect by saying, well, I want Shakur versus Loma, or I want Devin versus Loma. That'll be the credo, right? For a little while. But he's on his way out. And if and when Shakur beats him, you won't have him to lean on. Then it's going to be simple. Stevenson, Davis. What's the problem? You're both East Coast fighters. What is the problem? You'll see.
Just on what's it called? On a separate point, Ade, man, he's doing so well. Part of it, man.
I'm kind of lost. What do you think? Should I get off my ass and drive 20 minutes east to go to the fight right now?
Yeah.
I'm too late.
It's Ryan Garcia,
get a good seat.
But it's Ryan Garcia, bro.
But
yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say. It's Ryan Garcia. Do you really want to show your support for him?
It's the MLB All-Star Weekend. The Dodgers are playing, so there's a lot of Chicana titties out right now too. So,
bro, you could probably walk outside your house, spit in the wind, and hit a Chicana titty, bro.
Why does this guy look like this guy looks like Bow Wow? Tell me,
that's Lamont Roach. That's Lamont Roach.
Hey, dude, do you really want to support Ryan Garcia, man?
I like how Lamont Roach came out in Laker colors, though. That's smart. I like that.
That's smart. That is smart. I ain't go front.
Lamont, la cucaracha.
La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene.
Hey, you heard what Shakur said about Crawford when he was like sparring with him and boxing with him a little bit? He said that was the worst ass whooping he ever got in the entire grind.
Yeah, I heard that. He said that.
Terrence Crawford.
Yo, you know what's crazy? You know that Felix. Wait, you can go. You can go.
No, I was just saying, like, he fought last in December, almost 7 months. What the fuck are these fighters doing nowadays, man? You need to be having, like, at least in a year, if you're up and coming, you need to have a minimum of at least 5-6 fights a year.
I agree.
That's what I was gonna say. You know that Crawford and Felix Diaz fight was only 6 fights ago? I saw that the other day. I was like, no way.
Bro, but it's because moving up the welterweight, if you look at how Crawford's schedule was before, he used to get out there quick, man. Like, you didn't used to have to wait.
That's what I'm saying. They really ruined him, bro.
Yeah, the PBC really messed him up by freezing him up.
And they'll never take responsibility for the shit, but it really is that y'all didn't want him to fight Thurman. Y'all didn't want him to fight Garcia. At the same time, y'all wanted to wait to do the Spence fight. And really, y'all didn't want to do it. Y'all just doing it now out of desperation because what other big fights can you make? What can you do?
And then Spence versus Bud happens. That's Bud's something come out for 1 year layoff too. If that happens, the fight. So.
Terrible.
Okay, but this also, what is this with Errol Spence and strap season now? Because with the lines of your promotional company, you got all the belts. Because the WBO wasn't recognized as a major belt by the PBC. You didn't show him in any rankings and your graphics. So now now we recognize the WBO as a legit belt.
Well, the narratives conflict, Leo, because they'll tell you that Spence versus Crawford is the premier fight because it's undisputed. In the same breath, tell you that belts don't matter. It's not intelligent motherfucking guys, man. I'm trying to think about it. If belts don't matter, Oscar, why you had Zerto fighting in eliminators? Why you trying to get Dimitri in the ring if belts don't matter? Bernard, if they don't matter, right? Hey, Leonard, if belts don't matter, right, and Davis the man without the belts, then what the fuck is so appealing about Crawford and Spence? The selling point is that it's for undisputed. Yeah, that's literally the selling point. They narratives cannot be reconciled. Like y'all, like you got. I'm gonna say it again. You got Floyd saying leave Tank alone, but you got Leonard saying all roads lead to death. So then, which fucking one is it then? Y'all want him to leave him alone or not?
All I gotta say though is Roberto Diaz got that sharp ass Tony Montana suit on right now, looking pretty clean though.
I dig it.
You see that,
How
Jules?
long
He
before the main event?
I don't know, but
There's two more fights after
We got one more fight. We got one more fight after this.
I was gonna ask you, Jules, being the way that Golden Boy and PBC are attacking Matchroom in Top Rank, they're at such a low level. It's hilarious. They're not even factors anymore on a day-to-day boxing blit. Like
You
they're
talking
not
about PBC?
PBC and Golden Boy. The way they're talking about the belts, and because even Aram, they got Aram's stable of like his farm system, like the Yankees. It's the best, so they'll always be in business. Golden Boys is okay, but they don't have the track record that Aram does.
I'll say this: Aram gonna be alright because he know like this. Like maybe he's just the evil genius, but he has played a lot of things very well, and he's played the lightweight division very well. He's delivered fights on a regular basis that people did want to see, even if it wasn't the Davis fight. He still delivered Lopez versus Lomachenko. He procured the undisputed lightweight title fight. Eventually, he did, and he has the heir apparent to that division because it's not Gervonta Davis. It's actually Shakur Stevenson, and it ain't a motherfucking nobody is beating that kid at that weight. There's nobody there with the style to beat him. The closest guy, right, is Loma, but he's aging.
And look at it this way, Jules. Look at all the fighters under 29 that are going to run from 35, 40, and 47. Who's going to have the run of those
you going to
divisions?
try to convince people that Michelle Rivera is better than Shakur Stevenson? Give me a break. Like, what you going to tell people? That Isaac Cruz is better? That Rolly Romero's better? Michelle Rivera, Rayo? These supposed to be the guy. Like, nah, Shakur going to be the it. And I believe that the plan is to have Shakur go up there and fight Loma. That's the plan. If not Devin. And whoever wins that fight is going to win fans on both sides. The ones that like Loma and the ones that don't. As long as they beat him decisively, you know.
Talking of Devin Haney, what's his next fight? Is it going to be the rematch? What's it looking?
It's mixed. It's a mixed bag because George is saying this, but Aram already said that he don't, he not crazy about the rematch. You could see that Aram don't want to have to do that shit, but George, he wants to run it back. So I don't know. M.A. Bustamante said, you mentioned in a live, some fans relate to this mediocrity level. Something about Tank's childlike mentardness that they see. Yeah, I mean, that's what birds of a feather flock together. That's the easiest way to put it. Birds of a feather. If you a man-child, you gonna like man-child ass shit. If you a man-child, and if you're not a man-child, you're not gonna gravitate towards those behaviors. You're 27 years old. What the fuck you need Leonard finishing sentences for you? You a grown man. And when you was in there with Gilly and the other cat that he did a bed, you look like a little kid in there. They asking you, tell you the truth, I never. What?
Yo, I just saw on Twitter, even Bernard Hopkins said the belts don't matter?
Yeah, he said that shit. But he's saying that.
Oh, no.
The one he go undisputed.
Ryan and Gervonta are the exact same thing, man.
Pretty much.
Yo, Ryan been saying some stupid shit as of recently, bro. I mean, he's always said some stupid shit, but just recently, bro. It's so much bad, so much worse.
Fam, that's why a part of me is hoping that Javier Fortuna could summon up the most Dominican super punch that was ever thrown by a Dominican. Because if Ryan loses tonight, that kills all that.
Oh, I can't wait. I wish.
No, I'm not saying that he's going to. I'm just saying that if he did, given all this dumb shit that he's been saying, wouldn't that just make Bernard feel like a sack of shit if Ryan lost tonight and Oscar? You're not an alternative. You're not an
Man.
alternative for like
Hey.
Davis. Davis could always say, "Oh, well, I want the Ryan fight as an alternative, right?" Well, if he loses tonight,
If
Oscar-
Ryan
I mean,
loses,
the belt
I
really
will
don't matter,
laugh
though.
my ass off the whole
Oscar might
night.
fuck
I
around and
will
OD if
laugh
that
my ass
happens.
off too.
And his time's coming. Eventually, someone's gonna come and knock his ass out.
I mean, as like I said, Fortuna's not, believe it or not, as much as we dislike Ryan, Fortuna's not a bad scalp to collect given where Ryan is in his career. It's not a bad scalp. It's a decent little fight that I think it should be entertaining because Fortuna, he is an action guy. Like he throws, he is an action guy and he's a southpaw. And Ryan's not proven to be head and shoulders above anybody yet. Out of the crop of young guys, he's at the bottom. Ryan don't have a higher fucking ceiling.
Ryan leaves himself open too. I mean, look at when he got caught in that one time.
He backs
got
away
put
with his hands down. He still does
Yeah,
that.
he got
Even
put on
into
his
to
ass.
go fight, he still does it.
Real
So
shit.
stupid.
So it's a good little situation. It's a good little fight. And let's see if fucking Javier Fortuna can't shock the world.
I hope he does.
I hope he does. I'm praying he does, man.
I'm gonna eat a chimney in his honor.
Leonard, the ones who would take that hit, it's Oscar, it's Bernard, it's Leonard, it's because y'all looking to Ryan for refuge. That we could always make that Ryan Garcia fight. We could just ride that one. If he lose tonight,
That's hilarious. Because
Bernard is right though. The belt really won't matter for him.
Ryan, Ellerby, Oscar, and they're so worked up about this shit that when they're talking about Ryan or they're talking about Devin or Shakur, they're blaming Eddie Hearn.
Yeah, and Eddie Hearn don't have shit to do with it. Like Devin ain't with Eddie, fam. What is the problem? Devin is not with Eddie. He's with
Devin-
Bob. But you don't want to beef with Bob. You don't want no problems with Bob. So
Hey,
let's
Jules,
talk about Eddie.
It don't matter. They're gonna blame Eddie regardless, man. They're always gonna say it's Eddie Hearn's fault.
Yo, I gotta say this, bro. I am so disappointed in Lawrence Okoli, bro. What's wrong with him?
Yeah.
What's wrong with him, bro?
Is
How do you switch up? How do you switch up like that? Like, is that really
It's
what
always-
success
listen,
does?
listen.
Is
I'm gonna
this
tell
a
you
potential
something.
bag fumble in progress?
No. He'll make money. He'll make money because what he is ungrateful.
Ungrateful.
And that like there's no like I'm not gonna jump to conclusions. That's why you don't see me going off about it a lot. I have questions because if you experience some kind of a negativity, well, what was it? He is not at this time at liberty to discuss whatever the fuck it is he has on his chest because he's still under contract with Matchroom. So what I'm doing is reserving judgment and waiting. But outside looking in, it's like, yeah, you seem ungrateful. When you was on the winning team, you reap the benefit of that because you by yourself with the way that you fight, motherfuckers really wouldn't have fucked with you. You got a lot of opportunities from being with 258 management, being alongside Anthony Joshua and Matchroom, which was the winning team at the time. Now, obviously, some difficulties have happened, but it's kind of ungrateful to turn around and do that when, they got you to that title, fam. Don't forget that. What I think gets lost in the sauce is, who do you think is paying for all these things in your career? Do you think the money just falls from the sky? Somebody has to invest in you. They invested in you, and this is how you repay them. It is what it is. You will reap what you sow.
It's true.
Yeah, but
That's
that comment of him being flipping or calling Eddie Hearn a slave master again.
Yeah,
Where
that's
does that
fucked up.
come from, man?
That's so
And
random to me. I don't
The
see anything.
And that's
that
why I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting because I'm not going to rush to judgment. I don't know what specifically he could have been talking about, but the most that I will say is if you're on your way out, right? Let's say it's me and I have hard feelings. I'm not going to do the shit you're doing because I'm on my way out. I'll show you how I feel when I leave. That's when I'll show you how I feel. I don't need to sit here and call you this A, B, C, and D. I don't need that's wasted energy doing that. Like, fam, when I leave and I go to Sky, that's when you'll know.
Dude, it's not the first time somebody's leaving someone, but you need to do it professionally because don't forget, if anything happens, you lose that belt. They Sky Sports, bro, they're done with you.
Well, let's be honest.
Richard
Riakporhe is more fun to watch than Lawrence Okoli.
I don't saying.
And I'm not saying Richard will beat him because Richard is a puncher. Lawrence's style, as awful as it is to watch, it works. It does work.
Yeah, it does work. It does work.
Yep.
The eyesore.
Hey, I got a question.
Can I add something to that, to the Okoli thing real quick?
Go ahead.
So if his plan is to go to Sky Sports with, I'm assuming, Boxer, I know he's talked about wanting to go up to heavyweight. All the fuck they have is Huey Fury, Michael Hunter, and then I think they have Joseph Parker. So that's what made me believe like maybe this is a bag fumble in progress, because it's not a lot of big names at heavyweight over there.
Well, let's say this, bro. If they want Lawrence, it's because of the belt that he got. A domestic clash with Richard Riakporhe and Lawrence Okoli makes a lot of money in the UK. I could tell you that right now. Not yet. When they build it, you know what I mean? Because even though Lawrence is an eyesore, Richard Riakporhe is fun to watch, bro. He knocked motherfuckers out, all right? Like, you could build that into a big fight. And I believe, they haven't said it because, you know, obviously we haven't seen no details of what they offered him. But I'm assuming that they want him to stay a cruiser. They want him to stay a champion because they want to buy up that division. That's what I think is going on. Outside of Lawrence, who else does Matchroom have at cruiserweight? Nobody.
That's it.
That division
we're not gonna get any unification. Is not gonna happen, dude. Fucking
no, they'll happen.
King
They'll
fighter.
happen. They'll happen
What?
because
Which
J.O.
one?
Pataya, he probably gonna be out a while because he got his jaw broke in 2 places, right? But that division is open, fam, between the French dude Arsene Goulamarian and J.O. Pataya. They can make them fucking fights, fam. Because right now what they're doing is overpaying people. That's the rumor that I was told. Oh, and I'm not gonna say the number. Alicia told me what she's getting, and she's getting a lot of fucking money. She told me what she's getting.
Wow.
And
Really?
yes, no, not that much, but it's a lot more.
Okay,
It's a lot more than you estimated.
700K? 700?
Bro, I'm not gonna tell y'all the number, but I'm gonna tell y'all it's
more
substantial.
than
It's more than Michaela. It's more than Michaela. It's more than Michaela.
Thank you, Jay. Because to me, that the number is like, yeah, Michaela not getting that. Ain't no motherfucking way she getting that. Between think about it, between what they gotta pay Savannah, and what they gotta pay Clarissa, and what Alicia's getting, I'm like, nah, they ain't gonna give Michaela.
She on the short end of the stick.
Yeah, because y'all don't have to pay Michaela that much to cross over. That's the shit. Like, y'all don't have to pay her nothing because she's in the umbrella. Alicia, however, she a matchroom fighter. If you want me to go over there, you need to pay me. Pay me.
Yep.
Well, could you at least give me Alicia's phone number at least?
Y'all can't see out here,
That's
man.
the least you can do, bro. That's the least you can
Do you know if she has a man or not? Can you divulge that information?
Bro, listen, all these questions
That's
can
me.
be. Listen, wait a minute. I'm gonna talk with Alicia tomorrow, right here live on the channel. Do the Q&A. If y'all want to ask questions, send them in the form of a super chat, and I will gladly ask them.
Thank you. Come on, y'all. Come on.
Hey, Judas, come into the
This is a
super chat.
business.
Wait.
Dude,
I
I understand. It's a business, but the way you just schemed, what's it called? I sent 15 pounds last time when who was on Bridges. I was trying to like make it comedy and stuff, but you just had to ruin it a bit.
I didn't mean to, bro. I didn't mean to ruin. I really thought you was trying to get in there, but I didn't know how to. You're
not a good wingman.
Bust out with I got Saudi money.
You're not a good wingman. You're not a good wingman.
Next time I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it in like a sexy voice. All right, I'm gonna use like a sexy type voice.
Hey, Sawab, I think you pissed her off with that one, man.
Yeah, she got mad. I think she got mad. Like,
thank you for trying, but no.
Wait, what did you say?
To be honest,
Sawab, what'd you do?
What's
going on? I don't even remember, but it was something
I
about.
think you asked bro. I think
he had 4 wives and he had Saudi money and would she marry him?
No, I said I'm married. No.
He said, can he drink out her spit bucket?
I said I'm married. I said, I'm married, but I can have 4 wives. Plus, I got the Saudi money.
Look, he's
He has a cheetah in the passenger seat of his Ferrari.
Now, here's the downside to dating a female boxer, man. Yeah, it's great in one way, but another way, you get in too bad of an argument, you go get your ass kicked.
Well, yeah, but listen. I mean, it's the same principle. Believe it or not, it's the same principle with regular like non-athletes. Right, as long as you fucking eating good pussy and doing good things, you be all right, man. Happy wife, happy life, bro.
Hey, yo, fellas. Hey, y'all know who Ryan looks like in this photo? He kind of looks like the bastard son of Hector Camacho and Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Camacho?
No, Hector Camacho and Jennifer Lopez.
That's a good
Jennifer
Camacho.
Hector Lopez, bro. Hector Lopez.
Oh wait, how did Barboza look yesterday? I missed it.
He looked all right. He didn't look spectacular, but he looked all right. He didn't look like if I had to rate his performance on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it a 7.5 to an 8.
Ooh, okay.
Really more like a 7.5.
What about Raymond Murtaya? I got a question for you guys, man. Seriously.
Murtaya looked all right.
Do you guys think Jake Paul has finally bit off more than he could chew?
Oh, yeah. That's actually a good question.
Possibly.
Maybe.
Look at the size difference.
Yeah, but like, how do we know that we're not watching a circus, though, bro? How do we know?
That's how desperate Showtime is. The tickets ain't even selling.
I heard that too. I heard the tickets is not selling, yo.
Yeah, Jules, that's my question. It's like, how do we know if this is a legit fight? Like, did
we
they
don't?
Give, like,
that's what I'm saying, Jay. Like, we don't know. We don't know if, like, look, motherfucker, you're not going to ask a motherfucker, yo, you finna take a dive, and he going to say, yeah. Of course, he not going to say that. Of course, he going to try to sell it because he trying to get paid too.
Yeah, so, how much is Rockman getting paid?
I don't even know, B-boy. I'm saying it ain't. They're not going to report a bribe to the commission, right? You know what I mean? Like, they not.
No, hell no. This. I mean, honestly, like, don't give Tommy Fumbles another chance, please. I'm just done with it. Don't give him another chance.
The way this has all worked out for him is so funny, bro. I bet you he can't even walk around the UK. I bet.
Yo, like, these guys are actually. This is actually a pretty good fight.
If I see him anywhere, I swear to God, I'm gonna go to him. Look, bro, you're a bitch, bro. You pulled out from a YouTuber. You're a bitch.
2 times.
Guys,
3 times. 3 times.
Twice. 3 times. 3 times.
The guy Jake Paul is gonna fight.
Say it again, Leo.
How is it called? The guy.
Hakeem Rahman Jr.
Yeah. Okay, I listened to the episode of the relay with the interview, the press conference, and Hakeem Rahman. Every time a fighter says something like that, it's like, okay, you probably be in the B side, you're gonna lose, because Hakeem Rahman said that, why are you running? Why are you running in the ring? Okay, so you cannot catch this wannabe boxer, YouTuber in the ring. That's
well, Leo, let's add to it, right? Because Rahman's shit.
Good counter.
Damn, I'm outside smoking. I'm outside smoking.
How'd you go outside, bro? This is a good fight. This is actually a really good fight.
Let me gotta go back inside. Let me see.
Lamar taking it to Lamar
taking it to I got the country connection today. It's a bit slow.
Go back inside. Shit. But this is the shit.
My bad.
This the shit. Rahman said that when he sparred Paul, he didn't let him use the other hand. They told him to spar him one-handed.
And another thing, Rahman, he's not taking Jake Paul's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? The stupid bet that he did with the others.
I like what he said that, yo, I'm not here for content, bro. I'm here to fuck you up, bro.
Yeah,
that shit
beautiful.
I felt that shit like, yeah, man, fuck all that Instagram shit. Like, let's make fuck an Instagram bet. I'm here to beat the shit out of you.
Lamont might get a stoppage, y'all. Lamont might get a stoppage.
Get that shit. Double jab.
I think he recovered. I think Roach recovered.
No, he hit him in the balls. He hit him in the dick.
Yeah, he staggered. No, you missed it. It was like a beautiful count. You'll see it in the replay. Rolled the shoulder, boom, staggered.
No, the first one when Roach was on the floor.
Spaghetti legs and everything.
Roach don't take the best punch.
Didn't Jamel Herring beat Lamont Roach, right? Didn't he?
Yeah. That was one of his title defenses of the WBO.
Oh, dude.
Liam says we all know who the cruiserweight
Oh,
king is. That's right, yo. This the other shit. Motherfuckers not saying it
Ooh.
enough.
Look at that
Jay
shoulder roll.
Opataya is the lineal. He's the lineal at cruiserweight. He's the man to beat, not Lawrence.
Shout out to Jay. That was a hell of a performance. I love this performance in that Breeders' fight.
That was a hell of
Great
a fight.
So he has a
Great
lineal
fight,
belt
great
now, right?
performance.
Too, right?
He should. I mean, I believe he does have the Ring magazine because, to my knowledge, Maris Breedis
Yeah,
had
he's
it.
got
Breeders
he
had
was
it.
ringing IBF. Yeah, so Breeders has got it. Sorry, so Jay's got it now. Yeah.
Jay's the
Did
motherfucking
Breeders
man,
get
bro.
that fight? Did Breeders get the belt after Usyk vacated, right?
Yeah. He got it after he won the World Boxing Super Series when he fought Junior Dorticos, the third season. No, was it the second season or the no? Yeah, it was the second season. The second season.
Second. It was
Because
second.
they never did a third. I was waiting for them to do a third, but they never did it.
Bro, why can't we
Junior
see more of
Bella
these World
heavyweight?
Series? Like all the champions in a tournament, 8 people. That would be great for boxing, man.
Yeah, but the promoters don't want to do that because they have their own schedule based on what the network wants. So they're not gonna, you'll notice that like you're not gonna get a PBC guy in there because they do all they shit ahead of schedule. I think, and I said this the last live, somewhere in their headquarters, I believe, is a whiteboard, right, with the schedule for who's gonna take a year off and who's gonna fight. I'm dead serious.
And there's only like 5 people on the board where people can fight.
I'm dead serious.
Bro,
Like, why
what's
Danny Garcia?
happened with
Why
Jamal
Danny
Charlo?
Garcia ain't fight last year? You lost the arrow
Don't
at the end of
ask about Jamal
2020.
Don't
Bro,
ask
what
about
happened
Jamal
to
Charlo.
the thing? Is he rescheduling? Is he gonna fight this year?
Who
What
cares?
the fuck is
Well,
he doing?
you know, Al Heyman
Jamal,
literally
who
paid Peter
cares?
Killian millions of dollars not to fight. So
Who's
Yeah.
Jamal? You mean Jamal?
Jamal.
Jamal is this middleweight. He puts Parox. Come on, finish him, bro.
Come on, bro.
He has a
Finish him.
brother.
Hurry up,
He's a
man.
twin brother who's a undisputed champion at
He's the
154.
little brother. He's Jamal's little brother. Jamal.
Oh,
He's
okay,
Jamal's
okay.
little brother.
He was
He's
the
the
drunk dude
belt
who ran
carrier.
behind security from David Benavidez.
Yeah, he's the little Charlo. Jamal is the little Charlo.
He's the one that got pressed by Danny Jacobs, like the little small one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the 5.
Yeah,
5 feet
then
one?
Danny Jacobs had to put him back in his place. So
Come on, this
The
dude is
one that wants to
huge,
fight
man.
Canelo.
Double up the jab and punch him in the midsection.
Hey, Jamal, run up the street. Oh, okay. Now I recognize you.
No, you have to have 2 shots you have to have the vaccine shot to fight him. That's
Yeah,
the
and you got to be above 25.
That made me choke.
one. You gotta be above 25.
It is crazy. And it's all that weird shit going on in boxing is literally from the same outfit. You got to have a vaccine and you got to be 25. Gervonta Davis, he don't want to fight Stevenson, don't want to fight Haney, but all roads lead to Gervonta. How the fuck does that even make sense, fam?
And then you have people
How?
actually defending, saying
In
Al
an
Heyman's a
alternate
legend.
universe,
bro.
maybe.
How is Al Heyman a legend to the sport? Can somebody explain that to me? I'm missing it.
he might not actually exist. Maybe he's just a construct.
Bro, I
He's a
told
legend.
you, I heard he a fortune cookie machine. Like the last dragon. Remember when he was looking
Lamont,
for the master? Remember when Taipei was looking for the master and the master ended up being a fortune cookie machine? Y'all remember the last dragon?
Yep.
I thought you were
That's-
talking about Karate Kid for a second. My fault.
No. Karate Kid was wax on, wax off.
off.
Where
Yep.
this shit was the glow when you do this bullshit. This was the we got that glow. That was that
Bro,
shit,
you're telling me this guy doesn't look
Jules,
like Bow Wow?
remember that video of the chicken killing the rat and they dubbed it with the kung fu stuff? I found the movie. It's actually Executioners from Shaolin, and it was made in 1977. I'm actually going to order the DVD, man.
By the way, Jules, a question for you. How'd you like Reacher?
Yo, Jay, that shit was that shit was
Yeah.
I'm telling like I'm gonna be real with you. It was more believable the dude in the show than Tom, but I still like
you know why? Because he actually looks like that in the novels. Like
no,
that's
but it makes sense for the kind of character that he is. Like, how you just gonna have a stranger that moseys into town and tear everything up, but he ain't no taller than 5'6"? That shit don't. Come on, fam. Like, I like Tom, but cut the bullshit. Like it made sense that like he's a
the betrayal was
physically
good. Yeah.
and
The betrayal was good,
and
but it's just the size. The size. It wasn't
and
believable.
nearly.
Julius, I watched it because of you. I
Listen.
watched I think Reach it because of you.
Listen, that girl got some long ass legs, man. Gotta eat pussy like that.
Dude, you gotta watch the race.
Jules, right quick. I'm gonna send you a DM, and it's gonna blow your mind. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's not. I mean,
Send
it's not
me that
related
shit on
to
Twitter because like when you got a joint like legs like you know you got some joints you just gotta fuck them because you just trying to bust a nut, but a joint like that you gotta eat some pussy. I'm just being honest and unbiased.
Just being honest.
Hey, we're with you, man. 100%.
Just being unbiased. All right.
Imagine a PVC party reunion. You have Hal Heyman, Leonard Ellerby, all the good guys, Gervonta Davis, Jermar Charlo, Gary Russell Jr. If he was in that party, do you remember the movie Get Out?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Have you seen that party?
Oh shit, that'll be the PBC after party, bro. Al Heyman is really George Washington.
Al Heyman is the code name for a money laundering account.
No, shit. In that party, Leo Santa Cruz shows up, and someone takes a picture of him, and suddenly Leo Santa Cruz starts crying.
No, listen, Salvador Sanchez will come out. What are you doing to me? No. You know what I'm saying? You might take a picture, Leo. Help me! You're controlling me.
How will block the
Bro, here's the real twist. What if Leo Santa Cruz is Al Heyman?
Oh my god!
It would make sense. It would make sense if you think about it.
If you think right. What if he the one that been pulling the strings in plain sight, like Kaza Soze? Y'all remember Usual Suspects? Y'all remember Verbal sitting there hand fucked up?
Real shit.
I don't know what you're talking about, detective. I didn't fuck nobody. He's bullshitting the whole time.
What if this whole time it's been Floyd? What if?
Bro, I'm telling you, I think the real
Floyd's not that smart.
Did you hear
Floyd's not that smart?
What if the real Al Heyman is Al Bernstein?
Hey, Jules, did you hear that? Did you hear that comment that Floyd made about how if the fighters that work for Al Heyman, if they work for Al Heyman, that they're working for him?
Oh yeah, I heard that, and he said that Al Heyman and this is why people believe that Floyd is Al Heyman because he say a lot. If you working for Al, you working for me, and me and Al Heyman is one in the. He said some shit about 3 years ago. They asked him about Crawford and Spence, and he said whatever. It was a TMZ interview, and he said something that it sounded like, "Yo, you trying to say you Al Heyman? Is that what you trying to say?"
Judith, you're Al Heyman. Don't lie.
Has anybody seen Al Heyman and Floyd Mayweather in the same place?
No.
I don't even know what Al Heyman
I did a
looks
couple times. I did once. It was backstage after the Mayweather Ortiz fight.
Now, all bullshit, but really, all jokes aside, I wholeheartedly believe that. Abner Mares is Al Heyman. And he's just been hiding in plain sight all this time.
Yo, Jules, can you put up a picture of Al Heyman? I don't know what this guy looks like. I've tried to Google him.
I'm about to post it right now. Hold up.
Please,
let me get a picture. Let me get a picture. Hold up, because I keep pictures of Al Heyman in my phone. I'm not bullshitting. I keep pictures of Al because I gotta send it back to whenever
just take that mask out and wear it. Al Heyman is there. We know it's you.
No, I'm serious. Whenever I get a picture of Al Heyman, I have to send it back to Quantico because they're looking for him. Like, I'm about to show y'all right now. Whenever I get a picture of Al Heyman, I'm literally required to send it back to Quantico. Otherwise, I'll get docked in my salary. Right, hold up.
Every time I try to imagine Al Heyman.
Oh shit! The studio is full. I can't post it. I can't post it because the studio full.
All right, if you to the dude who said he doesn't know what he looks like, if you Google him, he's a black guy with like some gap buck teeth. with a weird smile. That's him. That's it. That's him.
Every time I try to imagine Al Heyman, I imagine like Cthulhu, Lovecraftian creature or something.
Listen, I heard a rumor, Leo. I heard a rumor that if you stand in front of a mirror and you say Al Heyman's name 3 times, you have to fight Luis Ortiz.
No, you become painful opponent.
I heard that shit. If you say Al Heyman 3 times in the mirror, Luis Ortiz is going to open the shower curtain, and you got to fight him.
But on pay-per-view or on regular TV?
No, on pay-per-view.
And you got to sign the contract in hieroglyphs.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's real shit out here, yo. Like it's not a game. I don't even say Al Heyman's name no more because of what could happen, bro. You got to.
Can I have a tune-up with Gamboa first?
Well, if you say his name 4 times, you have to fight Abner Mares. If you say it 4 times, if you say it 3 times, you got to fight Ortiz.
Yeah, that's hilarious. He's watching fights through a cauldron.
like the fucking Kate Blanchett in motherfucking Lord of the Rings. Like, look into the water, Frodo. What do you see?
Tell me what you see.
Tell me what you see.
Hey, I don't care what anybody says. She was bad as hell in Thor Ragnarok.
Yo, she was.
I didn't watch that movie.
Listen.
Don't spoil.
I really thought I was the only one that thought that. Like, yo, not for nothing. I never thought Kate Blanchett looked like all that till fucking Thor, bro. I was like, ooh.
Like, damn, this Kate, what the hell they do to her? Like, what?
Julius on the down low, man, making sure the wife don't.
Makeup and Jules. Don't fall for the makeup, bro.
The other shit was, now it wasn't the makeup. It was because I'm not into blondes, really. And you know she's a blonde.
Oh, you're missing out. I love blondes.
Nah, I don't really like blondes.
Blondes they're so easy most of the time, bro.
It's just I mean, this pussy's all weird and shit. It's got blonde hair on it.
Ebony Bridges is blood, bro.
See, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like,
Make your own
don't do that. Like, I'm just no. See, this is what I'm. Let me say this. My speed is brunettes and chocolate joints. That's my speed. That's my speed. So it's
for me.
Facts.
Blonde and redheads, bro. I go crazy for.
Nah, I ain't go front. Redhead joints.
Redheads, the bright redhead.
Oh yeah, fire crotch.
Fire crotch.
That's besides the point. That's besides the point because Lamont Roach done hurt this guy. Still can't get the guy out of there. We in round 9. This shit can go to distance.
You can't finish.
This shit gonna go to distance. It's gonna go to distance.
Yeah, Lamont's not a puncher. He's not a puncher.
How many knockouts does he have?
9.
Yeah, he's not a puncher. He's not a puncher. He hurt the guy, but he just can't finish him.
That's what she said.
And we gotta watch Alex Rocha. Rocha's next. Is that gonna be a knockout fight? You think so? Early?
Which one?
Rocha. Did you catch Joe Goose?
Rocha can punch, bro, and he's a southpaw. Rocha can punch, so maybe because he can punch.
Rocha's my hero. He beat Blair the Flair. He's my hero.
Yo, I like Blair, bro. He was entertaining, bro. I didn't think he was good, but he was entertaining.
Yeah, look, the problem is that his charisma did not match his ability because, for what it's worth, Blair wasn't a bad guy. It's just like if only he had the skills to match his charisma, then he would have been a very exciting welterweight. But it was only a matter of time because I heard somebody told me before he got knocked out by Rocha, which is why I picked Rocha. They told me that Elvis Rodriguez at Wildcard, he knocked that dude out so bad in sparring they had to wheel him out in an ambulance. They told me that ahead of the fight. They're like, yo, that dude got knocked the fuck out at Wildcard. And it was scary. And I'm like, word. So Rocha probably gonna knock this dude out. I'm like, yeah, he probably gonna knock him.
Well, either way, I thought he was young, but he's actually old.
Bro, that dude like 38.
Yeah, like
he's 34 years old.
Like 30.
Blair?
Yeah,
he ain't that old.
Prospect.
No, he ain't.
Hey, do you think we'll ever see Blair to Flair Cobb again?
Against who, country? That's the real question, because he a Golden Boy fighter. Who you gonna fight?
And Jules, Joe Goossen's got the vintage Levi denim shirt on today.
Ow!
Hey, maybe he could fight Ryan for a pair of fishnets.
That's a good idea. They could sell that at
Not
Fantasy Springs. They could sell that at Fantasy Springs.
I know we give Oscar a lot of. Hey, I know we give Oscar a lot of shit with the fishnets, but I have to say he was in the fishnets with a badass bitch.
That's what I'm saying. That even though he's a weird guy, remember, no, but it's the truth. He was with hookers.
Yeah,
You know,
I can't knock him because he was getting
And Jules,
Oh, he gets fingered, man. He likes
Hey,
getting
but-
fingered, bro.
But you
Hey,
know
But
what?
see, what
Shawab,
kills me though
Shawab.
is that he didn't just put the fishnets on. He said, "Okay, now let me get the heels on too."
And
Oh
ring.
my god.
Fellas,
I'm like,
fellas,
If
you're gonna do it,
After that,
here's the thing. I am not
after that,
admitting.
he got on
I
the
am
bed,
not
he put his
admitting
leg
to.
up, and he goes, "Bitch, you fucking finger me now." Put a
But
step
But
on.
you
it.
guys,
nobody
hold
had
on.
them joints. No, I ain't even
Hold
going to
on.
say what I was going to say because that's not a mental image anybody needs.
I'm gonna say what I need to say.
Women
I ain't gonna
Fellas,
say what I was going to say because that's nobody want to hear that. I don't even. I'm mad. I thought like, man, listen.
You think he gets pegged?
Yo, fellas,
You think he gets pegged?
Well,
here's
hey,
the thing, though, fellas.
one
When
thing
you're
we can't
in a
argue with-
hotel room with the tequila flowing and the cocaine
Nah,
flowing,
bro. No, that's
wild
not.
shit
Ain't
happens.
nobody going. Ain't not that shit.
I didn't
Not-
say that shit. I just said wild shit.
Right?
That shit ain't that
All
strong.
right, well,
But you
not
keep
that.
okay,
cameras
okay.
out.
Who's
But
se-
you
who's
keep
seen the Wolf of
cameras
Wall
out
Street?
the motherfucking room.
I've
though.
seen the Wolf of Wall Street.
So
That
you mean
must
to
have
tell
been
me
CIA
you
crack.
seen the Wolf of Wall Street? You mean to tell me a
I
bad
seen,
bitch is
I
sitting
seen
there?
it. I'm just
You
saying
mean
that
to
not
you mean to tell
everybody.
me a bad bitch is sitting in front of you and she says snort a line off my butthole? You're not gonna do it?
Of course, I'm gonna
No.
fucking do that. You think I'm not?
She has to be a 10. She has to be a 10.
Who said no? Somebody said no in here, Jules.
She has to be a 10.
But he was wearing the joint clothes, fam.
And she better have big titties. That's all I gotta
And
say.
the weed.
And the heels.
Drew, it was me. I said no, and I said no because of this. It's like I'd be like, okay, you go first, then I'll go, then I'll go
No
afterwards.
shit.
I see you. So you into that freaky shit like Oscar?
Wait a minute.
You into that
Oscar
freaky
messed
shit
up
like
on
Oscar?
one thing. Oscar messed up on one thing. He allowed pictures to be taken. If
I
he
agree,
didn't
country,
do
but
that,
Exactly.
you
We
guys
never
aren't
know.
united.
We would have
Y'all are
never
not
known.
hearing me. Y'all are not
Yeah.
hearing what AJ just admitted. He said she got to do it first, so that means she got to snort the line off his butt. He just admitted it.
Oh, bro.
Y'all
Oh,
motherfuckers
now,
is
man.
wild for that shit.
They didn't catch Connor doing that.
They didn't they? Yeah, with Dana
Yeah,
White, he had a couple of hookers with Dana White, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they called that.
Jay
Dana
Cole
asked
was
him,
just
"Are you
airing
trying to
them
get
out.
on
Jules
Oscar?"
says hookers are a part of combat sports. They just are.
Yep.
It's true. It's
Yeah,
true.
they double
They
his ring girl.
low key. They part of the NFL too. They
Yep.
part of the NFL too.
They part of the
That-
military. Every time you go to war, there was hookers.
Hey, how much you
Yeah.
want to bet some of them ring girls might actually be hookers on the
Nah,
down
I, ain't
low?
go, I ain't gonna go that far. I ain't gonna go that far. I don't know.
This is a family show. It's a family show.
Family show.
But y'all hear from me? Y'all remember when that whole debacle happened with Oscar and Phil? Y'all remember what Floyd was talking about? He was talking about like, yeah, I do business with men who wear suits.
Yeah.
Talking about don't respect the man who dress in drag. I'm like, oh, bro, this shit was killing me. Oh man, that was one of Floyd's shining moments. That's when I'm like, okay, I kind of messed with Floyd now after that. Kept it real.
Well, after seeing that picture, there's no doubt in my mind that Oscar gets pegged.
Yeah, bro. You look like.
Well, that's what I just said, bro. I said
There's no doubt in my mind.
He put
He does.
those fishnets on.
Bro, he
with
tried
the
to
heels
deny
on.
it was him and say
He
it was
got on the
Photoshop.
bed. He put his leg up and he told his bitch, "Put the strap on and stick it in."
Bro, we don't need to be talking
Oh,
about this.
no,
Now that's a bad visual, Sawab. Come on, man.
We don't need to be talking about this shit. I don't need to know this shit. But look, that
By the way, I don't care. Yeah, sorry.
The place is filling up, man. Like it's filling up. You can see.
Yeah, Ryan sells. He does sell.
Sells, man.
As much as we don't like him.
Yeah, he does sell. Like we just gotta admit that
That would be
shit.
an interesting one. MC says Blair the Flair. Well, he said Blair the Queer should fight Adrian Broner next.
Nah, Broner about to
Blair
fight
the
Omar
Queer.
Fig Newton. He about to fight Omar Fig Newton, in August. And I'm pretty sure. I think the winner of that fight is probably gonna fight Keith Thurman. Now that I think about it, Keith ain't gonna.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
Yeah, Keith ain't gonna fight no motherfucking Larry. He just talking shit. Imagine him
Larry's
trying
damn
to
near
fight
40.
Larry.
You know, I'm so tired of Keith running his mouth. It's ridiculous.
That dude to say anything to stay relevant at this point, fam. Like,
Yeah.
I used to be a big
didn't I
fan.
see
It
something
sucked.
about him fighting? I forgot who he's gonna fight. Laura.
he not gonna fight Lara.
He called him out. He called him out.
He talking about Lara, right? But in reality, bro, if you got Broner and Figueroa fighting at 47, that's the obvious choice, fam.
Man, but come on, Laura's
I mean, is Laura's at like middleweight, ain't he? So
Yeah,
it's
he had
like,
middleweight.
And he's 40 years old, man. I mean, damn.
Bro, he need to retire, to be real, because who is he gonna fight for a title? What is he, like he hanging around, but for what exactly? What is the fight? They're not gonna give you Charlo. They're not. If you haven't gotten him yet, you're not gonna get him.
Or Andrew.
And even if you did, you lose. I picked Jamal to beat him at this point. I think Lara's just too. He might.
Yeah,
be
because he's too
fasted,
stationary now. He doesn't. He like what really would have helped him in that fight is the fact that he move around, or used to move around. If they get him now, them legs is gone. I think Lara like 40 and low key is 8.
He is, yeah. He's close to 40. He's like 39 now. Yeah.
Like
he needs to retire, man. He's done.
You know what I'm saying? Shit. Damn, yo, this fight feel like it's been going on for 3 hours.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Fuck.
Shout out to Will. Will says Fortuna look calm as a bomb. Yo, if he could pull an upset tonight, bro.
Oh, I'd love it. I'd love it.
I would love that shit.
We all need to laugh for like 2 days straight if he does.
Yeah, just to see Ryan shut the fuck up.
Exactly. Shout out to Slick Rick. If Roach wins by decision and Fortuna gets a TKO KO, I'll make $455 from a $15 bet. If it happens, I'll throw you 50. Yo, let's get this shit, Fortuna.
That was talking.
Julius.
Get hands say Keith will say anything but boots. Exactly. The only reason, listen, and I said it in the last upload I did. The only reason I think that Keith is willing to entertain that fight is because he views it as being more winnable than Jaron Ennis. Remember, Lara been at 60 for the last 2 fights, maybe 2-3 fights, and at least the last year or 2 years. So what Keith want to do is bring him back down to 54, so he'll be weaker. We already know he old as shit. That's why Keith is really willing to talk about some Lara, but he won't mention no Boots. He won't mention him.
Hey, Jules,
no, he don't know who he is. Remember that?
Wants to get in.
It's full, bro. Oh wait, I got you. I got him. I got him. JD says, Jules and Leo, have either of you ever noticed how A-side fighters on the card languish? It plays into the main event as well. I smell an upset. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Nothing will make me happier tonight than that. You know what I'm saying? If Ryan go in there and get his head knocked off, bro, it's going to be one hell of a Sunday morning. Woo. Nowhere to run for Davis. You don't have Ryan as an option, bro. I know y'all was hoping y'all could figure that out.
That we need because, like, Jules, you going live tonight. It's like, well, first you an upset would be nice because we went live to go, and I just want to get that fight out of my brain. I wish I never saw it. So
the reality is, though, that look, Ryan, this is the dynamic of the fight. Ryan is obviously taller. Ryan is big for lightweight, they're not at lightweight. This is actually super lightweight, but he's still the taller fighter.
What's that, 140?
Yeah, this is at 140 because Fortuna couldn't make lightweight. That's what Ryan said, that Fortuna couldn't make it, so they said, fuck it, let's do it at 140, right? So Fortuna has to step into the kill box to land. He's going to be within range of the left hook. So that's the dynamic, that the punches that Fortuna got to look out for, it's not just the straight right hand. That's the obvious one. It's the left hook. And for what it's worth, Ryan does have a decent left hook. That's what
when he laid out what's his name Fonseca. Yep, beautiful
guys,
beautiful.
Is Isan on the panel?
Huh?
Is Isan on the panel now?
Nah, Isan ain't on the panel.
No, he's not.
Because he's asking for a link.
It's 10 people up here. I think Virtuoso fell asleep.
Nah, I'm still here.
Oh,
I
all
just
right,
haven't
all
been
right.
answering.
I think he was just
Mhm.
shocked that
Oh.
AJ admitted what he admitted.
That he was
Drew,
sniff cocaine off.
Drew, drop
Hey
that
man,
shit, bro.
hey man. All I know is I ain't got to do no strange ass shit like that to bust a nut. That's all I'm saying. Oscar's still a weird dude for that shit, bro. Like, yeah,
Oh,
you
he's
in there
like
with some
super
broad,
cake, man.
cause you in there with all them. The broad said that he locked them in the room and had like a weekend, like it was just a weekend of
It was
cocaine.
cocaine, ecstasy, kitchen utensils. Remember they said kitchen utensils.
Bruh, what did he
Dude,
put? Bruh, what were
De
they
La Hoya's
doing?
on the Rick James level, man.
This is a
That's
family
why.
show. Please don't
He's up
describe the
there with
graphic
Rick
details.
James.
And I refuse to believe that Jules wouldn't party with Rick James.
I would party with Rick James, but I ain't gonna sniff coke off his ass if that's what the fuck we talking about. Like, I ain't doing all that crazy shit. Like,
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Now if it was Apollonia or Vanity,
if it was if it was Vanity.
Ooh, yeah, Vanity boy.
Listen, out of the old '80s joints, Vanity, Lisa Bonet, Ray Don Chon, Pam Grier.
oh, Ray Don Chong and Commando Jules with Schwarzenegger. Oh yes. All
Oh,
right,
man, hey, I'd sneak Apollonia in there too, man.
bro. I don't trust that group that Prince was with, bro. What if Apollonia had a schlong? Whoop that shit up.
What's happening?
It on the wall.
Fucking hell, it's wild.
Throw that shit on the counter like 10 pounds of grade A beef. Couldn't see this coming.
Mandingo.
Yeah, she'll go from Apollonia to Dexter St. Jock, you know.
Will says Ryan always has nervous energy. You'd think he'd be used to this by now. Yeah, that's true, man. He always
It's anxiety, bro. It's anxiety, bro.
It's like you really can't treat him or trust him. Like, I'll say this: I have more confidence in Bruce Carrington or Keyshawn to get the goddamn job done than Ryan. And Ryan got more fights. Ryan got more fights than him.
It's like, I don't know what it is about Keyshawn and Shushu, but it's like they got this look in their eyes, man. That's just I don't know, man.
Because they know what the fuck they want. Ryan don't know what he want to be, really. Are you really committed to this shit? Because the way he act, it just communicates that no, you not, fam. You talking about retiring at 26. You talking about belts don't matter. I never heard no serious blue chip prospect talking like that. Never.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said belts don't matter, bro. He said that I don't care about the belts. What blue chip prospect have you ever heard say some shit like that? What? Woo?
So
not
that wasn't
Floyd.
A joke. He really said that.
No, he said that shit. He said that shit.
Wow.
He said belts don't matter, and I don't really care about the belts. I want to fight Davis. That's what he said. I'm like, see, what blue chip thing? And really think about it. In all the years that you've been watching boxing, when you ever heard a kid that went on to become a top fighter, when you ever heard them say some shit like that?
With Jules, you know what it is? You just don't. It's not that you don't want it. You don't want. It's not that just the belts that you don't want to fight the guy that has them. Just like you don't want to fight him before when he didn't have them.
Of course, that's what. Of course, he's saying that belts don't matter, and of course, Oscar and Bernard are gonna toe the company line and co-sign that bullshit. When really, what y'all really saying is, if he lose to anybody, we'll cash him out with Davis before we cash him out with him. That's what.
It's disappointing. I can't believe B-Hop is saying that shit. That's disappointing. That's disappointing.
You know what?
I'd expect.
You know what?
I get it though, because it's 2022. Like, boxing is a business now. Like,
bro, look, you either die a hero or wear the fishnets, bro. It's either or.
Jules, to become a legend, or to become a to become a legend and to make money in this business, you need to have the belts. They're very important.
Look, I'm gonna tell you what it is, Sawab. You have guys, right? This is what it. I've never said this before, but I want you to pay attention. I've never said this before. These two fighters do not have the ability to be what we want them to be, which is why they had to come up with another lane. Ryan is not a legendary fighter. He doesn't have what it takes to be a legendary fighter, but he wants to make money. The same is true of Javante. You're not no legendary fighter. We not gonna be talking about your bullshit ass career. Like, what we gonna look back on? The time you beat Gamboa? What's really going on is you have fighters that are not that good, but they have fans. That's what's going on. That's what it is. Ryan is not that good. Ryan is not a blue chip prospect. I'm sorry. No, he's not. Keyshawn is. Shushu is. But not Ryan. No, Ryan's not a blue chip prospect. Nobody wants to say it, but it's the truth. You're not a blue chip prospect. What the fuck did you do that makes you a blue? What? Fighting an eliminator and haul ass and turn. You're not a blue chip prospect, but they talk about him and treat him that way because this era is weird. That you could actually be bang average, but because you have Instagram followers and can sell tickets, they'll still treat you like you a blue chip prospect. The treatment that Ryan is getting is almost akin to what Oscar used to get, but Oscar was a blue chip prospect, a gold medalist out of the Olympics that was fucking a lot of broads and beating up a lot of people. You not cut from that cloth.
No.
You know, I think it's the knockouts. That's what their clips go viral, and that I think that's what it is, honestly.
They only go viral because a lot of guys are getting knockouts. A lot of guys, right? The reason his go viral is because he already has a media following, a social media.
Tanks.
That's what it is. Because it's a lot of guys getting fucking knockouts. You kidding me? Bruce Carrington's knockout was way better than anything Ryan ever did. He came up with that shit was beautiful.
And is Gervonta Davis following is also associated with Floyd Mayweather.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, I'm sure of that because at the moment Floyd Mayweather give Gervonta Davis his blessing, people start to ride that wave. At least Ryan Garcia worked hard, not in the ring, but outside of the ring, to get that social media following. Because every year, when it started to be pro, okay, he was on YouTube channel doing collabs, trying to get that following.
That's true.
But Gervonta Davis, no, he doesn't even talk. He doesn't even
like Ryan did a lot of TikTok videos, man. He did a lot of and I gotta give it to him. Like look at this shit.
Real quick.
What is that? What is that?
Expose it for a gay magazine.
Bro, I don't know, man. Like, what the fuck?
Jules, what the hell is that? What the hell
bro,
is
that's
that?
Ryan, bro. That's his Instagram.
Can you show us again, please?
Oh my God,
bro. That
God. Man. No,
that dude
show
is
that
sick.
to Oscar.
He is
Oscar
sick.
might invite him out for a night out.
Okay. Talking about social media, I have a question for the panel. Who the fuck is Andrew Tate?
I don't know.
Oh,
What?
okay, yeah.
This guy is being popping up in my feed, in my Instagram feed and my YouTube feed.
He's like
apparently it's like a pyramid scheme that he's running.
Shit just to get
Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate.
Apparently there's like a pyramid scheme he's running where it's like a whole thing where like he pays bots to like promote his garbage all over the internet. So that's why everyone knows about him now. But yeah, he's a kickboxer who's also a douchebag.
No, he's not a kick. He's not anymore. But like, he just says controversial shit to get like views and shit. Pretty much. Yeah, it pretty much works.
I see this guy in my feed. I listen to what he said, and why Instagram and YouTube have recommended this to me? Do I hate women?
He says it's alright for men to cheat, but women can't cheat.
You know, the one main reason why I think he's so popular is because the shit that we think he says.
Yeah, but
you haven't heard of him, Jules.
I don't think. Honest to God, I don't know the guy. I'm glad I don't know the guy. I mean, like, to be honest, but this is the era of just saying stupid shit. Like, look, Rolly got knocked out by Javante, gets up and says, I exposed him. Bro, you got knocked out. This is the era of just motherfuckers saying shit to be saying shit. So it don't surprise me that this Andrew Tate person sounds like a shock jock, the way Howard Stern was a shock jock. You just saying shit for reactions, man. You just say what I say for reactions. It's corny. It's like, yo, you don't have no talent, so this is how you got to make your money.
He's a five times champion or something. Kickboxer.
Mm.
He's been calling Jake Paul out, but Jake Paul. Somebody asked him about Andrew Tate. Said, "Do you know Andrew Tate?" He goes, "No, I don't know him." I was like, "Bro, he's fucking everywhere. He's on your brother's."
I never heard of the guy. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't even know who it is.
You watch TikTok, you
I'm
gotta
not
find
gonna
him.
lie. All his fans
Who?
are very. That's all I can tell you, bro.
I'm gonna
Who we're
look him
talking
up right
about?
now.
There are videos on YouTube explaining it where he's basically just a scam artist. Like the way he's doing it is he's
Andrew, all right, his
paying.
name came up immediately. Andrew Tate.
He's bald, by the way.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a
that's
bald.
I see the guy. I see the guy. And he famous now, really?
Yeah.
Is it Tate or Taint?
Tate,
It's
Tate.
No, it's Taint. It's Taint. Taint.
Somebody's name is Tank?
Yeah.
No,
Why?
it's Tate,
It's
Tate.
a S. It's a S. Andrew's Taint. He's on YouTube.
Andrew Tate Davis.
I just still can't believe that they gave.
Taint David.
I still can't believe Adelaide Bird gave Canelo 10 rounds in that first fight.
Bro, that fucking fight lasted 3 hours, bro. Jesus Christ. They be killing me with these shits. Like, at least do the shit earlier, man. Like,
remember when Lamont Roach had. Remember when Lamont Roach had him. Remember when Lamont Roach had Rodriguez on De La Hoya Street?
No.
In the shower.
You fighting ghosts?
Dang, I don't know
Not me.
Let me read the super chat. Will said people legit give their lives for belts, but they don't matter. Whatever, man. Ask guys like Boom Boom Mancini what they gave up for belts. Yeah, like they're really making a mockery of, and it's all for dollars. Like, hey, listen, y'all basically telling the universe, you, Bernard, Ryan, Oscar, Davis, y'all telling the universe you selling your soul. You'll get what's coming. Don't worry. It always catches up. It always does. It just takes.
I like to ask Bernard Hopkins. Why did you fight in the middleweight unification series?
But he's gonna appropriate his answer. Like, in other words, when your own word don't mean nothing, it don't even bother to ask him nothing. Why? You already know he gonna come up with some bullshit. Like, fam, like you really gonna sit here and say that belts don't matter because you don't want your fighter to fight the guy that has the belts. You should just say that and stop lying to yourself and stop trying to lie to us. You don't want to put him in there with Devin because I don't give a shit. Devin will beat him. He'll beat him. Yes, yeah, that's why you never wanted that fight. You never wanted that fight because he'll fucking beat you and he'll make you look weird. Like, what happened to the power, Ryan? And the speed.
He'll make him look more sillier than he made George look. That's what I think.
It is fucking nuts, bro. Let me read the super chat. Peel the Onion slowly says, question to the panel. Among all the active fighters, what fight do you want to see made the most?
Issac versus Artman.
That'd be nice. I got Issac by TKO.
I'm gonna tell you.
I would say Eddie Hearn versus Leonard Ellerby.
I'm gonna give a real answer. The fight that I want the most is Skip Joshua versus Usyk 2 and give me Usyk versus Fury. That's the fight that if I could make it right now, boom, it's done. That would be the fight I want.
Yeah.
Who you go winning?
Mine is pretty much right with Bud versus Spence, only so Bud could finally beat the shit out of Spence so his fans can go away.
I think we're gonna get that, bro. I do think we're gonna get that. I think we are.
Hopefully soon.
I think that's like nice. I think that's the standard take, so I'm gonna go with Inoue Fulton or Better Be Bevo.
I think Isan could beat Artman if he uses the jab and moves lateral. He could beat Artman because Artman is slow. Have you seen him? Like, I never seen such a small man be so slow.
He telegraphed all his shots.
Yeah, like I think Isan could. I would bet Isan stoppage in the 10th.
Isan's key is pivots and shifts.
Isan stabbing him with his eyebrows.
Isan just got to look at him and score the knockout with the Batman eyebrows, the Michael Keatons.
That's what I said.
The fight I've been wanting to see the most is Spence and Crawford, man. I've been wanting that to happen for a long time.
I mean, yeah, that is a great fight. Don't get me wrong, but I say Fury versus Usyk because the reality is, if Usyk wins right against Joshua, Fury might not fight him He might not. Like I'm not saying
don't want no part of Usyk, dude, because he already said he had a problem with what's his name, Steve Cunningham or whatever.
Exactly. So I'm like, if we gonna use a fantasy machine to make a fight that is otherwise hard to make, that would be the fight for me. Usyk versus Fury.
This is he's a better version of Cunningham, a much higher, better version.
He's a top three. He's a top 3 cruiserweight right next to Holyfield, bro.
Right,
he's top 3 in the history. Like, yeah,
right.
he's
I meant to
good.
say something better than that. I probably wrong choice of words, but yeah, I agree. And that's the thing.
I say he's top 2.
And he's a Capricorn.
He'll give Fury all sorts of problems, dude.
Marco said it. Shout out to Jay. Even Jesus was a Capricorn. P.S. Ryan is a goofy motherfucker. Ain't that the truth? He is.
Hey, Jules, you're good at this. If you look at Alexis Rocha, his ears and his nose, what kind of character does he really look like?
Bro, I'm literally smoking right now. So
hey, Alexis, but like, look at Alexis got some big fucking ears.
He do, man.
Literally
looks like Mickey Mouse.
Hey, Jules, I was out last night and I got a burger and I was walking back to my car and there was a bunch of drunk broads and this one broad out of the pack was like talking shit to her friends and she was wasted and she straight up goes, "I'm a Capricorn, bitch," and I instantly thought about you. I watched it and started laughing, man.
Yo, B.
That shit was funny. I instantly thought about you, though, Jules, when she said that. I
Oh,
was like,
shit.
Boo.
That ain't some Capricorn ass shit to do, bro.
It's like, I was thinking, too bad Julius wasn't here to hear that shit, man.
I would have been like, yeah. Oh, shit. Isan has entered the chat. He wants to talk about his upcoming fight.
What's up, brother?
Hi, Isan.
Upcoming fight at Fantasy Springs with the Art Man. What can you tell us about this camp, Isan? What the fuck was that?
Yo, what's good?
Isan, you got the Art Man fight coming up. What can you tell us about? What can you tell us? What are you doing differently for this fight that you didn't do for your last fight?
Just sparring immobile, slow motherfuckers.
Like
That's really it.
Isan, they asked. Isan, you get any rounds with Demetrius? You get any rounds with Demetrius?
Say again?
You getting any rounds with Demetrius?
Oh, I grew up in the gym with Boo Boo since I was like 5 when I started boxing.
Listen, Isan, I need answers, bro. What direction is Demetrius going? Because a lot of us literally do not know what his next move is. Is he trying to do that Zach Parker shit, or is it something else going on? Because I'm like, yo, we haven't heard shit, bro.
Yo, honestly, he said that there's still, I don't even know, bro. There really is no real update because you got to think about it. Like, there's no clear path for him. Like, he goes to PBC, doesn't guarantee fights. You already see how Samson is talking.
Yeah,
you know, Charlo, the only guys at PBC are really Charlo and David, and that's already being shut down. So it's like, I mean, to me, it either is Yanni Beck or gonna be Parker, but I don't know. Like, I literally don't know like what is gonna be next. But to me, it's either those two.
Bro, yeah, it has to be like maybe. I think the best thing that he could do, or probably what is the best move.
He was talking to Eubank though.
Yeah, but Eubank is, bro. You see Eubank trying to fight kind of bad.
Yeah,
bro.
no, but that was talked about before. But that's
the question.
I mean, and at the end of the day, Eubank, like he'll look like everybody know Demetrius will beat Chris, bro. Like let's just stop and let's be honest.
I don't know anybody besides Polo.
Bro, if you fought an old George Groves and got outboxed.
He had one fucking leg and you got outboxed.
I would just want to see it so fucking Eubanks can get his ass kicked.
True.
Isan, now the question in the panel, Isan, was what fight could we make right now if we had to have it? And I said you versus Art Man. And we got you inside of 8 rounds. And Jules said inside of 4 if you use the Batman eyebrows.
All natural.
Say that.
Nah, to me, if I could make a fight, it would be Usyk versus Fury.
Oh, same shit I said because that's the one fight where you don't know if it actually is going to happen. You don't know.
Yeah, and to me, that's the most like historical fight to be made in all boxing. Really, when you think about it. That's the fight for the undisputed heavyweight title. If Usyk was to win that, bro, I mean, let's say if Usyk stops Joshua and they fought, and let's say Fury beat him, whoever, like that's a historical fight right there.
Listen,
but besides that one, it has to be better be versus Bivol is number 2, of course.
Well, look, I've often said this in the past. I'll say it again here and now. Usyk is quite literally the most literal incarnation. If he were to win that fight, right? Because Fury is in many ways, even though a lot of us aren't crazy about him, at the end of the day, the pound for pound list in this contemporary era, you're comparing these fighters to Fury. That's who you're comparing them to. Because the idea is you look at these other weights with these smaller fighters and you compare them to the premier heavyweight. For the time being, Fury is the number 1 heavyweight. Yeah, for the time being, he is.
Yep.
So you're essentially saying that if Usyk, who I already rank at number 1, if he were to fight Fury and beat him, that's the most literal representation of a pound for pound fighter. Literally.
Fury is, it's unfortunate because I don't like that motherfucker at all, but he has, like, there's a whole lot of history beating him. There really is. There's a lot of legacy in that fight.
Peel the Onion slowly says, I'd like to see David Benavidez versus Canelo. When it comes to Benavidez, I'd like to see Zurdo Ramirez versus Benavidez. That's
I
what
like
makes
to see Benavidez versus Samson Lepkowitz about where he's taking his career.
Real shit, right? In a
quarter
of
It's crazy how like Plant, Benavidez, and Charlo have all been on the same platform, and these motherfuckers still have not fought, and no one in the media says anything meaningful to challenge.
They got a lot of shit to say about the zone. They got a lot of shit to say about Eddie, but it's like, yo, dog, the only reason that Canelo got to come here and do what he did, the 168, is because you two motherfuckers didn't fight each other. And y'all had 2 years to do that shit. Y'all had 2 years.
I wish David Morrell had more experience because I'd like to see him and Benavidez fight in a good
Well,
one.
Samson told me that's the fight, bro. Samson told me on the Twitter Spaces that's the fight for the fall. Benavidez versus Morrell. So
yeah, but the problem right now is Morrell doesn't have as much experience, so you know it's not going to be as good. I think if he had more experience, it would be a much better fight.
You right, but the reason that I'm gonna say if he fights him, I'm okay, is because Morrell said he wanted the smoke. He said he wanted it, and if you gonna give it to him, I'm like, I hope.
Well, it has a potential to be a barn burner between the two of them. I mean,
yeah, because they both action guys. So
listen, Julius, I was gonna say, you know why I don't respect Fury or rate him to any regards is because of just the shit that he does. The Fury, he's just doing the Fury shit, which I don't appreciate. First of all, okay, you did well. Whoever the fight I think you tried to have in the beginning, you fought Klitschko, you beat him, and then what?
Well, the real shit with Fury, the real shit with Fury is that his bullshit it's not just like he did one bullshit thing. It's that you did a lot of bullshit. You got a gift over McDermott years ago, fam. You should have had a loss already.
That's what I'm coming to. The McDermott fight, fair enough. Everybody has that when it comes to their career and resume. Everybody has it. I forgive him, but when it comes to Klitschko, you fought Klitschko, you beat him. Fair enough. It's a boring fight. Put everybody to sleep, bro. You could have had a rematch with him. You didn't have a rematch. After 2 years, you come back. You had 2 fucking cab drivers, and then you fought Wilder, when you had a chance to fight Anthony Joshua. The only reason why Tyson Fury where he's at the moment is because of Wilder's bullshit.
It is.
That's why.
Literally. Wilder's the one who let him back in. Wilder's the one who let him back in.
Exactly. And the reason why Anthony Joshua where he is at the moment is because of Wilder. So Wilder is the key factor. This is the reason why.
I did a whole video on that shit. That Wilder has been detrimental to the heavyweight division for as long as he's been in it because you stopped Vlad from becoming undisputed. Vlad was willing to pay you to step aside so he could fight Stavern.
You Vlad 10 million, bro. He never even made one yet.
That's crazy. He's from Vlad's
era.
What?
He wouldn't step aside because he knew he was going to beat Vlad if he ever had
Exactly.
Wilder came up with Chisora. The difference is Derek fought Vitali, Fury, guys like that back then. That's the only difference. Besides that, Wilder, you were fighting fucking what's the mother? You were fucking what's this guy's name that dropped him?
Steven
Steve
Ortiz.
Cunningham, wasn't
Harold
it?
Stoniers.
No, Wilder.
Harold
Oh,
Stoniers.
He was
Harold
fighting.
Stoniers.
He was fighting overweight cruiserweights and still getting dropped. It's like
He got dropped by
you were
Harold
protected, bro.
Stoniers.
You were protected. He was
That's
protected.
the
I don't
real
care.
shit. That's the real shit that Wilder knew. If I step aside and I let Vlad fight Stavern, then I'm gonna have to fight Vlad for a belt. I don't want to do that.
And Vlad already knocked him out.
Be him.
I mean, he already knows what Vlad would do to him from that sparring session. Really.
Exactly.
Vlad would have tore him in half, man.
Even Jonathan Banks said it. Like, yeah, Vlad put him down. And you know, Banks, you don't even say much.
Listen, Jonathan Banks said it. James Ali Bashir said it. Dillian White said. Everybody said, like, bro, they ain't all lying. They can't all be
And they
lying.
said his legs was twitching too. I would love to.
I don't think all three of these motherfuckers gonna be lying.
Bro, let's be real. Okay, you got hurt by Luis Ortiz. You got hurt by Gerald Washington. You got buzzed by Eric Molina. You got dropped by. You got hurt by little cruiserweights, bro. Vladimir touches you, you turn to dust.
And I heard that it was a left hook that did him.
Yep,
That's what I heard it was. Left hook.
And it's like people tell me, oh, Wilder would knock him out. Like, bro, I would take Vlad to clip him in round 1 or 2 for real.
Bro, listen.
I agree.
This is why I wrestle with this idea of Wilder being this amazing puncher. The first time you fought Stavern, you didn't knock him out. Demetrius King had already knocked him out by TKO before you even fought him, years before you fought him. When you fought him, you literally fought, for whatever reason, he was dehydrated. You did fight a dehydrated fighter. It was revealed after the fight that Stavern was dehydrated, went to the hospital, and you couldn't stop him. So are you really the puncher that they say you are? I honestly think no. You can punch, and you are a puncher, but you ain't no all-time great puncher. You ain't up there with Foreman and Shavers and Tyson.
Nope.
Fuck out of here, my man. Fuck out of here, B.
That's ridiculous. I had a question, Jules. I don't know if you mentioned it on the last relay with like Oscar saying Dimitri's not with Matchroom, but come on, like Usyk, Eddie was smart enough to have options on Usyk, and this is his last fight.
We don't want to hear you go in your glove compartment. Let me just say that.
Eddie was smart enough to have options on Usyk after the AJ fight. This is the last one. I refuse to believe he wouldn't do the same thing to Bivol fighting Canelo.
Possibly, but the other thing is there's two angles to that. If I'm Eddie, and I'm going to be real, if I put on a promoter hat, do I want Canelo to fight Dimitri again? Absolutely not. Why is he pushing for a Buatsi fight? Ask yourself that. If you ask the WBA for an exemption to the mandatory, right? Say you do the Buatsi fight, and he wins the Buatsi fight. He can't fight Canelo after that. He has to fight Zerto because Zerto's the mandatory. And what's Eddie pushing for? He's pushing for a Buatsi fight.
Yep.
It's a winnable fight.
Eddie is trying to like low key like snake by Canelo and stop that fucking rematch for him.
He trying to keep Bivol schedule busy that he can't have no Canelo rematch, because if you ask for the exemption and they give it to you, and he fights Buatsi in October, and he beats him the way I think he's going to beat him, come next year, he got to fight Zerto. You're not going to get another exemption. He got to fight Zerto. Oh, he going to give up his belt? And I know he don't want to do that.
No. Do you think he gets the exemption?
No.
No, I don't either.
When has the WBA ever done Eddie Hearn a favor? When?
Exactly. And another question I had.
They were on Joshua's neck about fucking perfection.
Yeah,
bro.
exactly. I had a question, Jules. Oh, so Usyk's getting what, 45, 50 million for this fight. Say he wins, is his guarantee somewhere going forward in the ballpark of 7 to 10?
I don't think so. That's relying on Bob to get those fighters more money than Eddie got them. And we know that Bob don't have the relationship with the Saudis that Eddie has. Like, think about it this way. The Saudis are willing to pay that because they know that Joshua is a worldwide draw, so they're willing to put up that kind of money, right? But Usyk's market value is not 45 million. We know that. Yeah. Joshua can get you that because you're fighting him. He can get you that. But without him, what's the market value of Usyk versus Fury? And I'm not knocking him. That's a legitimate question. Is Fury? He can get you more than that?
I don't think,
Hell
and that's
no.
why I don't think
Hey,
Iga. So if you're Igas, Jules, do you let Usyk take that fight for?
Usyk is a man of principle. You know that.
he'll take that
I
fight no
know,
matter
but
what.
he'll
He'll
take
take
it
a
no
cut.
matter
He
what.
don't
But
care.
like Ugas, Klimas is not gonna take no low ball offer.
Bro, I'm just telling you that Usyk look, Usyk is a Capricorn, right? And you a Capricorn and I'm a Capricorn. Where we not the type of folk that's gonna split hairs. Oh, I got 45 for AJ. So no. What, you gonna give me 25? And I can beat you. All right, I'll take the 25 because I can beat you.
Usyk
A lot of
is
money.
he already showed he'll take that risk.
Yeah, like if in other words, if I'm
As long as you get
Usyk,
paid decent, okay.
if I'm Usyk, right, and let's say I got 45 for AJ, right, and then I go to Bob, and Bob is like, well, we got 30 for you. If I like my chances, I'll take it because I
Let
made
me ask.
45 with him, and you gonna give me 30. That means I made 70 million. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
take it.
because anything
That's
like what I'm saying is anything like 10, 15 from Bob for Fury, that's disrespectful.
It's more along the lines of, Bob is not going to get you other money. Eddie can get you other money, is what I'm saying. Eddie got guys other money. Like, bro, Billy Joe Saunders ain't no fucking
bro.
$6 million fighter,
Listen to
and we
this.
all know that.
Listen to
But
this.
he got that with Canelo.
If let's say if Usyk gets by AJ and Bob offers him what 25 for Fury, bro. All right, you don't want Usyk. Who are you gonna fight for more? Let me know.
Exactly. What are
You
your
tell me.
options?
You
And
think
more
Al Heyman's
importantly,
gonna get? You think Al Heyman's gonna give you more than that for Wilder? You're dreaming. You're
that's
not
the
Hispanic.
other
You're
thing.
not
Remember the
Hispanic, buddy.
position.
You're not Hispanic.
Remember the position that Usyk is in. Joe Joyce is at your door. Soon Philippe will be at your door. Daniel Dubois is at your door, right? It's not that Usyk can't beat those fighters. It's that he's not stupid. Yeah, I could fight you guys one by one for 2 mil, whatever, right? Or I can just take him for what they're offering, which is likely going to be in the realm. Because if fucking Dillian White was able to get, let's say, 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever it was, Usyk can get 15 to 20 or maybe even more, depending on where the money comes from. And if you're Usyk, this is the biggest fight I can have. This is outside of AJ. Fury is the only other big fight I can have. So what am I going to take? Mandatory defenses or the undisputed? If he offers.
And now, okay, Jules, if you're Eddie and Usyk wins, do you try to get him in a new deal?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because if you're Eddie, and Eddie, I hope you're listening, or somebody that knows you is listening, get Usyk under contract. Why? As long as he's with you, you funnel all the content to the DAZN platform. You want to fight for a belt, Daniel? You want to fight for a belt, Joe?
Don't forget, Fury's a free agent. But I don't know. He's not. I don't know what. I don't know what the fuck the big deal is. Go to DAZN, bro. What the fuck? If they're getting you a bag, why would you not go? I don't understand.
Well, he's no longer obligated.
What is Frank doing for you?
One at a time, y'all. It's too many people talking at the same time. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, if I'm furious, like, bro, I'm not under contract with Bob or Frank, and Eddie is gonna get me more money than them. So why would you not go to DAZN for it? I don't understand.
Fury's a chump. That's why. Fury's a chump. What you like, bro? He moved. Like, I don't give a shit about all this just all this bullshit that people attach to him. You move like a chump. I don't give a shit that you fought fucking Wilder. I've been saying Wilder can't box, and you fucking knew that. That's why they offered you AJ, bro. This is what never gets said. When you was talking about coming back, they offered you AJ. You chose Wilder. You two chumps chose each other. All right? Y'all did that. Y'all wanted to hide out in a bubble.
They
jerking each other off for 3 years.
Bro, because of their bullshit. Because of that bullshit, yeah. So because of the Wilder and Fury's bullshit, this is the reason why Anthony Joshua is at this stage. Is because, bro, he's not gonna take them fingers. He's not gonna look. He wanted to. He had to fight for the WBO belt. He didn't want to drop it because he wants to fight for the fucking undisputed. And these two fucking clowns are stopping it from happening, bro. The fight after the Wilder third fight, before that, what happened? Fucking Tyson Fury comes out. Yes, the deal was done. The biggest fight ever in August. The fucking next day, Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. It can't happen. I'm fighting Wilder.
Listen.
Why this fuckery?
Listen. Because there's people that are willing to defend this dude and die on a hill over this dude. But it's the truth. You a lying motherfucker, bro. You are a pathological liar. Today you say this, tomorrow you say that. And the fail-safe that he uses, which is pretty fucking disgraceful, by the way, is pretending that you have all these fucking problems. My ass, fam. You only use that mental health shit so people can't criticize you for being a lying piece of shit. Because that's what you are. That is what you are. Like, you full of shit, bro. You the one that announced the fucking fight. So that you could turn around months later and say, it was AJ that fucked it. How did he fuck up the fight, fam? It was your shit with Wilder that fucked up the fight. That was the story. That because Wilder won the arbitration, you couldn't fight Joshua.
Julius, can you name me one? Name me one
Jules,
time. 1 second, Drew. Name me one time Tyson Fury offered Anthony Joshua any fight. He said 6 times. When was it 6 times? When you were coming out of retirement, they offered you Joshua. You didn't take it.
He's a piece of shit because the whole time that was going on, it wasn't Bob Arum flying to Dubai and in Saudi to get the shit. It wasn't Bob. It wasn't Frank. It was Matchroom doing all the legwork. Bob and them wasn't doing shit. Eddie was doing all that shit to do the fucking fight. And you literally announced it the day before the arbitration. I'm going to just ask y'all to use your common sense, right? This dude literally got caught by the Prince of Saudi. Like, yo, yeah, the money's there, bro. We doing a fight. So that the next day... Get that motherfucker. Get that motherfucker. Punch him in his skull. You think it's a coincidence that the day before you announced the fight, you spoke to the Prince. Rather, the Prince spoke to you. And the very next... the arbitrator ruled and I can't fight. I'm sorry. I got to go. See ya. You don't know how that looks? It was never your intention to fight AJ. It's plain as day, bro. The arbitrator just so happens to rule the day after the Prince jumps on the phone with you to assure you, yeah, the money's real, fam. We doing a fight. All systems go. Don't worry about the bread. We got it.
Now,
You think it's a coincidence that the Monday after that? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got to fight Wilder again. Sorry. Got to go.
Exactly. Not only did he make Eddie look stupid, he made Daniel look stupid over there.
It's not complicated. Like, timing is everything.
And let me ask you a question, Jules. Without incriminating the crew, will Daniel Kinahan force him to take one of those fights?
Probably not. Probably not, to be honest with you.
Because Fury opened his mouth and fucked all this up.
I feel like Daniel, if I'm Daniel right now, right, I go so far underground that they can't, that I'm not, nobody mentions me for at least 3 years. That's how, if it's me, right? I go underground. And what I do is I use my resources, whatever resources he has left, to start up dummy companies for people to do business on my behalf. Because, you know, you got to muck up the paper trail to where it don't come back to Daniel and his buddies. You've got to muck up the paper trail. And I feel like if this guy's smart, that's what you're doing right now. You have to stay out of the limelight right now. You really do. You got enough heat on you because of this 6'9" jackass. Thanks, Daniel. Like, yo, what's wrong with you?
And I think I refuse to believe Daniel didn't have a conversation with Fury about that dumb shit.
I really thought about that. Like, I'm like, yo, if I'm Daniel, I call this dude into a room and put a 9 in it. Like, yo, what's the matter with you, my guy? Why would you do that? Why would you put that heat on me? The fuck is wrong with you, fam? The only reason he can't blow his fucking head off is because he's Tyson Fury.
Yeah, because all there was before that, Joe's, was just pictures.
It was just hearsay before that. It wasn't. It didn't have to be about nothing. You the dickhead to let everybody know. Thanks, Daniel, for orchestrating the deal.
Yeah, it was all there was, Jules, was just pictures. Nobody ever said his name publicly like that.
Motherfuckers did not know the extent of what's going on till this 6'9" bozo told thank you, Daniel, for orchestrating the fight for the Gypsy King. Like, fam, did you do that on purpose, or are you that stupid? Oh,
I don't understand which fucking clowns are. Yeah, I don't understand which clowns are going to his whatever meet and greet. So What fucking shows he's doing, selling his sugary drink.
Bro, listen, a lot of people, what they like about, and I'm not going to say it because this is not that kind of channel, but what they like about Fury does not have a lot to do with boxing. Because it's obvious that you're a liar. We can literally point out when and where you lied. We can. What fucking charity did you give your whole purse, my guy? Who you think believe that shit? You gave your whole purse, your whole fight purse to charity. You running around saying that you are a Spartan whilst wearing Versace. You calling Joshua a businessman, but you the same clown that said you need $500 million to come out of retirement.
And the next day he says that he's gonna do the fight for free.
Then turn around and say exactly a week later, I'll do the fight for free.
Him using mental health.
I don't know why people want him to be like, oh, this is charming. It's not charming that you're a fucking spastic, fam. It's not charming. It's not cool.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous is what it is.
It's ridiculous. Like, yo, what's wrong with this guy? Like, he literally said last week, I'm not coming out of retirement for $500 million. I'm done. He literally did a whole, I'm done. I'm done fighting. I want Anthony. Like, yo, man, you a fucking dickhead, my guy. What you think? Because you could box that you're not a dickhead and a fraud? You could be a dickhead and a fraud and still be a boxer, you know. You can.
Did you see the purses? I just tagged you, Jules, in the purses for this card. Fortuna's only getting 100,000.
Bro, what you expect? What you expected him to get, bro?
He's getting the same Alexis Rocha's getting in this co-main.
Bro, what he supposed to get? What he supposed to get?
Issac Cruz money.
That's exactly why I hope he wins.
I hope he wins. No, that's fucking disrespectful,
bro. But back to Fury. They think that because he beat like they keep trying to make it like beating Wilder was this monumental fucking account. Like, bro, no, it's not, fam. Y'all chose each other because y'all couldn't A-side the other guy. Y'all did not have a way around the fact that he is a bigger draw than the both of yous. You have there's nothing you can do. Nothing. All you can do is wait for someone to beat him. And that's what happened.
I was gonna add that like the whole selling mental health awareness.
One of the terms, fellas? Go ahead.
I was gonna add that the whole selling mental health awareness thing to like those theaters of people, that actually is probably the most cynical thing I've ever seen a boxer sell outside of boxing.
I'm honest to God, I don't believe in. See, this is all right. Let me put it another way. You're a pathological liar, right? But the reason you went into retirement, it was not because of mental health. And anybody who was watching boxing at the time knows that. Anybody, you've been trying to get out of that Klitschko rematch. Oh, my ankle, I hurt my ankle. And now it's the mental health while I'm being investigated by UCAD for nandrolone. You conveniently retire while all this is going on. Conveniently. There's nothing, it's not mental health, fam. It's that those guys, if they would have kept pressing you while you were active, they could have revoked your license for a long time. The only way around that was to retire. So they cease investigating you and it just gets swept under the rug. That's why you retired. It's not a fucking coincidence that while UCAD was investigating you, I need to retire. And Vlad exercised his rematch clause. If you watch the sit down with the both of them, you can see that Fury Hart is not in it, but Vladimir's is. The Vladimir from the first sit down is not the Vladimir in the second one.
Fury knew that Vlad. Listen. Vlad, he overlooked him a bit, and he fucking lost. That is what it is. But that rematch, Fury knew he was coming for him. If that rematch would happen, man. Vlad, let's do that 3 times.
If you recall the UCAD fiasco, I think the way he got out of it was that like he said some shit like that he had eaten boar, and that's why he had.
No, he just retired. He just retired.
He had a statement from Martin Carefoot that was later revealed to be false. He had a statement from Martin Carefoot that Tyson Fury and his cousin visited his farm and ingested tainted boar meat. And then Martin
Carefoot, shit like that.
Exactly. And then Martin Carefoot later came forward and said, bro, I don't even fucking farm boar. I don't even fucking farm those animals, bro. There's no boar on my farm. They said they were going to pay me and they never paid me. And it mysteriously all just goes away. That he came forward and said that. Don't get me wrong. It was a shakedown. It is a shakedown. When you come forward like that, it's because you're trying to shake Fury and Mick Hennessy down, because at that time, Fury wasn't with Frank Warren. He was with Mick Hennessy. So if you were trying to shake anybody down, it would have been them. But I have no doubts that they paid you to be quiet, because it just all went away. Oh, Martin Carefoot drops his thing about the... Bro, come on, B. You a fucking fraud. You been a fucking fraud. Period. You been a fucking fraud. I was always mad you never gave Vlad his rematch. That's some punk ass shit.
Also, I have another like really kind of weird conspiracy angle, but like one of the, you guys know how like Tyson Fury's voice had changed over the years, and he claims it was because he got punched in the throat. Nandrolone kind of does that. Like apparently one of the side effects of Nandrolone is that it does change like the pitch of your voice, as well as its other, PED properties.
It's obvious. It's like and I'm not like fuck the AJ shit, fuck the Wild. I'm saying that Fury been that guy, bro. All right, and I knew that then. I did videos about it, bro. Like I knew that, like, bro, this dude is full of shit. Like, you a con man, my guy. Yeah, you beat Vlad in the most awful way possible. Who the fuck do you think wants to watch a fight that looks like that? That's got to be one of the worst title fights I've ever seen in my life. Who the fuck goes back to watch Fury versus Klitschko? Somebody please tell me.
Dude, I would watch AJ versus Klitschko
Jules,
100 times over.
Jules, look what I just tagged you on Instagram, on Twitter. They caught Ryan Garcia and Goosen getting into a little disagreement.
Ryan Garcia, listen, when he gasses out on his ass, Goosen tells him not to discuss. Yo, that dude is yo, I'm telling you, Ryan is a fucking idiot, man. Like, I just please have
man, on major
He's Fury.
high.
He's Fury. He's baby Fury with the mental health shit.
Yep.
Oh my god, I just hope Javier finds the spirit of the Jaguar or some fucking bullshit. Just let a lightning bolt hit his glove and he just hit Ryan at the same time, bro. I ain't gonna lie, they felt that motherfucker up, though.
Look how packed that is. You're just about to say.
Wow.
Yeah,
man.
And and here's the thing, it's packed when it's MLB All-Star Weekend, and there's a celebrity game with Bad Bunny going on at Dodger Stadium right now. And they still packed it.
They still packed it out, bro. LGBT community came out, man.
You guys
Oh shit! No, I'm just playing, but on some real shit, I really hope Javier knocks this motherfucker.
Can Rocha knock this guy out, bro?
Bro, this fight taking too long, and I'm fucking old, bro. Like,
all of these fucking fights went 12 rounds.
Have you seen bigger ears than Rocha's, Jules?
Rocha can hear the commentary team.
Bro, he could hear what we saying right now.
Hear the corner like,
motherfucker, hear all that shit we talking. Damn, they going in on Ryan. Real shit, yo. I just
like he just sleeps, this guy.
Shit, I had to go out for a goddamn cigarette. But motherfucking what the fuck? Yeah, like the shit is, look, Fury's a good boxer, and I think the disconnect is that people act like if you call him out for his bullshit, that you're not acknowledging that he's a good boxer. Like, no, he's a good boxer. Hands down, he is a good boxer. But it's angles to this shit. You got a gift over McDermott. You had to retire, right? Why are you retiring, fam? For what? For what? Oh, you were mentally unwell. Why are you retired now? And if you are retired, why don't you just give up the belt so you can go fucking sniff cocaine off of Paris's ass or whatever the fuck it is you do with all the money? Like, go away.
I would sniff cocaine off of Paris's ass.
I ain't gonna front. I would too. She look good, and I'm not even into blondes.
Bro, he got fucking 6 kids and he still looks that good. All right.
Yeah, that's how you know,
6 of Tyson Fury's kids. I know, like,
but that's how you know the pussy is good, though. That like, nah, I can't take it out. Fuck this.
Fucking factory, bro. You're pushing out babies every year.
I ain't mad. I mean, shit, like, he could afford it. You know what I'm saying? He got all that money. But yeah, it's a lot of shit to Fury that makes me, and even in the past, and it's like, yo, it's too much shit to this guy, bro. That that I can't really be a fan. I could appreciate his boxing because he is a damn good boxer, but it's not without some bullshit. Like, yeah, some bullshit, bro. Because you supposed to have a loss on your record. Fuck the Wilder fight, fuck the Klitschko fight. You are supposed to have a loss on your record. Everybody knows that shit. Well, not everybody. A couple of Americans became enamored with him, and they think they know more about fucking Fury than I do when they wasn't fucking watching. They wasn't fucking watching Fury before he came to America.
I
The
totally
only
agree with
credit
you.
I
I
give
think
him, the only credit I give him is him beating Dillian White because I picked him against, and Dillian White disappointed me, man. I'm still pissed off about that fight.
Me too, Sawab.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was gonna say I totally agree with you about Fury. It's kind of crazy because, like, look, I'm probably the only guy on this panel. Like, I actually think he'd stop Usyk, but it is weird how, like, he used to have this terrible image, and it's just been totally sanitized. Like, forget even all the things you mentioned now. Like, it's even more. It's like the racism shit. Like, he said some shit about gay people. Like,
that's what I mean. That when he was in the UK, before he left, and with his mental health bullshit, he was a social pariah. He goes away long enough that people forget, comes to America, and reinvents himself as some fucking mental health hero. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here, fam. Being a pathological liar might be a mental health condition, but it still means the same thing. You're full of shit. How last week it'll take $500 million to get you out of retirement, but the following week I'll fight him for free. And they eat that shit up.
When people ask him about, like, his mental health journey, he's just like, "Oh yeah, you should, like, work out and eat good food and stuff." So
I'm like, I really got legitimate question. Like, bro, did you go to a psychiatrist? Were you clinically diagnosed with depression? Did you take medication? Because depression actually is an illness, and you do have to take medication for that. Did you? Does it interfere with you? Because they don't. They ask him the softball of softball questions, and if anybody has the cojones to ask him real questions, like the motherfucker did ask Scott about the Kinahan shit, he just danced around that shit.
He was gone. He was gone, man.
Hey, man, at the end of the day, yeah, you could box. Nobody's saying you can't box. You could box, but being able to box don't mean you ain't full of shit. Because you've been full of shit. Before this wildish, before all of that, you was full of shit. Fuck out of here, mental health. Just because you
lied.
lie.
Question about Ryan. Oh, so sorry, go.
Go ahead, Jay.
I know. I was saying, like, does anybody think that before Ryan got those tattoos, the tattoo artist went, "Hey, yo, man, you sure you want to get this shit?"
Man, listen, man, Ryan is a fucking.
The tattoos are ugly as fuck.
Bro, I don't know why he got that shit.
Bro, I don't
And
understand this
Tank
fascination about tattoos, bro. It's just
He
like,
said he said in an interview he actually is self-conscious about people saying that about his tattoos.
Because it's stupid.
Well, look at him. God.
Look at the two guys on the screen, right? Do you see bullshit and murals and pointless shit on their body? No. That fascination that people have with tattoos, it kills me because they really it's like art. Bitch, you didn't draw it.
it means something to me. What the fuck does it have to be on their body?
Like that shit really, I have rebelled against tattoos when I seen, and I told this story. There's a soft motherfucker I used to know, right? College sports ass motherfucker, right? Wanted to be a street dude so bad. And when I seen he got like murals and shit, I'm like, this bitch ass motherfucker. Fuck that shit. I don't need that. If you got it, I don't need that shit. And that was like 25 years ago. I'm like, bro, the fuck is all that shit? Like, the fuck is any of that? Like, all right, I'm good. I don't need that shit. Now every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry got a mural, and the shit that killed. Maybe it's because I draw, and that's what stops me. Because I'm like, I ain't walking around with nobody fucking doodles on my arm. If anybody doodles is gonna be on my arm, they're gonna be mine. You know what I mean? You putting random shit on your body trying to look fly, and when you get old, you're gonna look fucking dumb. You're gonna look dumb. All that bullshit that don't mean nothing.
Julius, look, I do have tolerance for that kind of thing. I think you can express yourself whatever you want, but there is a thing I cannot stand. When a guy tattoo himself with the kind of tattoo you get in jail when you did time, but you did it. That shit, oh, when I see a guy try to pretend that you're a tough guy, you did time. I cannot stand that kind of guys.
It's just
really
that people like I don't know, like I've been so averse to it for many years because I just keep thinking about it as this is someone else's artwork. It's not yours. You got this on your body for aesthetic purposes alone. There is no deeper meaning. There's nothing to it. It's literally someone else's drawing that you put on your body. That's all it is. If it were yours, I could see. If it were a family member or a child or your block or something that means something, I could see. But a lot of times, especially where I was at, I see cats, they'll go to tattoo parties, come back with some bull. I'm like, what is that? Motherfucker got an eagle fucking skull. I'm like, bro, like, you look like a creative player in GTA.
It's worse like when you know somebody that just got out the can and they had like the prison tattoos and shit. Those are awful.
No, I mean, but the shit is, it's like, look, to each his own. And I really don't want it to sound like I'm judging. That's just my mentality. All I could tell people is what I think and how I got there. And a big part of the reason why I never got a tattoo was because a lot of guys around me was getting them shits. I'm like, bro, what is that shit? I wouldn't want that shit on my body.
The prison tattoo and the gun tattoos have a meaning because sometimes you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah.
But when you're not involved in that kind of environment and you do it anyway, trying to prove something to somewhere, it's like you're a phony, you're a fake.
That's how I feel. That maybe it was because it really all did start with that one college ass motherfucker that like, yo, you just be out here and you don't be doing nothing out here and you got all this shit. Like, you got more tattoos than motherfuckers that got bodies. You got like all this shit. I'm like,
that's
what is
overboard, man.
Like they just got fucking
Man,
sleeves.
I'm
That don't
so
make no
glad you guys
sense,
are
man.
saying this because I'm like a young dude and bro, all like girls now, that's all they like is like really tatted up dudes. So sometimes I feel like, man, am I tripping or something? But
Nah,
like,
you're
I
not.
feel the same way. That shit is kind of
Nope,
corny.
no,
to
you
me.
ain't tripping, man. You ain't tripping.
Let me tell you, bro.
If a chick
Like,
is
I'm not.
gonna like you
I ain't gonna
because
tell
of the
you. I ain't
tattoos,
gonna
you
tell.
don't need that chick.
Look
I
at the
ain't gonna.
ramification of how later in life, though, man. Chicks and dudes alike, man. If you got too much, you end up
Listen,
looking pretty terrible.
I ain't gonna tell somebody, right? Like, oh, never get a tattoo. I would not tell. Do what you feel is real, right? But don't feel compelled to go with it. You know what I mean? Don't just go with it because, well, that's the shit. Because you could get laid without the fucking tattoos, bro.
Yep.
You don't. You can get. And the real shit is a lot of motherfuckers is doing shit to achieve an aesthetic. There is no deeper meaning. So ask yourself, how morbid is it to mark up your body permanently with someone else's drawings to achieve an aesthetic? That's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. But people do it every day. And just because people do it every day, that doesn't stop it from being ridiculous. People do shit every day.
I see a lot of chicks do that too these days, man. They're just covered in stuff, and it doesn't look that good.
The real shit is that even if it does look good, it's so fucking vapid and shallow that it's like, oh, congratulations, you got a fucking tattoo. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
This fight's putting me to sleep.
Thank God there's only 10 seconds left.
The things that people do to achieve an aesthetic these days, people don't realize how morbid they are. But all I'll say is, look, if you see something you like one day, go ahead, knock yourself out. But don't just go with it because it's the social norm. Because it has become the social norm. Oh, I gotta get a tattoo for what? You need a tattoo to get laid? Are you sure? Sure?
I think that's why Ryan got his. If I'm being honest.
But Ryan got his because he's like a swag. I'm not going to say because I don't want to get my video in trouble.
I already knew what you was gonna say. It almost flew out.
Yeah, like, but that's what he is though. Am I lying? He is swag. He that like
swag.
Don't get me in trouble. Nobody get me in trouble, please.
I ain't saying nothing.
Let me read the chat. Randy Arria says, "What does Mauricio Lara do? One of the most exciting boxers." You're so right, bro. I be waiting to hear news about that guy, and it's like, yo, dog, just get him some fights, even if they're just he like really. I would love to see Mauricio Lara beat the shit out of Warrington one more time, but I have the suspicion that because Eddie knows Lee Wood's not going to get Leo, so the best thing you can do for Lee Wood is get him Josh Warrington, and that's why there won't be a third Mauricio Lara fight. Not for Warrington.
Nope.
I think he beats everyone that has a belt at featherweight except for Navarrete, but that fight would be incredible.
I agree. Will says tattoos are also bad for the liver. I just feel like it's corny to do something like that for an aesthetic. It's corny to do shit. Like, I don't know. It just, maybe it's me personally, because a lot of people have tattoos. It is the social norm now, especially for young people. And I'm not a young person, so naturally, the things that a young person does are not going to be appealing to me. But even when I was a young person, I seen these guys getting this bullshit, and I'm like, what is that? Wow.
I mean, it's funny because like my little sister, she actually got a tattoo herself, and I kind of laughed because like we're dark skinned, so it's not like anybody's gonna see it. So
I had a friend. My friend Oli Wally, Nigerian cat, loved America. You know what I mean? And he got tattoos. He got all this shit. And he used to say, like, you got the perfect shit because your tattoos are pop. I'm like, bro, I'm not getting nobody's fucking high school doodles on my body. No. I don't care what it is. If something gonna get drawn and I'm gonna put it on my body, it's gonna be for me. And that's it. Because what y'all doing is y'all going to the tattoo parlor and picking a drawing. That is so corny. I don't know what it is about that that's so corny to, like, bro. Like, you like CJ in my fucking Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Like, bro, you a creative player, bro. You like Fight Night Champion. That one look nice. I'm gonna get like, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. I ain't doing that.
But
that shit's stupid.
It's not the same like buying a work of art and putting it in your house. You didn't make it. But,
yeah.
But
I feel like it's the fact that you don't like conformity and you're also a creative person. So that's
God,
like helping you.
Say it again, please. Say it again. Say it
Yeah,
again.
you don't like conformity and you're also a creative person. So that's probably like your personal hell is like, you know.
That's you. I really could. It is conformity. Oh, well, everybody's getting tattoos, so I gotta get you. Fucking cornball. Do you have a brain?
Right.
Do you have a like? You don't. And then it's just like fucking Lee. You didn't draw that, bro. Like, what you so? Oh, I can you tattoo? You see, look at my tattoos. Like, fucking idiot.
One thing I dislike about Conor Bennett's fucking tattoo is ridiculous, man. He's filled up with it.
I don't know what, and this is one of those things where maybe I'm judgmental, maybe I'm being a crotchety old man, but I'm like, what is the point of all of that?
Look, when I see something with a lot of tattoos, like, okay, what that implies is, okay, that is like a clean sleeve, and you don't like that clean, so you need something more. At one point, it's like, get a boob job already. Cut the shit.
I agree.
Do it. Just do it.
I agree. But it's that if you have to achieve that, because I feel like, look, it's augmentation. It all falls under augmentation. And if you have to drape your whole body in fucking some other person's drawings to think that you look cool, what is that really? Well, you got a little self-esteem or something? You can't just...
Yeah.
There's one trend where they literally just shade in their entire limb into that like tattoo color, that default dark bluish grayish tattoo color. Like their entire arm is just a blank, like different slate thing, and it's fucking terrible.
I've seen that, and I feel like you're trying too hard. Just be your fucking self. But by the time you get old enough to realize you should just be yourself, you know, you've already gotten some dumbass ink that ain't about shit, because it ain't about shit. You're not a gang. It doesn't commemorate it. Now, if it commemorates something like a gang or an experience or a block because the closest I ever came to getting a tattoo, I was going to get the Apollo Theater. I was just going to draw it because I had just moved away. And I thought, if I'm going to get a tattoo, I'm going to get a tattoo of 2/5. I'm going to get a tattoo of the Apollo Theater and all the different drunk nights me and my peoples used to walk down there from the Popeyes, just, you know, obviously being young and dumb. And even now I was like, man, do I really want to do this? No. Nah. It's not like, I could just get a picture of the Apollo. I don't need to mark myself up to do this bullshit. Like it's just pointless to me, honestly. It's just pointless. Like,
Yeah,
bro.
fellas, quick. Sorry, quick. What's that? Just a quick question. Like, did y'all see the video where Ryan lost his Rolex and Javier gave it back to him? at the weigh-in, I'm like, you idiot! Why don't you point that shit?
I'd have point that shit.
Real Dominican would have went to the fucking Segunda.
Exactly, like fuck that shit. George says, down here in Florida, I stared at someone for a good minute because he didn't have a tattoo. It was just weird to know that I'm not. Yeah, bro. Like I don't got none of it. And bro, tattoo don't, especially these days because it's so common. That shit don't cost nothing. What stops me is I didn't draw this. What the fuck am I getting it for? Like, nah, I'm good, bro. Like, if you think like what you can't get laid unless you get a tattoo. What kind of sucker ass shit is that? Fuck that, bro.
To me, you should just get them because you like them and want them. It's that simple, in my opinion. It shouldn't be nothing more than that to me. Because that's how I think about it. I got tattoos because I like them. Like I wanted them. That's really it. Though.
I don't want Isan. I don't want you to. I don't want. See, this is
I'm giving you my point of view.
Yeah, because I don't want nobody to feel bad about what they did. All I can say is what I think. And that's all I could say. Like I don't want nobody to feel like I'm attacking.
Hey, we ain't cancel culture.
I hope nobody on this.
We ain't no cancel culture.
I hope nobody on the panel is a weenie enough to think you're attacking them. Because I got
exactly.
Yeah, I didn't.
We're not weenies here.
I got one or two myself, but I don't trip. I mean, but I'm not covered in them either. You know.
Yeah, because it's
we're not Mr. PBC or Alexis.
Yeah, because it's like it was that experience that I had. I think that really shaped my opinion on this shit. That I'm like, yo, this cat got all this bullshit to be out here looking like a fucking $5 meth bleak, and you a sports college guy, fam. Like, what are you doing? And that shit just it blew my. And that was what 25 years ago. I'm like, what is this shit? Like, is this where we going? You just gonna be getting ink just to be getting ink. That's it. Just be get. Ain't not me. Maybe I'm trying too hard to resist. I should have got a tattoo.
Come on, guys. How you doing this whole time? You like fuck tattoos? Like I should have got one.
No, it's more like maybe that was my way of trying to be too rebellious. Like I don't want.
Probably. I mean, you could always just. I mean, if you're worried about the whole like. Oh, you don't want to get so much shit. I mean, you could always design your own shit and have an artist do it for you.
Yeah, I mean,
I did that. That's what I did. Cause I draw too.
Like when I look at Ryan's tattoos, for example, I'm like, what is the point of that?
Like Julius, like for me, so my first tattoo, I have a piece on my chest. It's like a hand holding like a pocket watch, and it's like flipped open, and it has engraved in it, "Don't forget 6 September." But it's like, scratchy writing. I have to use like a knife to carve it in, so it's like sharp edge 6. It looks like somebody like really carved it in. That's the date from my stepfather who passed away, but that's just something that's like.
Well, that's what I mean. So, it actually commemorates something. At the drop of a hat, you could spit in the wind and hit somebody that has tattoos. Off the top of your head, you don't know what they mean. Maybe they do commemorate something, which is why I try to be understanding. But I know
there is dickhead tattoos. There are dickhead tattoos. So don't get
it's just that I know a lot of guys
that get like dick tattoos and shit like that. Like, bro, what are you doing, fam? Like,
I know a lot of guys that were running out and get like, bro, what is that even like? And I would just be in awe, like, what is that?
Like you really put that on your body, dog.
And then I would ask him like, yo, why? Oh, that shit look mean. I'm like, yeah, that shit looks so cool, bro. It's cool as shit.
Over here, bullshit and hard as fuck.
You know what? I'm seeing Ryan talking right now, dude. You can tell the shit is an act. He's not who he says he is.
Bro, I just hope Javier, at least drop him, Javier. Even if you don't win, at least
do something. You drop him a couple times, at least once or
there
twice.
was some tension between Goosen and Garcia during the final press workout.
Yeah, I just seen that shit on Twitter.
Because fucking Ryan was saying that, like he was saying, like, oh, when he gasses out, that's when I'm gonna get him. And Goosen was like, don't reveal the plan on camera. And Ryan was like, the camera's gonna have audio and all this works. It's like, bro.
But now it's all over Twitter though. Now it's all over Twitter.
That kid's rock is full of head is full of rocks, bro. I swear.
This fight literally
Joe
fell on a platter.
Goosen got that drip though, Jules. Look at that drip.
Don't that say it all.
Guys, I have a question about Sean Porter's outfit.
Okay.
Sean Porter. No, Sean
we were
Porter.
talking about GTA characters design.
Sinicia.
I imagine
Sinicia.
when someone dressed himself as a GTA character in real life, I imagine Sean Porter.
Sean Porter looks like a Prohibition era gangster.
Sean Porter's outfit tonight actually looks decent.
Nah, it is nice, but he looked like he looked like a bootlegger from the 1920s.
He got some
Ryan's
nice ass
got a
shoes
sock
on,
on,
though.
Gene.
Look at Joe Goosen. Joe Goosen got the drip though.
Man.
Well, man,
He
somebody
got
got to
that
stop
light-
telling
he
them
got
niggas
that light
Windsor.
blue
Stop making us
denim,
Windsor
Jules.
not so big.
Hey, he
That's
looked
the
like
white
that Marvin's
sneakers.
greatest when he came out in that Mario costume.
Drew
Joe
would know better than
Goosen
me. What color
loves a
denim is
denim
that? That's that
cat
light
too.
blue denim, huh?
That's the
Yo, y'all are having like 5 different conversations over each other. I
Legit,
can't
like-
even hold you. Nah, I ain't even trying to be that dude. But yo, like I'm sitting here, I'm eating, and I'm smoking, and I'm listening. I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers are really having like 3 different combos at once.
Bro, it's
But really,
fucking
yo, Sean
4
looked like he
o'clock
about to
here.
pull out the Tommy gun like I'm Bugsy, you hear? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. You know what I mean?
Dude,
Look like
it's
he's
4:30
Tommy.
here. Probably late over there in
Killed my
America.
brother.
I mean, he's really dressed like Sean Portier,
Why you
He
think
really is.
Sean Portier? You see, now you understand Sean Portier.
We gotta have the little man talk real quick, Julius. Who's next for Ioka? You think would it be Martinez or Chaco? Because Chaco's talking this Estrada shit.
Can I just say,
all have-
Sinicia is gorgeous.
We all have our preferences, right? I prefer that Ioka fight the winner of Estrada versus Choco, but realistically, it looked like it's gonna be Junto, fam. A repeat of 2020, except Junto might retire Kazuto. That's what I see. Because I'm like, bro, when he decide to move up, who you think he gonna go after?
He already said it. And on Ioka, I don't know if you caught this, but Ioka was on Instagram Live, and when asked about that by the fans, he said he rather preferred the Chaco fight. I'm like, bro, that sounds good, but like, bro, you could have had that fight a long time ago for being real, and now you want it, but it's like Chaco's on his Estrada shit.
And you gotta blame Ioka for that too, because from 2020 onward, I look at everything after the Kosei Tanaka fight, because people in America were actually talking about that fight. And I look at everything after that as a missed opportunity to come to America. Hey, fight Quadras, fight Estrada. Why not? You know, you got time. You took care of Kosei. Come over, do the shit. Now you stayed over there, bro, and you just kept fighting over there. So now you talking about it now. Look what they saying. Choco versus Estrada later on this year. So I don't even know if that fucking window is open. If Choco wins, right, and beats Estrada, I wouldn't be mad if he retired. What the fuck else is there for him to do? He's 35.
Hey, listen. If Estrada goes the Chaco route and gets stripped, hey, Franco, go unify, bro.
Yeah, but Franco,
go be Bam. Go do what your brother did. For real.
Like if Franco, let's say Franco get the WBA by default, then give me Franco versus Fernando Martinez. No, wait a minute.
No,
yeah, Fernando Martinez.
They're not going to send Martinez top rank. I don't even see that happening. Somehow,
who is he with? Who's he with?
He's with isn't he with fucking
He's one of Chino's fighting, bro. He with Marcos Maidana.
Oh yeah, he's with Chino. Honestly, bro, I'm just saying, because Martinez was talking his Ioka shit when he beat Ancajas, but Ancajas was saying, "Oh, I'm moving up." Now he's talking about, "I'm getting my rematch." So Martinez, like, I'm sure he would take the Ioka fight because he said, "I'll unify with him now." But now whatever's going on there is going on there. He's not going to be available regardless.
You know what I think about that? I don't know if he's with the PBC, right? But I just smell the bullshit. They're like, oh, I know what you're going to do. When these guys is making waves, you're going to talk about their ass so that you can just stay over there and be over there. Same bullshit. Just the same bullshit.
So it's like really for Ioka, if he wants a good fight rather than just getting like beat up by Junto, it's going to have to be Franco if he beats Franco if he gets a WBA. Or it's gonna have to be Junto. Like, I mean, because Estrada and Chaco are tied up. You're not gonna fight Bam next. Like, come on, we know that's not about to happen. You're not gonna. There's no Tanaka rematch.
You know, like he could, like, let's say he actually had time, right? If he had time, if they're gonna do Choco versus Estrada 3 later on this year, yeah, Ioka, if he can wait till next year, Yeah, but I don't think you can. I think Gento,
No, bro.
between now and next year, he's gonna come after you, and he's probably gonna beat you.
If it's like let's say Ioka gets a random fight around when Chaco and Estrada fight. Okay, let's say he wins, Chaco wins, then they want to fight. All right, he'll be able to do that if it's like around. You're talking like around end of New Year's into the new year, because you did just have mandatory your last fight. But after that, like it's gonna have to be like within the first. It's gonna be between like the first 4 months that you have to do that fight. If it is, and that's a lot of what ifs because we don't know what.
No, but you're right. You're right. You just reminded me that Nietes wasn't a voluntary. That was a mandatory. So at least from now,
stop the Chaco fight. Remember that's gonna get announced. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me still.
I don't. You know, I like I said, I would be annoyed if Ioka goes his whole fucking 4-division champion career and he never fought either Estrada or Choco. Like that would be like, wow. Fam.
It's gonna look a certain way. It's gonna look a certain way. It's gonna look a certain way.
He fought people though. He did fight Arroyo. He fought Arroyo after Arroyo beat Cuadras. He did fight Kosei Tanaka. He did fucking fight Donnie Nietes 2 times. He did fight Ashton.
But you know what it is? It just and it's like it does. He has, in my opinion, he has been swerving Chaco for a minute. In my opinion, he has been swerving Chaco for a minute.
It kind of looks that look. You know,
he could have been the mandatory back when Chaco was at 108. I mean 112.
Look, this the shit. Chaco was the one that decided to move up. This is what I mean. That it looks. Remember when he had I think it was the WBA fly.
Ioka was offered the fight and he didn't take it. And then that's when Chaco got moved up. And then Ioka was elevated to full champion. Remember?
Yeah. That's how we got
that. Exactly. And don't get me wrong, I fuck with Ioka. That's my guy. But like, but I mean, it does look a certain way. And I'm not gonna say he ain't shit just because of that, because he is still a bad motherfucker. But
he fought.
To me, it will be a disappointment.
He fought Yegashi. He fought Arroyo. Yep. He fought Nietes 2 times. He fought fucking Tanaka. So it's like, you fought people, bro. But it's weird that you've been here for this whole Choco, Estrada, Rumbisai, Quadra shit.
And you didn't see nobody.
It looked weird.
Exactly. It's gonna like you fought guys. Yeah, you did. But you didn't fight the guys beside yourself, because you are one of the.
That is weird, because he is considered one of those like king type figures of those divisions. It would be like if Duran never fought Sugar Ray Leonard and all these other guys.
I said he's the 5th Beatle, bro. He's the 5th Beatle. That's what he is.
He's Benitez.
Yes.
4 Kings.
Yes.
But here's the difference. Benitez actually fought the guys. He beat Duran.
Benitez fucking fought Leonard.
Exactly. The only guy he didn't fight was Marvin. That's the only guy he didn't fight, because by that time, because by that time he was already getting fucked up, and you know how ended up. It's sad, but it's he didn't fight Marvin.
That's what happened.
Still, he fought the other 3. Ioka, you have not fought none of the guys, and again, I'm not
Quadras, not guys still. It's like he was cursed, because I remember that I think it was on Cajas he was going to do a fight with. I think it was on Cajas.
It was on Cajas with the pandemic. It was going to be on Cajas, Ioka, New Year's Eve in Japan, and then the pandemic stopped that along with Golovkin Murata. And then it never got rescheduled because Cajas did his mandatory defense, and then he lost. And that's it. It's one of them shits where, unification was scheduled, but something happened. Guys had fights in between. Boom, he lost.
I think he should make it his mission, because you did just remind me that Nietes was a mandatory, so you don't have no mandatory.
That's what I'm saying. He should go for Franco, bro.
Not Franco, no, because it's not just I need to unify. No, it's not that. It's that you need to fight your contemporaries, fam, and you didn't. So it's about fighting the winner of, and you already know. Choco is a Taken Promotions fighter. Yeah. He with Matchroom, but before he was with Matchroom, he was a Taken Promotions fighter. You can do that fight in Japan.
Don't they have like rights to Choco's fight still in Japan?
Yes, they do. So you can do that.
That's literally the definition of an in-house fight. Literally, if someone gets the U.S. rights, easy.
Because the other thing about it is, right? If I'm Choco, let's say I beat Estrada, you know what Eddie gonna want to do? Eddie gonna want me to fight young ass Bam. Fuck Bam. I love Bam, but nah. If I'm Choco, nah, I'm not fighting him. I'm gonna go settle up.
I think Choco beats him.
You wild. He
I
don't
think
have the
Chaco
feet.
beats him.
Listen to me. Listen to me. He don't have the feet for that fight. He don't. Bam and them angles he be cutting.
Listen. When it comes to angles, listen, Chaco has the style that you need to
On
beat
the
a guy with footwork like
inside,
that.
Bam. Yes, when he get inside, if he can get inside, yes.
So you think Bam would keep Chaco outside all fight? I don't think
No,
so.
I
Because
think while
Quadras
Choco,
got
listen,
inside.
I think while Choco trying to get inside and do the shit, Bam out here somewhere cutting different angles and hitting them with shit while he cutting different angles.
See, I think
Look at this shit here, y'all. They blowing horns and all this bullshit.
That's a torch passing fight.
Yeah, that's how I look at the fight.
Or it's fucking Jackson Nunn too.
I'm telling you right now, fam. Fucking Bam is serious fucking business, bro.
Nah, Bam is that dude.
He stopped sore, bro. Think on that shit. Think
about this, Julius. All right, let's just Julius, let's do this real quick. All right, 112.
Yeah, it's Rolly. Why he doing that?
Did Ryan just steal Canelo's walkout? This is like the same walkout from Bivol.
Bro, I thought they wasn't even cool. I thought Ryan and Rolly was like
yeah, look at him smiling at Rolly.
Yeah, they had like a fake beef years ago when they were like
Look at Rolly getting so excited.
Wait. Didn't Ryan steal Rolly's boyfriend?
Wait, what?
He really want to be like Canelo. Like now, Canelo known with his Chanel shit. Now he want a Dior robe.
Bro, this dude is such a swag.
Is he sponsored by Dior?
But Julius, at 112, we're about to get a unified lineal champion, Ring Magazine champ.
Sonny's with the shit, bro. And the shit is, look, the thing about the Sonny Edwards and Julio.
I got Sonny winning, bro. I swear to God.
Listen. Julio is a strong puncher, yes. But variety, he like variety that he throw different types of shit.
He's an ugly puncher.
Yeah, like you throw
You can see it. You can see it. Sonny
because the shit that he throw is wild and telegraphed. Yeah, Sonny might. He might.
Bro, listen, and I think I'm not trying to do like a predetermined excuse, but bro, you don't get beat up like that versus Chaco and be the same, man.
That's let me read the super chat. Def Raquel Miller fight. Oh yeah, I did the joint on that. I did a video on that, bro. Dude, Frank Boxing taking points. He makes R Doodoo J.
What?
I don't know. What? There's something going on. In any event, the ass whooping that he got, right? From Choco, that shit is like demoralizing.
I watched it again yesterday, bro. He took so many fucking. I can't believe he didn't get. His chin really is wild though, for real.
No, his chin is wild. It's not that. It's more like you had a guy who's an older guy that was just playing with you, yo. Like you couldn't do nothing with him.
Yo, that jab counter Chaco was doing to him.
That's a legitimate factor though. That is that like yo, you really is coming off a demoralizing one-sided ass. I don't think he won a round. Did he win a round?
No.
He didn't win a round.
Round 1 through 12 was just Chaco fucking with him.
Yeah, that's
bro. I thought he was gonna stop him, but I can't believe he. But yeah, so we're about to get that fight. Martinez Edwards. Whoever wins, Bam has access to them. You got Junto coming up eventually. Bam has easy access to him. Even at 112, easy access to him.
Man, the reason why Ryan and Rolly ain't got beef no more is because Ryan got in trouble for fighting with the slow kid.
Yeah, real shit.
Quick question. Who do you think filled in for Ryan at Chippendales tonight?
Yeah, Rolly's a Make-A-Wish Foundation beneficiary, and he got his dream to go to the Ryan Garcia main event.
Exactly.
Someone in the comments said Rolly's there to spike women's beverages.
Jules, why does it look like John Markowski can't stand Ryan Garcia either?
I don't think anybody likes Ryan Garcia, bro.
Even Markowski's walking away from him right now. Get the fuck out of here.
I actually think Javier Fortuna is gonna do relatively well until he gets stopped. But yeah, this is Davis Santa Cruz too. Like anything less than a knockout, like will the media have like the fucking like just like respect for fans to just end the facade and just like say that this guy isn't it? Anything less than a fucking clean knockout, he's a fucking featherweight. Like, come on.
Bro, I mean, look at the to-go fight. And
the other thing, this motherfucker doesn't have 33
And bro, why is he at 140? Why are they fighting at 140?
This is his second.
He's a 135 pounder.
Go ahead, Leo. Go ahead, Leo.
This guy is at least approaching 40.
Yes. Javier's an old motherfucker.
Okay, so never mind. This is Gamboa versus Davis then.
Well, I wouldn't say he's as bad as Gam because Gamboa been dropped a lot. But let's go.
14 times.
Fortuna look ready, y'all.
Get this shit. Step outside that jab, Fortuna. Get that lead foot out there, man. Punch this motherfucker.
Go.
Fucking hell. I'm on country timing. So I'm 40 seconds behind.
All right. He's holding his ground. He's not retreating from the leg hook. He just got under the shit. Little body shot in there.
Okay.
Yeah, Ryan getting left hook happy.
Yeah.
Oh, good right hand. That's a good right hand. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah.
By who?
Ryan Garcia.
Okay.
Ryan is quick, y'all.
There's a liver shot.
Good shot. I ain't gonna front, Ryan.
Ooh. Too soon for my opinion.
Cut the angles, Javier. He felt the power. He didn't like it.
Yeah.
He felt you see that he didn't like it. Ryan hit him with the Beverly Hills 90210 punch. Hit him with the Tory spelling.
Yeah. I think Javier's gonna get stopped, y'all.
Yeah, he gonna get stopped. He already
he came for the check. He came for the check.
Not because he came for the check. No, wait. Not oh shit.
What?
I didn't see that.
We're behind. I think I'm behind.
Ooh, good right.
Oh. He needs to serve him with some mild ketchup. Come on.
It's not that he came for a check. It's that he already got hit by the right hand in the first round. You know what I mean? When you getting hit with the backhand that early in the fight, it's not encouraging. Get that shit, Javier.
Joshua versus Usyk.
Bingo.
And is Ryan's jab really fast?
Julius, you know, you just
this fucking
your
referee
area
already, dude. Cantu's
Julius,
a shit referee.
You know who taught Ryan Garcia how to throw a jab? Fun fact: Wally Moses, Shakur Stevenson's trainer, fixed his jab for him.
Julius, you know your area 51 me when it comes to this boxing shit, G.
Real shit, yo.
He caught Ryan.
We gotta get
the right hook.
We need to get Drew versus Alexis on the undercard. Me versus Artman.
Real shit.
Ryan's jab is real nice, y'all.
I will not do
Alexis.
Alexis.
It is. He look all right. I ain't gonna front. He look okay.
I'll go with Alexis.
Isn't Drew versus Hartman?
If it's hybrid MMA rules,
why'd you need a
4-ounce gloves?
Ryan's leaving himself open for that overhand red cross, man.
Yeah, but he's got enough length. Don't you see? He got enough. That's that shit.
I think Ryan holds his chin high.
Ooh.
Nah, but he's protecting.
Fortuna's connecting.
The right hand looks good. The jab looks good. I ain't going front. Right hand looks good, and the jab looks good. He got Javier Fortuna under a lot of pressure.
Damn this commercial. I want to hear Joe Goosen.
Javier needs to go to his body, though.
Go juicing.
Go juice.
Dale Trejo.
Machete, coño. Oh, God, not Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
I'll take Shannon Sharp, but get Stephen A. Smith out of here, please.
Danny Trejo in the house, y'all.
Yeah, him and Max Kellerman, I could do without either one of them.
This brother needs to clean his glasses, bro. Dirty and foggy.
Yo, Goosen's wearing a denim fucking. I don't even know.
Bro, I heard Goosen use denim condoms.
I feel sorry for that vagina, bro.
Usually she was sick, man. Usually she was sick.
in his house.
Houston's walking around in a 70s leisure suit, man.
He the only dude with Levi's condoms.
Danny Trejo.
All right, so this is how it's going to happen. Javier can't close the distance safely, so he's swinging wild, and he's probably going to get caught. That's probably how he's going to get caught, because he can't close the
That's
distance
exactly what I was
safely.
thinking.
He can't get around the jab, and he's throwing wild shit now.
The rider's too fast. The speed is too much. He's too quick.
Mm-hmm. Too quick and too long. No pause.
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 Dirty minded. Ooh, nice.
Marica, Julius S. Marica.
Nah.
I'm fucking
Right hand looks all right though. That right hand, he minding the right, and it's probably gonna be the left hook that catch him.
Yeah, but no hips on that right hand.
True.
Just straight.
Ryan's hitting hard. Pause.
It's a good little fight. Good little fight.
Well, let Ryan get to the deep waters and let's see what happens.
Hey, I think the actor Michael Pena is in the audience.
If Ryan wins, where you put him on a pound for pound?
Oh, number one, bro. Straight.
Simple as.
I put him behind that new strawberry slushy at Wendy's. Frog
that shit is bomb, bro.
He's right behind that.
Ryan's a little sloppy.
I put him number one at the local bling store down the street, man.
He's controlling the distance well, though. Even though it doesn't look pretty, he is controlling the distance well. He's making it hard for Javier to get off clean shots because he's taller. He's got more reach and more speed.
Ah.
Good. Whoa. That was a good right hand. It's only the second round. God, that's a shitty tattoo. What the fuck was he thinking?
Ooh. He wasn't.
Well, and look how many he got, bro. One massive one in the back. His hand, his fucking chest, his neck.
Jacob Sims says, I told y'all Ryan and Rolly is 135's Beauty and the Beast. Jesse Quesada says, I'm definitely going to Raquel Miller fight here in Pico Rivera. That's our community park. Jay, did you see Parker has a fight scheduled? It's not Andre. Oh, really? So Zach Parker got a fight coming up then.
Sheesh.
Hey, if he got a fight coming up and it's not Andre, that pretty much kills the notion that they're going to revisit it.
Yeah. Basically. Because if Boo was going to do it, he would have just, had it rescheduled now. Maybe he stays at 6. I don't know, man.
What the fuck is Andrade going to do?
Maybe he's retiring.
I wouldn't blame him. Look at the position he's in. Really? All right, let's think about it. PBC, they don't want to fight you, and they ain't gonna pay you.
No money.
Exactly.
No money.
Top rank. Yanni Beck, that's it.
The most he could do is try to strong arm. Most he could do is try to strong arm Bob that look. Yanni Beck needs a name, and I have a name, at least more of a name than anybody that he's fought. So I want $3 million.
Good fucking luck.
Hey, something got to give.
Good fucking luck.
Who screamed like that? You heard that shit? Bro, he is nailing the shit out of Javier with that right hand, bro.
It's quick as well. Zemir is reminding me a bit of Amir Khan with them quick hands. A little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's really controlling Javier. Javier can't get in safely. Not around. It's hard for Javier to work around that long jab. So see, that's the bullshit. Like he got to jump in and walk into some shit.
He needs to punch him in the dick.
And shit, twice.
She wouldn't do anything to Ryan.
That shit came from out of nowhere. Oh
He's
shit!
because he has a coochie in the G spot.
He's using. I ain't gonna front. Ryan's jab look good. He's controlling the distance well with it. He really is.
Someone said coochie.
They even made a rap.
He has an
rap
orgasm from a low blow.
Estrogen in that
He's like, hold on, do that again.
He just stopped in the middle. Stop in the middle of the fight.
channeling his inner Michael Jackson.
He's really touching me with that right hand, man.
Another boring Ryan fight.
Nah, so this is better than the to-go fight.
He's different in this one.
He is different.
Something
Like
different about him.
he's getting off. He's getting off.
Yeah, but to go ran around the ring the whole time, man. He was just
True.
like grenade.
He did.
Running away.
Does Ryan really have an inside
Javier's
game?
staying
though?
pretty stationary.
No.
Yeah, I feel like Tank might catch. If they do fight, Tank might catch him with the uppercut. And his chin is high, in my opinion.
Chin is up there.
The thing is, look at the distance between Ryan's lead hand and where Javier is. That's what Tank has to work around because Ryan is jabbing. And if you're jabbing, if Rolly's jab gave you problems, his slow, flimsy ass jab, what's a quick jab from a longer guy gonna do?
How tall is Tank? What, 5'6"?
I heard he's 4'11".
No, seriously. Is that 5'6", 5'5"?
5'6", 5'5", something like that.
Yeah. 5'6",
He was at the press conference sitting on a stack of phone books.
They did a DNA test on him, and he came up part Oompa Loompa.
Candy Jack says Ryan is doing some. Yeah, I ain't going front. The jab looks good. The right hand looks good, and he's managing the distance well, which is important. If you're a tall fighter, you want to be able to manage the distance. Don't have these little motherfuckers slipping and sliding and rolling their way inside your jab. So he's doing all right. I ain't going front, and he done touched Javier with that right hand a couple of times.
Yeah, Wally
one thing for
Moses
sure,
said
he's
that.
not touching Devin Haney.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, Wally Moses said that Ryan's mom actually took Ryan to him when he was like a young kid in the amateurs to basically teach him how to throw a fucking jab because that was something he would struggle with.
So far, so good though. I ain't going front. He's looked all right, but he's got to close the show strong, and that's the main thing.
I'm just watching it right now.
Only one problem is he's fighting at
How's he look so
140.
far?
Why?
What's the key punches?
Jab in the
Just
straight.
the jab and the right hand.
The most effective punches so far. It's the jab in the straight, but it's the timing of the straight that he knows when to throw it. He'll pity pat him with the jab, and then put one in there, sneak one in there.
Isn't that the old adage that you fight a southpaw with the straight right, or is that all just like just kind of like?
No, you don't want to just dive in with a straight right all the time. But yeah, that if you use your left hand to where you can like put yourself in a position to use that right hand, it's a fucking thing of beauty. And
The main thing is get the guy worrying about the left hand. That's the main thing. To plant the right,
left
you
hooks
gotta.
are a great weapon against southpaws for that same reason.
Ooh, that was a good right hand.
Ooh, I just
He's
saw that.
He's woozy. He's woozy.
Javier's done, bro. He's getting rinsed. He's
been hurt 3 times by my count.
Bro, if you get paid only $100,000 and you didn't have to cut any weight, like to me, that says that just for the check.
He hasn't lost his feet
Yeah.
yet. He hasn't lost his feet
down.
yet. Ooh, left hook.
Nice.
Left hook.
Nice.
Left hook.
Nice.
It's to the body. Left hook.
He set up the punch really well.
Take your time. I want to see you fall down again. Let's get the violence.
Oh.
Let's get the violence.
What's going on?
He did it by purpose. He spared his gum shield.
He wants a new gum shield. He's buying himself more time. He
That's
spat
a
it out.
veteran move. That's a veteran move. I
Not
can't
long
knock
now.
it.
It ain't long now, fellas.
That was a good
I
set.
think I saw a little doodle slide out when he got hit with that body shot. He's in survival mode now.
Fuck, I can't stand this fucking Mexican, bro. Fuck. And I'm Mexican.
Oh, he went down.
Does Ryan really count as Mexican though? He's like, he'd be the most Mexican person in like Wyoming or some shit.
Nah,
Well, no,
he's
they're
like,
marketing.
he's like
they market
Emilio
him
Estevez.
as that.
No, he's like Emilio Estevez Mexican. Feel me? Like he's like
Don't
Charlie.
do that, Javier, man. You're gonna get dropped. Oh man.
No, he's like Cameron Diaz Mexican. Like that. Like
Yeah.
He lived next to a Mexican guy. He's like that kind of like that.
Did you guys know Cameron Diaz and Snoop Dogg went to the same high school together?
I did know that because I sold both of them drugs. No, I'm just playing. I didn't.
No, here's the thing. I don't know. It's the equivalent in New York. So Ryan Garcia is from Bakersfield. That's 2.5 hours, 3 hours, about 2.5 hours north of LA.
I used to
so
live
it's
there.
like it's just a basic farming town, Jules. So what would be the equivalent?
That's the equivalent.
What's
of
the Dominican
Ryan
equivalent?
It's like living in Albany. You're not from the city, fam. If you was born in Albany or raised in Albany, you're not from the tri-state area.
He's
so
like
how are them Dominican? How are them Dominicans from
Oh.
Albany then?
Bro, are there Dominicans in Albany? I don't even know.
Well, you know, Ryan Garcia has a problem finishing.
Yo, where's Devin Haney?
Kevin Davis.
He's there?
He right there, son.
Shit, I'm delayed. Hold on. Let me try.
Bro, I rate Ade, man.
Oh, hello.
Fuck,
There we go.
doing well.
Talk your shit, Devin. Undisputed.
Who messed up Devin Haney's hairline though, Jules?
I don't know, B. I see that.
Yo,
shit.
I still can't believe
Nah, I
Devin
mean
was-
that shit is a travesty. No undisputed champion hairline should look like that. Like
That Barber needs to have his ass whooped ASAP.
that's what I'm saying.
That's
Like,
a
now, like it's
NABF champion
2022, man.
No, it's just his hairline receding, bro.
No. His hairline is good. It just needs to be tapered. That's all. His hairline good.
I knew Jules was gonna notice that shit too. The hairline was trash.
All right, Javier seems to have his legs back, but he's still eating right hands. Good counter shot from Javier.
Ooh.
Yo, if Ryan punches Tank in the stomach a couple times, bro,
he'll go down.
He's gonna shit himself.
Yep.
Yo, I give Ryan a chance, bro. I really do.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and talk about these two. I'm not going to sit here and talk about these two jackasses. Right. They need to do a fight for me to even just because right now all y'all doing is just avoiding everybody else by pretending y'all about to fight. So y'all need to show me y'all gonna fight, then we could talk about it.
I'd rather pay for Isan versus Artman.
No, I don't even know why the fuck I'm even up to watch this bullshit.
Is there any historical precedent for like when two hype jobs fight? Like, what happens during those fights?
That doesn't usually happen. Honestly, two hype jobs.
No, it doesn't. Guys, I'm not a Ryan fan, but I'm liking his performance in this fight. I gotta say.
Whoa!
Right hand.
What I miss?
Right hand drops Javier Fortuna for the second time. I think they gusta. I think they gusta. I think they gusta. Tu plátano, oh. His legs ain't right.
Oh damn! No, I mean, he's done. He's done. It's only a matter of time, man.
His legs ain't right.
Finish him, man. You're good at that.
Oh no!
Plátano, my how? About to go out again.
One thing for sure, Ryan is good at finishing men.
Ryan's got power though. I'll give him that.
Ooh.
Yo, Javier has some good
fight. Nice fight.
Fight ain't over till it's over.
Okay.
Yeah, Fortuna felt that second knockdown, boy. Whew.
Oh! Whoa! What happened?
Fortuna's coming back. He's landing a couple, right?
He's coming back. He ain't going down without a fight.
He's gonna turn into Mangu.
Mangu. That's what he's gonna be by the time this fight is over.
Yeah, he's trying to
Yo.
turn Ryan into a batch of mofongo.
Yeah, I was about to say some super pause shit, but like pause in advance. But there's like Dominican salami is delicious. Pause.
Toma indueca, salchichón. El salchichón. O the longaniza. La longaniza. Con la yuca. It's been fucking years since I had fucking longaniza con yuca, man. See, now I'm going to go to the store tomorrow. I'm going to buy it. Why not? La longaniza con la yuca.
Fortuna
Bro,
needs
how
a
the
good
fuck is-
barber.
Fortuna got a fucked up haircut, bro, and there's no reason for that. Because if we don't do nothing else good, we know how to cut some hair. So he has no reason for that funny looking shit.
He's making you all look bad.
That fade is a travesty.
Yeah, it looks
That
like
fade
a
is
mullet.
travesty.
It looks like a mullet almost.
It looked like a Texas shag, like a low
Yeah.
Texas shag.
Big pescado.
Oh, it was a left hand. That's not right.
Fortuna's a tough guy getting up, man. He could have stayed down there. Could have stayed
So,
down there.
so Steve Kim tweeted they're filming scenes from Creed 3 in tonight at the arena.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit Steve up for some secrets. Who's gonna be in the cast? Is Deontay
That's a-
Wilder gonna be in it?
That's a clever way to fill the stadium for this.
Teofimo Lopez is going to be in it though.
He is?
Yep, I saw his name in the cast.
As
I did.
what?
I have no idea.
His dad is a drug dealer.
He gonna be a water boy.
Oh, it's down again.
He's gonna be Rocky's cousin. Another knockdown.
That'd be hilarious if he actually wrote the movie.
Veteran shit. Take your time, Javier. I want to see you get knocked down a couple more times.
No, it's done.
He's done?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's
Not
it.
bad, not bad.
That's
It's a
it.
good little fight. Good little fight.
Let's grab. Let's grab.
It's a
Good fight,
forgettable
good fight.
performance. Forgettable performance. Nobody
Nah,
will be talking.
it was all right. It was all right.
We're not going to be talking about it next month.
I mean, I'm not really. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow morning ahead of the.
That's it.
Hey, but other than that,
Probably,
not a lot to
probably
reflect.
telling Ryan, give me more money, you prick. You hurt me a lot.
It was good. It was good.
Poor Javier, 100,000 after tax.
All right, no, but all right. I have
50
to say,
grand.
I like this Ryan Garcia against Joe Goosen. I'm going to be honest. This is what the
I
change
did,
I
so
was
did I.
waiting
I'm with
for.
Jules.
This
I'm
is the
with Jules.
change I was waiting for. That you need to be able to put it all together, and he looked better than he looked with Luke Campbell. He looked
Yes.
better.
Yes. I mean, see, like you see a performance like this, right? And you wonder, like, okay, fight Devin. You might. Who knows?
Right?
I like
Yeah,
your chances.
exactly.
Fight him.
Exactly.
Okay, he's pointing at Devin then.
Devin is
Look,
sure
look,
fucking
The
beat
green.
him.
Yo, that hug was a little too tight though at the end. I don't know, man.
Trust in this shit.
Yeah, I never bought that. Listen, I know Ryan hasn't won anyone's trust, but I never bought the whole he didn't have the work ethic to work with Eddie Reynoso. I really do think that Eddie's just busy because Virgil Ortiz's father said the same thing. Like they went to him, and yeah, he's just busy.
Mm.
Ryan's mom will get it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, this doesn't change that. Okay, now what are you gonna do? Because according to you, you're after Tank. So is Tank next? And if he's not, who are you gonna fight? Jojo
Well, no, he's
Diaz?
not next. Yeah, we all know he's
My
not.
question
I
is,
said
why
Jojo.
is he fighting at 140?
Because
he can't come down to 135?
They're fighting at 40 because, well, at least according to Ryan, Javier couldn't make 35, so they said, "Fuck it, we'll do it at 40."
Okay.
That's what he said yesterday.
Okay, what about to go? What, he couldn't fight at 135 as well?
Bro, I didn't do it, bro. Why you grilling me? I didn't do it. I didn't decide that it got to be at 40.
I apologize.
I think a telltale sign of a hype job is that he's also a weight bully. So
It's because Javier
Oh
couldn't
my
make the weight.
God. Here's the thing. Did he look better? Yeah, his head's still up in the air, so hasn't fixed some of the defensive stuff, but he looked a little better.
He did
still
look.
gets
Look,
his-
he looked all right, bro. He looked all, and it was
Yeah.
entertaining. I like the knockdowns. I'm not gonna lie. I like the knockdowns. I like the right hand. I like the right hand. I like the left hook that sailed through the guard. That was nice. That he was able to get the left hook in there while Fortuna's hands was high. He got it in there, so it was all right.
Bro,
And that's what you're supposed. That's what you're supposed to do against the old man. So
That is true.
Bro,
That is
body
true.
body shot.
yeah, if I knock out an
knockdowns-
old Dominican, I go to jail.
Body shot knockouts and knockdowns are always the best, bro.
Do that to somebody. Do that to an elite fighter. Okay.
Bro, why is he acting like as if he done something special, bro? Fuck's sake,
That's
man.
my point.
Because he's
Thank you,
Ryan
Sawab.
Garcia, and that's what he does.
He acting like Alexis beat you in a debate.
The highlight of the night is the denim jacket, Joe Goosen. Ow! Go juice him.
By the way, who won that debate? By the way, who won that debate with Sawab and Alexis?
Candy Jack said Ryan needed a fight like this to develop. Jesse Quesada says, give us crying, lying Ryan versus JoJo. Yeah, that's what I think is next, to be honest. It's an easy fight to make. It's an easy fight to make.
Yeah, and he'll beat JoJo. I already got a feeling he will. So.
He'll beat.
What's crazy is that, like,
If he could, this is the thing. If he can stop JoJo.
Might stop JoJo. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think he could probably stop him.
Pitbull Cruz. I want to see him in there.
So another short guy.
Yeah, another featherweight, really.
But I just
Remember,
can't get out of my
JoJo
mind.
used to campaign at featherweight.
Fucking him and Tank, bro. Fuck. I just.
man, people call this guy one of the X amount of kings, and then people are still saying, yeah, he needs this to develop. Like, I thought he was one of the kings. Like,
exactly.
Fuck, he needs to be
They can't
developed
make
for.
up their minds.
There's only one king in that group, and that's Devin because he's undisputed.
Exactly.
The rest of them could kick rocks, as far as I care.
Real motherfucking shit.
But like honestly, I can't get the idea out of my mind. I want to see Devin and Ryan because Ryan really impressed me in this fight, y'all. He really did.
No, no. See, this is the thing. I'm not impressed. So far, so good. That's how I feel. So far, so good. You showed improvement from the last time I saw you. So far, so
I mean,
good.
I'll just say he impressed because he looked a lot better than I've seen him in recent times. He really did.
I agree. But I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. You don't knock out Fortuna and everything's okay. Everything is not okay.
Question is who's next. Like we already know JoJo's next, so I think we can rule that.
Exactly. I'm just saying the way he's talking right now with the confidence, as if like he beat fucking Devin Haney for the undisputed fight.
Like, this dude practically took a Gatorade bath because he just knocked out fucking Javier Fortuna.
Yo, hold that back, Sawab. I love you, bro. Oh man,
bro, it just don't make sense to me, man. You just like, all right, it's good performance.
Hey,
now
when he knocked out Luke Campbell, you thought he would have won the world title or something.
Bro,
I thought he was gonna fight Devin Haney next. I was hoping, bro, twice he's meant to fight him, but what? You're gonna fight eliminators twice, but you're not gonna fight the champion. Make that make fucking sense.
Give Ryan a break. Last time he had a run in his stocking. That's why he didn't do so well. Oh God, here we go. Listen to him.
Hey, don't get me in no trouble. I hear the volume.
Ok, señores, me retiro.
Oh yeah, I'm off this.
Buenas noches, señor.
Fucking 5 o'clock. I stayed up for this bullshit. Why?
I'm glad it's 9 o'clock over here. Jules is right. I shouldn't have went to that bullshit. I'm glad I didn't.
Nos vemos.
I'm off this motherfucker, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
Good night,
Go
fellas.
smack some ass.
Jules,
Good night, fellas.
Thanks for having me on,